Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into third part of what if Harry Potter was trained by Snape to become the greatest wizard of all time. Here is short summary. What if Harry Potter had been trained by Severus Snape from the very beginning? Given a second chance and knowledge of the future, Snape sets aside his old grudges and begins shaping Harry into the greatest wizard of all time, starting from the day Hagrid takes him to Diagon Alley. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. It was July 30th. Tomorrow was Harry's birthday. Talk of it had begun the day before, thanks to Remus, and now Pomona, Poppy, and Albus were orchestrating a party for both Harry and Neville. Susan and a few other Hufflepuffs had been invited, and though Draco was mentioned, Severus admitted it may not be wise to include him due to recent events. As much as it pained him to exclude his godson, the reason he had to was clear. The last thing the Malfoy family needed was close access to Harry Potter, even if it was through their son. The Dark Lord would expect them to tell him and be prepared to act on the opportunity. He would not respond well when he discovered they hadn't. Severus made a mental note to himself to tell Draco of his reasons. The boy would understand if kept informed. The party would be held at Hogwarts, as it was the most secure location to host it and because everyone had sure access to it, unlike the Flamels' home. The Flamels would not be attending, but they had assured Albus that they would be holding a private party for Harry in the near future, just the three of them. Severus was pleased, knowing Harry deserved to experience some semblance of family and that he would get it through the Flamels. Severus shook his head as his thoughts moved on. Sirius Black would be coming to the party. The man had apparently recovered enough to leave Street Mungo's, at least for the party, and was well on his way to making a nearly full recovery. According to Remus, he was still the Black they all remembered, which meant he was still immature, stubborn, and rash. Oh joy! Severus was not looking forward to seeing him again, but knew it was unavoidable. However, as he thought about it more, his grimace morphed into a smirk. Black was certainly in for a surprise with Harry. And how would he respond to learning that his godson looked up to old Snivelus? Perhaps seeing Black would not be so painful after all. Oh, Harry was excited. The Flamels had informed him of the party the day before. He had already gotten Neville a present and decided to give it to him at their party. It was a herbology book from the Flamel library. Nicholas had been kind enough to copy it for him. Unfortunately, the Flamels would not be attending the party. They valued their privacy and felt it best for no one to know who Harry was staying with, thus, they would remain at the cabin. He understood their reasoning, and after their promise of a private party with just the three of them, Harry was happy to let things be. The other thing he had learned was who would be there. He was happy Susan and a few other Hufflepuffs would be there, including Cedric Diggory, Hannah Abbott, Justin Finch Fletchley, and Ernie Macmillan. He was disappointed Draco wouldn't be there, but understood the Malfoys' current position. He also knew a few professors would be there, including Professor Snape. However, of those attending, the person he was most curious about was Sirius Black, the man who was apparently his godfather. Nicholas and Perenelle were up front with him. As things stood now, Sirius Black was not well enough to be anyone's guardian, however, if when he recovered, Harry would be allowed to choose who to stay with. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about that, but, if the Flamels' expressions were anything to go by, they hoped Harry would remain with them. Harry's heart had swelled at coming to that conclusion. "Ready, Harry?" Nicholas asked, entering the room. "Yeah," he answered, Neville's gift under his arm. "I've temporarily connected the flow to Albus' office. Just say, Headmaster's office, Hogwarts, Yellow Socks. The last part is the password. It's very important. Albus will have a portkey for you to return." "Okay. Have fun, Harry, and happy birthday," Perenelle said with a hug. With that, Harry smiled and took a handful of flow powder before doing as Nicholas had said, vanishing in a flash of green. Severus stood in the back corner, content to simply watch. Dumbledore, Flitwick, and Madame Longbottom were talking by the table stacked with gifts for Harry and Neville. Minerva, Poppy, and Pomona were chatting by the cake, no doubt discussing the latest fad in witch apparel. Neville, Susan, Hannah, Justin, Ernie, and Cedric were with Harry on the far side, waiting for the time to open presents and to eat cake while playing, pin the tail on the cat. Lupin and Black were near another corner, Lupin no doubt there to hold back Black in case he tried to ambush Harry. He needn't have worried. It appeared the mutt was content to just stare at his friend's boy. Severus wondered how long Black's stupor would last though. Time for presents, Dumbledore declared, motioning everyone to the table and conjuring 2 chairs for Harry and Neville. Severus inwardly rolled his eyes at the old man's enthusiasm as the rest of the children crowded around the table and most of the adults moved to stand a few paces behind. Severus, however, remained where he was. He could see just fine and didn't feel inclined to be any closer to Black than he had to be, or anyone else for that matter. The gift opening went on, Harry and Neville both receiving items of usefulness and pointlessness. They received a few books, plenty of candy, and a few other items. Severus had given Harry a book called Medical Potions, and Neville, Vital Herbs for Vital Brewing. Both boys were clearly ecstatic and thanked him profusely before remembering his no gushing rule. Although he was the only professor who gave them gifts, he was not concerned with showing favoritism, as he made his expectations abundantly clear. To put it simply, Harry and Neville's peers would want no gift from him, for fear of displeasing him in not meeting his high standards. Black glowered at the books but said nothing, no doubt thinking his gift would blow Snape's out of the water. Thus, Harry opened the next item. It was a Nimbus 2001. The gift itself wasn't a surprise, nor who it was from. What was Harry's reaction to it? Harry's eyes didn't glow as brightly as most would have expected from a boy his age when he removed the wrappings. Granted, the last time Potter had ridden a broom was the day Draco had almost lost his life. Fortunately, Severus was certain no one save himself noticed this, especially when the other children began wooing over the expensive gift. "Thanks, Mr. Black," Harry said politely as Cedric practically drooled over the elite broom. "Please, Harry, just serious, not that I'm that serious of a person," Sirius quipped with a large smile. Severus tried not to roll his eyes but failed. Fortunately, no one was looking at him. "Your father was an excellent Quidditch player. I wouldn't be surprised if you follow in his footsteps. You'll be able to try out for your team this year," Sirius continued. "Maybe," Harry agreed, but Severus could tell his heart wasn't in it, even though it was clear he had been touched upon hearing about James. From there, the present opening thankfully finished and the cake was brought out. "Hey, Dobby," Harry greeted as Dobby and 2 other house elves came out, carrying a gigantic cake between them. Severus wondered if there was any icing left in the world after the creation of the cake before them. The elves had clearly outdone themselves. "Hello, Master Harry, sir," Dobby eagerly greeted while balancing the cake with the other elves onto the table. "Dobby hopes Master and his friends like the cake." "I'm sure we will, Dobby, it looks great," Harry answered, causing Dobby and the other elves to beam. With cake came more mingling that Severus skillfully avoided, although he was not averse to eavesdropping, especially as Black and Remus approached Harry when the party was nearing its end. "I hope you enjoy your new broom, Harry," Sirius began, a little awkwardly. "I know some might consider it a bit much, but considering how many birthdays of yours have missed, I think it's brilliant." "Thanks for it again," Harry said, glancing at Remus who was beside Black. Neville and the other children were either getting ready to leave or politely giving Harry and his godfather a moment. "It was my pleasure, Harry," Sirius said with a smile. Severus wondered if Black knew he was staring stupidly at the boy. "Probably not. You look so much like James, you know," Sirius commented offhandedly. "Except for your eyes." Lily's eyes. Harry shuffled uncomfortably, understandably feeling awkward. "Well, Remus tells me you were sorted in Hufflepuff," Sirius continued, no doubt realizing how he was making Harry feel and deciding to change the subject. "I'll admit, I'm a bit surprised that James's son is a Puff." "Many people are," Harry said with a shrug. "But I told the hat to put me in the best place for me, and it was Hufflepuff." "So how is Professor Sprout as a head of house?" "She wasn't a head when I was a student here." "She's great. I'm glad she's my head of house," Harry said. Severus wondered why he didn't comment on the lessons she was giving him about magical control. "Ah, well, it was the boy's business." "Is she your favorite professor then?" Sirius asked, interested. "Well, I do like the way she teaches a lot, but my favorite professor is actually Professor Snape. Oh, this was about to get very interesting. Severus remained as he was, hoping against hope that Black would not look his way. He didn't. He was too gobsmacked. Remus didn't seem surprised by Harry's choice, but he was looking at Sirius worriedly. So the former wolf had not forewarned his friend, Severus mused. Snape. Black managed. Harry nodded, misreading Black's expression as one of confusion rather than shock. He's brilliant. He's head of Slytherin and teaches potions. He's the one who gave me the medical potions book and Neville that book on vital herbs. He's helped me a lot. He's why I got into parcel magic, and he also helped me get Coral, see? He said as Coral poked her head out from his sleeve. Harry suddenly paused, and Severus was able to conclude that Coral had said something to him. Fortunately, before the situation could spiral out of control, Dumbledore took that moment to approach Harry. Severus wasn't sure if he was relieved or annoyed. Ready to go, Harry. Your caretakers are waiting, he said. Yes, sir, Harry said, giving Black a peculiar look before giving him a parting nod. Goodbye, Sirius and Professor Lupin. Bye, Harry, they said, though Sirius seemed to be on autopilot. As Harry was guided away by the headmaster, Sirius looked to Remus while Severus continued to appear aloof and oblivious to the recent discussion. He watched Harry say goodbye to his friends before they departed. He's not what I expected, Sirius admitted as Harry left with Dumbledore. I had tried to tell you, Remus said. Sirius frowned, his eyes sharp with revulsion. But Snape. Remus didn't say anything at first, but turned his eyes to Snape, who fortunately wasn't looking at them, though he could feel eyes on him. Remus straightened his back, coming to a decision. He's done a great deal for Harry, Sirius, even saved his life. I think it would be in your best interests to accept that and not try to do anything foolish. I can't say I know Harry very well, but I do know he is extremely loyal to those he cares for. He is a Hufflepuff after all. I think it's time to put aside old grudges. It took everything Severus had not to start at overhearing Remus' declaration. Since when had the weary man grown a backbone and talked such sense in a, "This is how it will be or you will regret it," tone? Keeping his feigned attention elsewhere, Snape was really tempted to glance over and see Sirius' face, but he decided not to risk it. Besides, his imagination was sufficient. Harry kept pace with Dumbledore, who had kindly shrunk his gifts and placed them in a single pouch for him. This day was by far one of the best days of his life, even with the slightly confusing encounter he had just had with his godfather. This was the first birthday party he had ever had, and the fact more people had come than he had expected just made it better. And although he still wished Draco could have come, it had been a nice surprise to see Susan and the others. So, Harry, how are you enjoying your time with the Flamels? Dumbledore asked as they came to the gargoyle in front of his office. I like it there a lot. Did Nicholas tell you? He's helped me lift a fourth of my block. Harry said, beaming. He told me you had made some progress, but did not elaborate, but 1/4. Splendid. Dumbledore said, quite excited for Harry. It certainly makes my gift to you even more fitting. Gift, sir? You didn't have to. You've already let me and Neville have a party herein. Nonsense, my boy, I want to. Besides, I've had the item in my possession for over 100 years and haven't used it in nearly a century. I want it to see some use again, and seeing as you're the only person I know who would truly benefit from using it. That got Harry's attention, just as Dumbledore knew it would. What is it, sir? Harry asked. I'll show you, he said, leading the way up the staircase when the gargoyle moved aside. Harry followed close behind, Coral sticking out from his sleeve, just as curious as they entered the office. This, Harry, is a Modus cube. Harry stepped forward, looking at the object now held in Dumbledore's old hand. It was a clear glass cube with odd little sparkly gears and springs suspended within and strange glowing bubbles floating around its center. I was given this when I was in my 4th year of Hogwarts. I had been having some minor problems with overpowering my spells, such as casting a warming charm in my dorm room during winter and setting my bed's curtains on fire. Well, the current headmaster preferred to avoid any further accidents, so arranged this to be placed in my possession. Albus smiled at the memory as Harry tried not to make his amused smirk too obvious. Anyway, what you do is cast any spell you wish on or at the cube. Simple dueling spells can even be cast, as the spell's effects will be essentially cancelled when it comes in contact with the cube. Then what happens? The cube will light up, and, depending on the reaction, it will tell you if you have over or underpowered the spell. Here, go on and cast something. Anything you wish, Dumbledore prompted as he placed it on the corner of his desk. Harry blinked, before obediently pulling out his main wand. Ooh, try that one we found last night. Stupefy, Quirrell said, excitedly. But I've never cast that one before, Harry stated. Well, more reason to try it now, then Quirrell reasoned. Besides, it is a simple dueling spell. The book said so. Expelliarmus is simpler, Harry pointed out. A little boring though, Quirrell retorted. All right, if it'll make you happy, Harry said, not seeing Dumbledore's amused expression. Dumbledore did understand Parseltongue, after all. Voldemort had made such knowledge necessary. Whenever you're ready, Harry, the headmaster motioned kindly. Harry nodded, biting his bottom lip as he recalled how to wave his wand for the spell and what the book had suggested one should do for the first attempt. Stupefy, he shouted. A bright red beam shot from his wand, and he had to fight to stay on his feet and not get pushed backward. It struck the cube, but instead of blasting the cube off the desk, the glass-shaped S kept it up like a sponge and didn't move an inch. Suddenly, the gears and springs began spinning erratically and the bubbles bounced off the cube's walls before gravitating toward the center and shaking. It only settled after Dumbledore placed his hand on it. Well, I'd say if you had hit someone with that stunner they would have been out for at least the rest of the day, the headmaster stated. So I overpowered it, I gather? Harry asked. Dumbledore chuckled. Just a bit, but when fighting for one's life, overpowered spells are usually for the best, unless it's a spell that requires very precise control or you're in a drawn-out battle. Have you ever had to deal with something like that? Harry asked, unable to fight down his curiosity. Yes. Many transfiguration spells need a great deal of control, and using them in duels is a tricky thing, but very useful. As for needing to conserve one's energy in a fight, a few times, but that was a long time ago, before Voldemort. Harry nodded slowly at that, trying to imagine such a battle. Well, now let me show you how to read this, Dumbledore said, refocusing after a moment and pointing to the top inner spring. You always want this one to stay stationary. If it vibrates, that's all right, but if it twirls, like it had this time, you overpowered your spell by a factor of at least 3. The two springs below this act the same way, but twirl if you've overpowered by a factor of 2 or above 1, depending if one or both move. Remember, it depends on how controlled you want to get at a particular spell. There's only a few spells you want to always get exactly, not under or overpowered, so don't wear yourself out trying to get every spell perfect. It's unnecessary. However, as an exercise, to improve your overall magical control, these springs can come in very handy. The two below these tell you if you've underpowered the spell. They work the same way as the others, though the factors are 1/2 and 1/4 instead of 3, 2, or above 1. Follow. Harry nodded, already seeing the benefits of this peculiar item. Now, the bubbles. These tell you how concentrated your magic was in the spell. For example, Wingardium Leviosa requires your magic to be more concentrated than in Lumos. This is partly why wand movement is so important in the levitation charm. It allows your magic to keep its density as it travels to the object you've targeted. I won't go further into the theory, as it gets a bit complicated, but that's the heart of it. With your Stupefy, the bubbles gathered toward the center a bit. This is to be expected, especially for someone at your level. Your magic was thick enough in the spell to solidly hit a target several meters away, I'd say 3 dozen, but it would be easily deflected by an opponent's shield, such as the charm, Protega. How do I affect a spell's density? Harry asked. Well, there is a great deal of debate about that. It's slightly different for each individual, but I've found emotion, intent, and focus have a great deal to do with it. You'll need to experiment for yourself to see which affects casting more for you. Nicholas should be able to help you with it. Perenelle may also have some suggestions. She thinks differently than I do. Thanks, sir. This will definitely help me. It was my pleasure, Harry. I'm glad that it will be of use to someone again, Dumbledore said. Harry smiled, before his thoughts strayed elsewhere. Is there something on your mind, Harry? Dumbledore asked. No, well, yeah, I suppose, he admitted as the headmaster continued to wait. Well, I was just wondering, I know it's not really my business, but I was wondering if you're okay after what happened. Harry was finding it very hard to meet Dumbledore's eyes now, for whatever feeling embarrassed about asking what he felt was a rather personal question. Why don't you tell me? Dumbledore asked, moving back to sit on one of the side chairs and motioning Harry over as he set the Modus cube back on the corner of his desk. Harry approached slowly, not exactly sure what Dumbledore was saying. I was hit here, Albus said, pointing to the uneven dent at the edge of his brow, edging his hairline. He saw no reason to sugarcoat his recent injury. The boy knew more than most of what had happened that night, and he felt being honest and straightforward was better than trying to dance around what had happened to him. Dr. Price went in to get the bone fragments here, he continued, tracing where they had cut for the surgery, which was up and forward along his temple to above his brow. Madame Pomfrey had taken care of healing it afterward, as well as charming his hair back. Doctor. So you didn't see healers? No, I went to a Muggle hospital. Professor Snape and the others felt the Muggle world was a better place to seek treatment, as they have more experience in healing severe internal trauma. They were right. Muggles have remarkable equipment. So you had an MRI or a CT scan? Harry asked as Coral lifted her head. Dumbledore blinked, a bit surprised by the question and impressed Harry knew of the machines. A CT scan. It was how they knew where the bone fragments were. It also helped them decide how to go in. The scan showed a detailed version of the inside of my head, you see. Harry nodded, deep in thought. You have that look again. What are you thinking now? Dumbledore asked, amused. Well, I was just wondering what the doctors would see if they gave the Longbottoms a CT scan, Harry said simply. When I tried to see what was wrong with them at Christmas, I got a lot of flashes of their nerves and the inside of their heads. They have a lot of scar tissue and it was really hard to make out specifics, partly because I didn't know what I was being shown. I've done a little bit of research, and some of it makes sense now, but to be honest I'm still a bit lost. I too wonder what the doctors would be able to determine, Dumbledore admitted thoughtfully. Perhaps I could arrange something with Dr. Price in the future, although I'll need to get Augusta's permission first, of course. Harry nodded eagerly. Neville would be so happy if they could go to Dr. Price, and maybe if I was shown more detail of what's wrong with them, I could fix it. Dumbledore smiled sadly. We'll see, Harry. Don't get your hopes up though. The Longbottoms have been hurt for a very long time. Even with your amazing abilities, some things cannot be repaired. Harry sobered quickly at that and nodded. Yeah, I know, but it doesn't mean I can't try, right? Dumbledore nodded softly, privately amazed by the boy's unwavering desire to help with every ounce of his strength. Well, Harry, Dumbledore said after a moment, most of his seriousness gone. Would you be so kind to give me your diagnosis of my recovery so far? I must admit, although I trust Drive Price, having a second opinion would be of some comfort. Sure, sir, Harry said, bringing his hand up and gently placing it at the headmaster's temple. Muttering Parseltongue under his breath, images quickly flashed in his mind's eye. From the point of entry, he could make out 4 trails of developing scar tissue. He correctly assumed these were caused by the bone fragments. 2 were superficial and ended at very small globs of scarred tissue surrounded by slight bruising of the brain. The 3rd ended a bit beyond that. He could also make out faint evidence of Dr. Price's handiwork, areas recovering from the necessary invasive procedure. As for the last trail, it ended behind his right eye and had noticeably more healing left to do. The surrounding tissue, particularly at the bottom and front of where the fragment had stopped, was a mixture of recovering brain matter, scar tissue, and tiny pockets of blood and bruising. Despite all of that, he saw nothing that sent up red flags or caused him to pause in concern or worry. Everything looked as well as could be expected, considering what he knew about brain injuries and his healing intuition. There was very faint swelling still present, which was no surprise, but overall it was a positive testament to the capabilities of Muggle doctors. Having digested the images, Harry recounted them to Dumbledore. Extraordinary, the headmaster said, never growing tired of seeing evidence of Harry's superb parcel magic. Do you want me to try to heal what I can? Harry asked. If you wish. Dr. Price is confident I can heal well enough on my own now, but your assistance would be appreciated, if you're comfortable. Okay, Harry said, lifting his hand with Quirrell once again with a soft smile. I'll just focus on the bruising. I don't think I can help with the other things, and I wouldn't want to mess anything up in trying. Very good, Harry. Only later would Dumbledore think back and wonder about the wisdom in allowing Harry to heal such a delicate injury, but at the time he felt no unease in agreeing to let Harry try. And even later, when he would question himself, he would be unable to say he should have acted differently or that it had been a bad decision. And so Harry did his best to alleviate the swelling and bruising that was left. It was a strange undertaking, but he stowed away everything he was learning to perhaps later assist the Longbottoms. He took care of as much of the bruising as he could, but he didn't want to cause too much change at once. He wasn't sure if accidentally causing any of the scar tissue to move would damage anything, and he already knew he had minutely affected blood flow in some areas. There had been no blood clots, but relieving even the tiniest bit of pressure due to a bruised swelling on an artery capillary had an impact on the surrounding area. Pulling his hand back, Harry and Quirrell found Dumbledore reclining back in the chair with his eyes closed, breathing slowly. Thank you, my boy. Didn't know I was feeling a dull constant pain until it vanished. Such a pleasant relief now that it's gone. Harry smiled. You're welcome, sir. Once Dumbledore had recovered, or rather gotten used to his improved condition, he retrieved Harry's portkey and Harry returned to the Flamels. Mr. Lee, former werewolf and active member of the International Confederation of Wizards, took a seat by his coffee table and lifted his pen. He had just returned from a meeting at the ICW. It had been the last meeting of the summer and the first Albus Dumbledore had attended since his duel with Voldemort. The representatives were quick to applaud their head's determination and resolve, and quickly condemned the actions of the Dark Lord and his followers. It was actually more than what Mr. Lee had expected, but it unfortunately amounted to nothing. Even though their declaration and kind words toward Dumbledore and the Ministry were a surprise and a pleasant difference from how they had handled the last time Voldemort had caused terror, Lee knew the ICW would do nothing more, not unless more nations were under threat or the statute of secrecy was at serious risk. Mr. Lee scoffed at that. Despite what the politicians said to convince the public and themselves that the existence of magic was not in danger of being discovered by the Muggle world, the statute of secrecy was in danger. And regardless of anyone's attempts, including himself and Dumbledore, in convincing the majority of the ICW that Voldemort was not only a threat to Britain but one to the very existence of the magical world, it fell on deaf ears. Oh, the members nodded at the troubling words and gave supportive comments and words of condolences for Britain's suffering, but nothing more. Apparently, the little they had done, agree Voldemort was a bad man, was enough for them. Mr. Lee sighed. Anyone could say an act was evil and condemn it all day long, but that never stopped the assailant from continuing. It didn't save lives. Although acknowledging wrongdoing was the first step, it should not end there. There must be follow-through, there must be commitment and a willingness to use necessary force, and with Voldemort, force was necessary. Mr. Lee had his sources, and he refused to turn his back on the one he and so many others owed their undying allegiance to, Harry Potter. And so, this was why he was lifting his ink pen and setting its tip to paper. It was why he had contacted his allies. It was why he had warned his family. He was going to provide unconditional aid. The time of twiddling one's thumbs was over. Severus closed his eyes as he sat down and swirled a calming draft around in his glass. It was 2 a.m. on September 1st. Voldemort's wound was fully healed, but the Dark Lord was now suffering from an unknown ailment. Of course, Severus knew it was an infection caused by the debris still in the madman's body, but he couldn't say that. No, he had lied to the monster's face, claiming he wasn't certain of the cause yet, but that he suspected the initial treatment of his injury carried out by Bellatrix might be involved. He had left the room, promising to get to the bottom of it as he strained to keep every trace of emotion completely buried as he heard Bellatrix whimper behind him. That had been the night before last, but it was not what was currently on his mind. He could feel something was coming. Voldemort was planning something horrible. He had just returned from Yaxley's Manor after attempting to help the Dark Lord get to the bottom of his illness. During his visit, Voldemort was strangely collected, despite his fever and constant discomfort. As he cast the diagnostic spells, Severus could feel Voldemort's magic pulsing in anticipation, and Severus knew from experience it was never a good sign. "Severus," Voldemort hissed. "Yes, my lord," Severus asked after turning to retrieve a pain-relieving potion. Children's magic is naturally neutral and very adaptable. It is why in times of old, certain rituals were implemented. I do believe it is time for such power to be utilized again, yes. You, my lord, have the means to do all that you wish and more. I am honored to be a witness, Severus answered smoothly. Voldemort grinned. Severus closed his eyes, the implications of Voldemort's words slamming violently into his gut. Whatever his plans, the Dark Lord already had access to a number of children he felt expendable. And, what was worse, Severus didn't know where the children were being kept. Severus' hand stilled, the liquid in the glass sloshing up and over the rim as he mentally committed himself to a course of action. The final weeks of the summer had passed quickly, and Harry could hardly believe he was already on the train. The Flamels had kept their promise and had held a private birthday party for him, just the three of them. It had been more than anything Harry had expected, and not because it was glamorous or grand. It had been quiet and personal, a time Harry would treasure for the rest of his life. He had never felt so cherished or loved by anyone before. He wondered if this was what being a family meant. Sirius Black had written to him a few times, and though he had replied, he honestly didn't know what to say to the man. He seemed nice enough and genuine, but relating to him that was a challenge. Harry just didn't see the attraction to Quidditch. Sure, it was a cool game, and he liked watching matches, but the level of clear obsession Sirius had with it was just beyond him. He could also tell in the man's replies that Sirius was having trouble in relating to his hobbies, not to mention that he never mentioned Professor Snape. So, the difficulty went both ways. He wondered if it would get better. As for the Modus Cube, he and Nicholas put it to good use, stabilizing his power output and improving his overall control of spells as Perenelle kindly critiqued her husband's teaching methods and Harry's methods of focus. This eventually caused Perenelle to teach Harry how to duel in the last 2 weeks of summer, which Harry enjoyed immensely. Meanwhile, Nicholas promised Harry to begin teaching him alchemy during the holiday break. Harry could hardly wait and found himself thinking of a place other than Hogwarts as his home. "Hey, Harry," Neville said, entering the compartment with a blonde girl. "Hi," Harry said, glancing at the blonde girl in question. Her plain black robes marked her as a first year, and her dreamy-eyed look made her appear even more lost than he had felt when he had entered the wizarding world last year. "Oh, this is Luna Lovegood," Neville introduced. She seemed a bit. He trailed off, not sure how to complete the sentence without potentially insulting the girl. "Hello, Harry Potter. Neville was kind enough to escort me away from the Menizic Flubsies. They gather at the tracks of magical trains and can SKU under, you see," she said simply. Hello. Feel free to sit. I got enough candy for all of us," Harry said, risking is she serious? Look at Neville. Neville shrugged and took an offered chocolate frog as Luna sat beside him. Moments later, Draco, Vince, and Greg arrived. "Hey, Draco," Harry said, already offering sweets. "Hey," Draco said, plopping himself next to him as Greg sat beside him and Vince on the other side of Neville. They barely glanced at Luna. She seemed unbothered. "Good summer?" Draco asked after a bite. "Excellent," Harry said honestly. "Best I've ever had." Draco seemed a little surprised. "So no trouble with your relatives?" "Oh, I don't live with them anymore," Harry said, realizing very few people knew he had been placed with new guardians. "I live somewhere else now. But I can't say where or with who, sorry." Draco and the others blinked, though Neville had learned of this at the party. "Well, that's good. They are magical at least though, right? And they're nice?" Draco asked. "Oh, they're definitely magical, and they're very nice. You know, I think they might want to make my living with them permanent," Harry said happily. "That's great, Harry," Neville said. "I'm glad Dumbledore saw sense and sent you to a better place," Draco said with a firm nod. Harry decided not to bring up the fact he had been kidnapped, taken to Voldemort, and attacked by a werewolf, and that was why he had been placed with new guardians. He was fine with that incident not being public knowledge, and it just wasn't important anymore. So much had happened since then. Small talk surfaced soon after, and Luna was introduced to Draco and the others. They didn't talk about Voldemort or anything remotely as serious. Instead, they were content to talk about the fun things they had done during the summer and what they were looking forward to that school year. Before they knew it, the train began to slow and it was time to get off. As the year before, Hagrid was calling the first years to him, and the prefects were gathering the rest of the students to head to the carriages. Harry and Neville stayed together while Draco, Vince, and Greg joined the rest of the Slytherins. However, Harry and Neville were soon joined by Susan and Hannah. This way, a red-headed, Gryffindor prefect called, leading the way to the carriages waiting for them. "What are those?" Harry asked suddenly, staring at the creatures in front of the carriages as Coral stuck her head out to sea. "What?" Susan asked. "Those shriveled horse things in front of the carriages," Harry said, pointing. "Don't tell me you don't see them." "I can see them," Harry Coral assured. "I don't see anything," Hannah said as Ernie and a few other Hufflepuffs came up. "I see them," Harry, Neville said. "But I don't know what they are." "See what?" Ernie asked, looking around in hopes of seeing what they were talking about. "You guys can't see them?" Harry asked, confused. The people around had stopped, and it was causing quite the traffic jam, so much so that a prefect came over. "What's going on here?" It was the red-headed Gryffindor again. Harry thought his name could be Percy, maybe. "What's pulling the carriages?" Harry asked, slightly exasperated now. Percy raised an eyebrow, confused. "Nothing pulls the carriages. They're spelled to move as far as I know." "No, there's these horse things with bat wings," Neville said, stepping up. "They're in front of all the carriages." "Well, I don't know what to tell you," he began, only to stop when two other prefects came up, one Hufflepuff boy, one Ravenclaw girl. "Something wrong?" the Hufflepuff prefect asked. "These two say there's creatures pulling the carriages," Percy explained. The Hufflepuff sighed and the Ravenclaw looked at Harry and Neville with pity. "Oh, you poor things, to be able to see such beasts at your age," the Ravenclaw said. "Though," considering she continued, glancing at Harry's forehead. Fortunately, she was smart enough not to complete that sentence. "What?" Percy asked, dumbfounded. He was ignored. "They're called Thestrals. Only people who have seen death can see them," the Hufflepuff explained. "Can you see them?" Neville asked. "No, I haven't seen anyone pass, but I know Thestrals are real. I fell into one in my 3rd year. Fortunately someone who could see them explained to me what I had touched. They're gentle creatures, just generally feared because of the death thing." Harry nodded slowly. "Thanks for telling us what they are." "No problem. Now, let's get to the castle before they start dinner without us," he said. Getting into the carriage, Harry looked out the window and looked at the castle. Neville got in beside him while Justin, Ernie, Hannah, and Ernie followed in after. "I wonder who else can see them," Susan said, causing Hannah and the others to speculate. "If you don't mind me asking," Ernie began, looking to Harry and Neville once they began moving. "Who did you guys see?" "My granddad," Neville answered softly. Harry continued looking out the window, wondering what he should say, if anything. He knew who he had seen die. Greyback. He could feel the others looking at him now, waiting for him to answer. He closed his eyes. "It's okay, Harry. You don't have to say," Susan said. Ernie blanched, suddenly assuming the one Harry had seen die had been his mother. "I'm sorry, Harry, I shouldn't have asked. I was stupid. It wasn't my mum," Harry muttered, unable to stomach allowing them to think that. It was someone else. That, of course, got their undivided attention, their previous hesitance gone. "Who?" Hannah breathed. Harry swallowed, knowing he had to say something now. "I don't care to say, but believe me when I say no one will miss them," Harry stated. "Don't talk about this to anyone. It happened this summer. Dumbledore and the Ministry know, but I don't want it in the press. Besides, with Voldemort, they have enough to report on." "Of course, Harry. We promise," Ernie said. Severus watched the first years enter, his eyes gliding over their faces, some of which he had come to know well. Ginny Weasley was the first he unintentionally focused on. She had been a ferocious fighter in Potter's resistance. She was practically the Light's version of Bellatrix. Unfortunately, Bellatrix outlived her by 9 months. She was killed by Avery while defending a safe house from Death Eaters. Severus turned his eyes away, not about to allow himself to recall how they had found the bodies there. His eyes came to rest on Luna Lovegood, who was dreamily gazing up at the ceiling as they continued down to the front. She had been alive as far as he knew before Harry activated the rune network that sent him back. She had escorted people across enemy lines to safer places and focused primarily on relocating children who were mostly orphans. That was her forte. She was not a powerful fighter, but her strength was in something often far more useful, especially when things went bad. Misdirection and illusion. Severus swore if she had an animagus form it would be a fox. He gave a slow, content sigh, knowing, despite all things, the future had at least one person who would make it their sole duty to preserve the next generation. No matter what happened, his eyes strayed, for whatever reason, falling to a small boy beside her. Colin Creevey. Clenching his jaw, Severus was disturbed to find that this Creevey was not the Creevey he had found so annoying and excitable. The first thing he noticed was the lack of a camera, and the next was the forlorn expression in place of the amazed one the boy had had practically his entire first year at Hogwarts last time. It was quite unlike Colin, but then it hit him. Dennis Creevey, his younger brother, was one of the 9 who had been kidnapped. Severus closed his hand into a fist as he tried not to let the sick feeling that had suddenly risen within him show on his face. What was that boy experiencing in that very moment? Was it as Severus feared? Was he surrounded by werewolves, perhaps now one himself? Suddenly, he was snapped from his brooding thoughts as McGonagall called the first name. It went just as it had last time, sorting wise, even for Colin Creevey, although Ginny did look dejectedly at the Hufflepuff table. Severus shook his head. He hoped that frankly idiotic crush would pass faster than it had last time. Ignoring the beginning of the year announcements, he thought back to how this day had gone before. He had to admit this time was much smoother. Last time, Harry and Ron had missed the sorting and had ended up fighting for their lives against the Whomping Willow. Severus really did wish that thing would be chopped, but it had been planted to solely provide Remus' secret and exclusive passage to the Shrieking Shack so he could safely transform away from the student population. Or at least that had been the goal. Severus shook his head, wisely just letting it go. It didn't matter, it was a lifetime ago. After centuries of devotedly teaching, Professor Binns has resigned. However, he will be offering private tutoring sessions in the library, if anyone is interested, Dumbledore announced. There were many snickers at that, as well as muffled sarcastic remarks. Severus didn't blame them. Now, let me introduce you to your new history professor, Dumbledore continued, turning to a woman on the other side of Phileas. Professor Cattermole. There was polite clapping, though Severus had to force himself. Mary Cattermole. A Muggle-born witch who had barely managed to flee with her children to Italy. Mary and her 3 children had only managed to get there because of Luna. Her husband, Reginald Cattermole, had been killed at the recently constructed border, trying to get to them. Severus resigned himself to the fact he really should make more of an effort to get to beginning of the year staff meetings so he wouldn't get surprised like this, but when Voldemort calls. Well, he could only hope the Cattermole's future would be brighter than it had been originally. Harry and the others fell back into the routine of school very quickly, though on the first morning Harry received a curious letter. Confident in the house elves' screening abilities, not to mention the fact Dobby himself checked over all of his incoming letters, Harry removed the letter from the owl's leg. To Mr. Potter J. H. From Mr. Lee V. Q. Intrigued, and slightly confused about the order of his name, Harry went on and read the letter. Dear Mr. Potter J. H. I am not writing to you as a representative of the Republic of Vietnam or as a member of the International Confederation of Wizards, but as a man who is grateful to you and sees that it is time I repay some of what you have done for me. It has come to my attention that you may be in need of some assistance against renegade werewolves and a Dark Lord. It is unfortunate that people such as yourself often obtain such relentless enemies, but take comfort in the knowledge you have also made powerful allies, perhaps more than you realize. I cannot act in a politically official capacity, as I cannot speak for my country in declaring war against any faction. However, I can act as a wizard committed to aiding one who I am indebted to. International law cannot touch me in such a case, and, as your deeds have affected more than just myself, once my actions come to light I am confident others will stand and also come to your aid, should you need it. As for the specific aid I am referring to, it is public support and information. I understand much of this may be more than you can digest, but, no matter your age, you deserve my support and I refuse to turn my back on you. Please contact me if you are in need of anything. I will endeavor to provide. With undying allegiance. Lee v. Kwan. Harry of course remembered Mr. Lee. He was the last man he had cured of lycanthropy at the ICW meeting during the winter holidays. Thus, he took the letter to Professor Snape and asked for some advice. Professor Snape seemed surprised but pleased by the letter, and advised Harry to not be afraid to ask things of Mr. Lee. Much like the Malfoys, Mr. Lee owed him a debt, and to ignore his support would be insulting. Besides, this was an opportunity that should not be missed. Harry agreed, and wrote back to Mr. Lee that evening, thanking him for his support and asking what he meant exactly by information and public support. Mr. Lee replied the following day, stating he had a large library of rare magical books as well as many contacts throughout the wizarding world which provided a broad range of useful information. As for the public support, he stated if he was ever given the opportunity, and Harry approved, he would give statements that would positively promote Harry's public image, as such a thing could be a powerful tool in any conflict. Of course, Mr. Lee's answer went over Harry's head a bit, and Harry once again found himself asking Professor Snape about what it all really meant. The professor summed it up by saying Mr. Lee was offering to be a kind of public liaison for him, and that, considering Mr. Lee's credentials, it would be wise to accept. Harry quickly did so. Mr. Lee was proud. Harry's Friday lessons with Professor Sprout continued, as did his weekends helping in the infirmary. He used the Modus Cube a bit with Professor Sprout, but where he was really seeing improvement was actually in his parcel magic. It was certainly stronger than before, as in, more reactive to his intent, so much so that there were times that he found himself healing the patient without speaking any Parseltongue out loud. He merely had to think it. Quirrell suggested it was because of how much practice he had had with the full block in place, and now that a quarter of it had been lifted, healing was much easier than before. Harry couldn't help but agree with that assessment, as it did make sense. But no matter the reason, Harry felt it time to really begin looking at the protective aspect of parcel magic. The following weeks were busy but no more than others during a school year, or at least that's how it was for most people at Hogwarts. Professor Cattermole was a decent history teacher. Well, if compared to Binns she was extraordinary, but that was no surprise. She covered things other than goblins and actually made a real effort to learn her students' names. Overall, the students had no complaints. Harry found himself comparing her to his kindergarten teacher, as she had a soft voice and spoke simply to them. As for their other classes, they were much like the previous year. Professor Lupin remained the Dada instructor, introducing them to the finer points of hexes and jinxes. Harry enjoyed practicing them on the Modus Cube, which he had shown to Neville, Justin, Ernie, Draco, Vince, and Greg one weekend. They had all taken a turn, but Neville was the only one who seemed to remain interested in it afterwards, partly because it indicated he had cast a few spells with too little power. Outside of class, Harry continued his correspondence with Black. They remained a bit distanced, but they were getting to know each other better, and Harry could tell Sirius still genuinely wanted to know him. Harry only wished it didn't require so much effort, for both of them. Other than that, Sirius had recently begun job searching. His healers stated it would give him a semblance of normalcy and provide a means for him to begin living again. This bit of news had opened up things between them some more, mainly because Harry was curious about his life before Azkaban, specifically about what he did as an Auror. Unfortunately, Sirius was adamant about avoiding the Ministry now. He didn't want to work anywhere near them, let alone for them. Harry didn't blame him, but it left Sirius with less job options. Hopefully something would come along soon. Mr. Lee kept in contact with Harry, sending him brief messages every other week or so, mainly to keep him informed on any pertinent information that may concern him. One example was the progression of the lycanthropy vaccine. Through the ICW, the cure had reached around the globe by the beginning of October. Every nation now had access to the cure and volunteers were instructing magical hospitals on how to administer it. This news, of course, was relevant enough, but what was more was the fact a number of nations were recommending Harry for the Order of Merlin, First Class, as well as one for Severus Snape. Mr. Lee was blunt on his feelings, stating he felt it was about time his nation had made the recommendation months before. He also added he was certain Harry would be accepted to receive the award within the month. He was right. Unfortunately, due to school being in session, Harry would need to wait to receive the award that holiday break. However, that didn't stop the Daily Prophet from plastering the news everywhere and declaring it loudly with bold text and flashing articles. The only good thing was that they didn't have any recent photos of Harry. Harry coped with the sudden influx of fame well enough, though that may have been due to Draco and the others discouraging people, at least those close to their age, from yapping about it when he was around. It is a big deal, though, Harry, Cedric said. They were in the common room, working on their transfiguration homework. I know, but can't people just let me be? Harry said with a sigh. Harry, you're the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin ever and it's first class. I know it's annoying, but look at it from other people's point of view. Here's a second year who, mystifying history notwithstanding, can use parcel magic to heal critical injuries and cure lycanthropy. Not only that, but the boy is going to receive an Order of Merlin while having asked for nothing. For crying out loud, Harry, anyone else would have asked for, heck, demanded, payment for curing hundreds of people of a previously thought incurable, unliftable curse. But receiving payment or an award never entered your mind, did it? Cedric said, shaking his head in amazement. Harry gave another sigh. I just don't think that way. I don't know why. Just don't judge people's fascination with you too harshly. Whether you like it or not, you are a very intriguing and impressive person, Cedric stated. That did little to ease Harry's feeling on the matter. Oh, Severus was not having a good week. With the news out concerning his and Harry's Order of Merlins, he was in a bit of trouble, or at least he was certain he was or would be. It had not been common knowledge that he had been responsible for the creation of the vaccine. In fact, only Madame Bones and a handful of healers from the ministry had known other than the professors at Hogwarts. And, at the time, Severus had counted himself lucky in that the news of the vaccine itself was more important than the identity of its creator, himself. Well, his anonymity was gone now. Looking at the clock, he couldn't help but cringe. Time to deliver Voldemort's potions. Heading toward the Dark Lord's room in Yaxley's Manor, Severus expertly avoided getting near any of the werewolves, who, by the looks of them, were not impressed by or happy with the new Order of Merlin recipient. He swept past Yaxley, who gave him an amused sneer, before disappearing into the Dark Lord's quarters. Ah, Severus, Voldemort breathed. There was sweat on his brow and his cheeks were pale, paler than his natural color. However, he was sitting on a chair, not lying in the bed. My lord, Severus said with a bow. I believe I've made a breakthrough, though I'm afraid I haven't found the cure yet. Voldemort motioned him over while shooing Bellatrix aside. Severus glanced at her, finding she was having difficulty keeping her hands steady and that her right shoulder was twitching. Prolonged exposure to the Cruciatus. Voldemort was still taking out his anger on her, believing she was responsible for his illness. Severus barely managed to swallow up his twisted pleasure at the sight before refocusing on Voldemort. This potion should help prevent the illness from progressing further, and these should lower the fever and discomfort, Severus said, partly lying as he knelt before Voldemort. The first potion would not prevent the illness from advancing, instead, it would make it appear that way by alleviating the symptoms while allowing the bacteria to continue multiplying and spreading unhindered. Severus hoped Voldemort would learn the truth too late. He wasn't sure if this illness would actually kill him, but he was confident, at the very least, if it progressed far enough it would permanently damage his body and, with any luck, the madman's magic, as he could see evidence of damage already. Voldemort's magic, though powerful, was beginning to struggle to keep the infection at bay. His skin, over where the bullet was, nestled within the overhealed rib, was tender and faintly discolored now. Voldemort motioned for Snape to put the vials on the side table as he sat up in his chair a bit more. Severus, tell me, if I were to absorb a supply of neutral magic, would these potions have any impact? He asked silkily. I am uncertain, my lord. I would need to know more about the source of this neutral magic, how quickly it would be absorbed, and how much would be involved, he answered swiftly. Voldemort smiled, his skin stretching tightly against his thin face. Very soon, I plan to use the 9 children to fortify my power. This infusion will also remove this illness, he said, sending a glare at Bellatrix which made her twitch even more. So, a ritual, my lord? Severus asked, inserting as much awe as he could stomach. Yes. This Halloween, the most magic of nights, he said proudly, smirking. Severus said, thinking on how to answer. He decided to be honest. He didn't know how much research Voldemort had done, and couldn't risk being wrong here. The potions shouldn't have any effect, if you absorb magic from each child individually. I see. Very good then, the ritual calls for that anyway. I will send for you when I need of you. Severus gave a small, approving smile. I look forward to receiving your call. More than your order of Merlin. Voldemort asked after a short pause. Severus straightened, barely managing to cover his sudden unease. My lord, Voldemort interrupted him by standing up and towering above him. Severus remained on his knee as he looked up. Severus, my servant, you do not need to explain yourself to me. You are very cunning, perhaps more than any other Slytherin, save myself. You have positioned yourself well, for you have gained more influence than any of my other followers. After all, the Ministry has marked you as a hero. What more could I ask for? When we are ready to move, we will be able to strike at the heart of the Ministry and the wizarding world. Severus knelt down further, practically placing his forehead on the ground. Your approval is all I seek, my lord, he said, calming his pounding heart before Voldemort stepped back and dismissed him. Severus exited the manor after briefly running into Crabbe and offhandedly mentioning he needed to make a stop at Nocturne Alley for some potion ingredients so couldn't stay and chat. Apparating to Nocturne Alley, he wasted no time in heading toward the shop most would avoid at all costs. However, he soon slowed his pace when he felt tiny prickles at the back of his neck. He was being followed. He didn't look behind him, since that would be foolish. Instead, he turned a corner and entered a narrow alley he knew had a good chance of being completely empty. Calling his wand into his hand, he heard his pursuer step into the alley. Severus stopped, keeping his wand concealed. Why are you following me? Severus asked, his stance firm among the shadows. He only received a snarl in reply before a pulse of magic surged toward him. Deflecting the spell with a shield, he sidestepped and turned, brushing against a disgusting waste bin before firing a spell of his own and managing to identify his attacker. It was one of the werewolves under the command of Ardolph Lowell, who was one of the 2 werewolf lieutenants. I will punish you for what you have done. The werewolf snarled. Deflecting another spell, this one with a slab of concrete from the alley's floor, Severus decided to make quick work of this, a plan quickly forming in his mind as he realized this problem could easily become an opportunity. Wordlessly, and holding nothing back, Severus advanced. He rapidly sent forth 3 spells. One exploded a nearby crate of filth while another blanketed the entire space in blackness. The third hit its mark as Severus reached out, tightly grabbing onto the werewolf as he rotated on his heel. They vanished with a muffled crack as passers-by wisely fled the area. They appeared in a secluded shack deep in a forest. Severus promptly let the stunned werewolf fall at his feet as he summoned 2 chairs before levitating the beefy man's limp form into one of them. Petrificus totalis, he muttered, localizing the spell to specifically function from the man's shoulders to his feet. Well now, let's see what you know, he said, pulling out a tiny vial and tipping the werewolf's head back. With 3 drops, he closed the vial and enervated his prisoner. Where are the 9 children kidnapped this summer being kept? Severus asked, going right to the heart of it. With glazed eyes, the werewolf answered. 3 of them are being held at McNair's place. Don't know where others are. Why don't you know? Each of us were only told one location, depending on the place we would be guarding. Severus was grudgingly impressed. It was a good strategy. So the other werewolves know of the other locations. Yes. Who knows them all? Camalia Rendell, Ardolph Lowell, and the Dark Lord. How many locations are there? 3. Rendell told us they separated the children into 3s. Have the 9 children been bitten and turned into werewolves? Yes. Severus tightened his hold on his wand. Do you know what's going to happen on Halloween? Yes. What? The ritual. What of the children? All of them will be moved to the one location. They will be given to the Dark Lord. You are going to allow the Dark Lord to kill 9 werewolf children? Severus asked, barely keeping his voice from rising furiously. Yes. Why? With the Dark Lord back to full power, we can truly begin increasing our numbers once more. These 9 are a necessary sacrifice. They will be remembered. Disgusted, Severus was tempted to poison the monster and be done with it, but he still needed more information. Where will the ritual take place? I don't know. We haven't been told, but we will know on Halloween. What is the current state of the children? Are they physically well? They are very well. Fed, clothed, and housed. They must be healthy for the ritual. Do you know anything specific about the ritual? It must be done at night. Do you know anything else about the ritual? No. Very well. Obliviate. Cotton candy, Severus stated, causing the gargoyle to move aside. Coming to the door, he lifted his hand to knock, but he needn't have bothered. Come in, Severus, Albus called. Snape entered, quickly finding the headmaster wasn't alone and appeared to be diligently tinkering on a 1-inch tall rectangular board on his desk with a pair of tweezers connected to the board by a red wire. And, on the other side of the desk watching, was a black man with short peppered hair. At first, he didn't know who this person was or why they were there, but judging by the situation, he had an idea of who it could be. I apologize for interrupting, Headmaster. Shall I come back later? He asked, seamlessly recovering from his mild surprise. It's not a problem, Severus, we are nearly finished today, Dumbledore answered. This is my physical and speech therapist, Mr. Lewis, he continued, even as he leaned over his desk, bringing the tweezers closer to the board's surface. Mr. Lewis, this is Professor Snape, Hogwarts potions master. Hello, Professor. Congratulations on the Order of Merlin, he said, standing up and holding out his hand. Severus shook it, just to be polite. The man was helping the headmaster, after all. Thank you, he replied simply. Severus immediately turned toward the sound to find Dumbledore staring at the board, both annoyed and amused, tweezers in his left hand. Slowly, Severus approached the desk to get a closer look at what the headmaster was tinkering with and why it had made that irritating noise. There was an overly simple image of a man on the board with small cutouts throughout his body where shapes of ailments and organs resided, such as a Charlie horse and spare ribs. I'm having him work on his fine motor skills. I find this game, Operation, though considered a children's game, is a useful tool in improving muscle control and coordination. It is also much more rewarding than some other fine motor exercises, Mr. Lewis explained. I see, Severus stated, raising an eyebrow as Dumbledore returned to trying to retrieve the stubborn funny bone. Glancing beside the board, he found that the headmaster had already managed to get a butterfly, bucket, wrench, and an Adam's apple. Aha! Dumbledore exclaimed triumphantly, lifting the tiny plastic funny bone with the tweezers. Operation successful, Dumbledore put the game aside and, knowing Severus had not come to make a social call, quickly became a bit more serious. Mr. Lewis, thank you for coming today. I will do those exercises you suggested. Will I see you next week? He asked. Yes, sir. Same time, he said, gathering up the game and giving Severus a departing nod before heading to the fireplace. He was smart enough to know when it was time to go. With Mr. Lewis gone, Albus motioned Severus to take a chair before massaging his left hand with his right. Sitting down, Severus took a moment to figure out where to begin. I've figured out what the Dark Lord is up to, he said after a moment. Dumbledore stilled. Does it involve the children, as we had feared? Unfortunately, Severus answered, before repeating what Voldemort had told him and what he had learned from the angry werewolf. Voldemort has certainly gone beyond what even I had thought him capable of, Dumbledore whispered. I fear there may be more. His last words to me, I think he is planning something serious with the ministry. Albus nodded. I agree with you, especially considering he and his followers have been so quiet of late. However, I doubt they have been inactive. For the past few weeks, the minister has been acting well. I can't quite put my finger on it, but he is not himself. I am not sure if it is the Imperius or not, but something is certainly off. He has been reassigning people to different departments and has even created a few new positions. Another troubling thing is the assignment of his new senior undersecretary, a rather vile woman, a description I do not use lightly, by the name of Dolores Umbridge. Severus clenched his jaw. I don't have any solid evidence to bring my concerns to the Wizengamot, and though I have expressed some of my concern to Madame Bones, I fear I can do nothing to stop Cornelius' aberrant decisions. To most, his actions are a reaction to Voldemort and the problem with the werewolves. They won't fault him for doing what he can to help protect the Ministry and Britain. Idiotic sheep, Severus could help but retort. Dumbledore didn't comment on Severus' words, but moved on. I'll inform Madame Bones of what we know so she will be able to assemble Aurors quickly when I contact her Halloween. She understands the likelihood of there being spies in even her department, so she will be subtle, Dumbledore said. Very well. I will inform you of the location as soon as I can that night. The days went by at a crawl. Severus almost wondered if time itself had been slowed and he was the only one who noticed. At meal times, he kept his eyes away from the Gryffindor table. He did not want to think about Dennis Creevey more than he had to, or see the Colin Creevey silently worrying over his missing baby brother. He knew Draco had noticed his tense mood, even though many other students remained oblivious. Heck, even most of the professors had no clue he was so overwrought. But he could not explain it to Draco, nor did he have the opportunity to try. Thus, he communicated the best he could with brief looks and subtle nods he hoped would be deciphered as, yes, something is happening, but you and your family remain safe. Halloween finally came, and the feast in the Great Hall was as grand as it was every year for that magical night. He couldn't stomach eating, and the floating pumpkins over the tables just made him feel sicker. He would be called soon. Severus? Remus asked, glancing at him with barely disguised concern. Yes, Severus drawled, turning toward him with what he hoped was a bored expression. Is there? Remus began, before apparently changing his mind about what to say. Is there something wrong with the food? Severus lifted an eyebrow. No, I'm just not particularly hungry. I see, Remus said, wisely deciding to let the matter drop. Severus was thankful, especially when he felt his mark burn a moment later. It was time. Straightening the portkey disguised watch on his wrist, he gave a parting nod to Remus and a subtle look at Albus before heading out of Hogwarts and beyond her wards. Once he was a distance away, he apparated out, allowing his mark to lead him to his destination. It took a moment for him to realize where he was, as it had been a long time since he had been on the grounds of Augustus Rookwood's manor. After ensuring he was alone, he swiftly cast the Patronus charm and sent a quick message to Dumbledore, informing him of his location. If things went as he hoped, Dumbledore and Aurors would arrive within the hour, and before anything unfortunate happened. With that done, Severus went forward and entered the manor's wards before going to the back of the house, the place where his mark was directing him toward. Ah, Severus, always punctual, Voldemort said. Yes, my lord, he answered with a bow. Your time is valuable. I try my best to avoid wasting it. Voldemort smiled as he walked across the bare earth toward him. Severus took in his surroundings the best he could as he knelt before the Dark Lord. To his right was a containment ward of some kind. He unhappily concluded it was for the children. Before him and behind Voldemort was an area of land that had been completely cleared. The earth had been gently swept of all debris, and all that was left was rich soil. There were 2 1-meter-wide circles, each surrounded by an etched rune ring with intricate symbols branching off and around it. Connecting them was a stream of runes that contorted slightly as they meshed with the rings. This was dual rune network with adjoining rune channel, and, by what Severus knew of runes, which was a great deal due to helping craft the one Harry had activated to send him back, he saw it enabled life and energy transference. This did not bode well. To his left were Death Eaters and werewolves, and behind them was the manor. There were not many Death Eaters present, though that was understandable as Voldemort did not want to flaunt his injury. Also, most of the free Death Eaters were at Halloween parties, keeping up appearances. Rise, my loyal servant, Voldemort said, giving one of the werewolves beside him a nod. Severus stood as 6 children were brought from the house and placed into the containment ward by Camalia Rendell and Ardulf Lowell, the werewolf lieutenants. He turned toward the children and gazed at them without any emotion showing on his face, although inside he was boiling and wondering where the last 3 were. Severus, would the children having lycanthropy pose any problem to me during or after the rituals have been completed? Voldemort asked, his eyes holding a disturbing glint as he glanced at the children. I don't believe so, my lord, as you have lycanthropy immunity through having Dumbledore's blood running in your veins, he answered after a thoughtful pause. Voldemort nodded. As I thought. Now, I expect Dolohov to arrive with the last 3 children soon, but we must complete the rituals within the sacrificial window. Ardolf, bring one of the children to the far ring, he said while motioning for a few of his servants to gather around the dual network. Severus' stomach tightened. He had already set himself to stalling the ritual for as long as he could, but actually doing it was a serious risk. He only hoped it would be worth it and that help would arrive in time. My lord, he interrupted, bowing deeply. Forgive me, but may I make a suggestion? The Death Eaters near stared at Snape with wide eyes, stunned by his daring, while the werewolves stilled. And what suggestion would that be? Voldemort asked. I believe it may be best to wait for Dolohov so you may select the best child to be used first. I believe placing the children in order of highest power and health would provide you with the optimum energy transference, as your body would no longer require any attention after the first absorption. Voldemort paused, thinking over Severus' words. That may be, he said. Very well. Begin examining the children already here and place them in the optimum order. Yes, my lord, he said. Walking to the trapped children, he kept his face passive, knowing he was being watched. He knew there was about 30 more minutes before he could begin to hope for Aurors to arrive, so resigned himself to continuing his charade. Kamalia Rendell brought the front of the ward down so he could check the children over. Pulling out his wand, he began casting diagnostic spells and charms that would give hints to how closely tied a child currently was to their magic. He knew them being werewolves would skew the results some, but this was for show more than anything else. The children were healthy and strong, but it was clear they were terrified. They didn't move at all as he cast the spells on them, and even their breath, which appeared as pale fog in the cold night air, was slow and hesitant. They averted their eyes from his, which only made his heart clench further. Looking at their faces, he recognized a few as future students. However, Dennis Creevey was not yet present. You, he snarled, wishing he did not need to keep up his Death Eater persona in this instant, stand here. The child he pointed to did as he was told immediately. Severus could tell they had been conditioned to obey without question. There was no sign of having been bewitched, but being in captivity since the summer had squashed any resistance they might have originally had. Severus continued his work, placing the children in the optimum order to be sacrificed. He did it as slowly as he dared, deliberately placing the children in the order he felt would enable them the best chance of escape, if the ward were to drop. He only hoped their sense of survival was still strong enough to have them run if they were given the opportunity. As he finished getting the 6 in order, the last 3 arrived. He turned to find Antonin Dolohov and Rodolphus Lestrange bringing the children to him at Voldemort's nod. Severus guided the children into the warded area, his eyes taking in their faces. They were just like the other 6, too frightened to resist or even cry. Dennis Creevey was among them, and Severus had to strengthen his mental shields to hold back the rush of rage that surged at seeing the once hyper boy so defeated. Casting the spells he had on the others, he examined them and began forming a plan to execute. If Dumbledore and the others did not arrive in time, he had to prevent the rituals from taking place, his position as spy be damned. He would not stand by and watch more innocents be murdered and Voldemort regain his strength, not if he could do something to stop it. He had forced himself to do such things in his future, believing his position as spy was worth the price, that his work as a double agent was saving more lives in the end, when in truth had it been? Was the information he was gathering for the side of light worth the lives of those he watched Voldemort murder right before his eyes? Now, he wasn't reckless, far from it, but there had been a few times when he could have acted when there had been a good chance he would have been able to save a few lives and escape with his own. But he had refused to take the risk and reveal himself as a spy, believing the information he was gathering was worth far more than a few lives, whether they were adults or children's. But now, looking back, Severus was not so sure of the worth of his work. Oh, it was valuable, no doubt, but was it equal to a life? Any life? How much damage could his defiance have done if he had acted in such a moment, especially near the beginning of the war? Who else would have joined him if he had shown that one did not have to obey, shown fellow victims of the Dark Lord that one could fight back and live? Would fellow Death Eaters have turned? Would frightened civilians have risen up before it had been too late? He didn't know, but if now was the time to drop his act, there was no better time to find out. He looked down at Dennis Creevey, finding his clothes shabby and torn, but a trace of color on the boy's wrist under the sleeve of his robes caught his eye. His heart hammered wildly in his chest as his plan solidified further. He gripped Dennis' wrist as he finished casting, making it appear he was squeezing him tightly when in actuality his hold was loose and gentle. Then, with a mutter, he performed the switching spell. He felt his wristwatch appear beneath his hand around the boy's wrist and a thin bracelet of colored twine replace his watch. Then, pretending he was casting another diagnostic spell, he quietly ordered, "Ignore it." Dennis's face didn't react, but Severus felt the muscles in his arm tighten as he clenched his little fist. "Are you finished, Severus?" Voldemort asked behind him, a bit of impatience clear in his voice. "Yes, my lord," Severus answered, knowing he could not stall any longer. "Where was Dumbledore?" "Bring the first," Voldemort ordered. Severus stood up and indicated Dennis as the first. "This one," he stated. "Perfect," Voldemort said, moving to the rune network and entering the circle that the energy from the other would flow into. Dennis was then steered by Dolohov into the other. He was rigid and breathing heavily. Severus was certain the boy fully believed he was going to die. Severus stepped back, overtly glancing around and identifying who his first targets would be if he had to act. Camalia Rendell and Ardolph Lowell were by the containment ward, keeping it up. Bellatrix was on the left side of the dual network, anxiously watching Voldemort. Pettigrew was beside her, looking like a disgusting, fat doll more than a living person, and Rodolphus was with the few other Death Eaters near the upper portion of the network with the rest of the werewolves. Continuing his careful inspection of the area, his eyes caught a bit of movement behind Voldemort, just outside the ring. Nagini. Severus tightened his grip on his wand. She might be a problem. Finally, Dolohov exited the ring, leaving Dennis standing alone at its center facing a pleased and eager Voldemort. All the while, Severus was wondering what in Merlin's name was taking Dumbledore so long. They were running out of time. Time passed agonizingly so, and it was only as Voldemort's wand fell from his sleeve and into his hand when Severus knew. It was now or never. His magic bubbled at his center as his heart throbbed in his chest, his mouth opening just as Voldemort raised his wand. Avada Ked, Voldemort began, thrusting his wand forward as Severus' voice cut over his. Non adorabis, Severus yelled, declaring the activation phrase of the portkey. Dennis' form vanished an instant before he would have been struck by the unforgivable, causing the green curse to continue and strike a surprised and unlucky werewolf. Severus did not wait for any of them come to their senses, but took advantage of their brief stupor. Sectum Sempra, he hissed, slashing his wand down where Nagini lay, plunging as much magic as he could down through his wand. Blood filled the air as he turned, instantly casting a Diffindo directly through Ardolph Lowell's chest and bringing him down. The containment ward flickered. Now was not the time for mercy. Voldemort gave a cry of absolute and unrestrained fury as he twisted around. Severus barely had time to duck and roll as spells were finally cast at him, but the fight had only begun. The air crackled with apparition cracks just beyond the property wards of Rookwood Manor, and it was soon followed by the ominous sound of straining wards. Dumbledore and countless others had finally arrived and were attacking the perimeter. "He's mine," Voldemort roared, his eyes blazing as his magic pulsed from his frame and visibly contorted the air around him, the fog of his breath twisting. Unlike all the others within the ward, Severus did not freeze at Voldemort's words. Instead, he took the opportunity to strike down an ill-prepared Camalia Rendell with another well-aimed Diffindo. "Get down," Severus shouted at the kids as the ward around them went down. Fortunately, they obeyed him instantly, but his order to them gave Voldemort an opening. Crucio Maxima. Though invisible, the power of the spell caused the air around it to ripple as it went forth. It did not miss. It struck Severus in the chest, right above his heart, and he was slammed back just by the fierce power behind the spell. However, he remained on his feet, even as Voldemort stepped forward, keeping his wand trained on him and his focus constant. Severus' muscles, overwhelmed by the sheer magic coursing through him, clenched tightly at the assault, but his eyes stared unwaveringly into Voldemort's own as the spell remained active. The sensation was beyond anything Severus could ever describe. "This is only the beginning of the pain you will suffer, Severus," Voldemort began, forcing even more hateful power into the spell. But Severus had yet to scream, had yet to fall at his feet and writhe on the ground, even though he continued to hold the spell on his once most loyal follower. Severus didn't know what was happening, but the pain Voldemort was claiming was only the beginning of what he would suffer did not feel all that painful. And though he could feel the monster's raging magic dancing just under his skin and across his core, it did not feel like a Crucio, let alone a Crucio Maxima. Was this a result of Voldemort's magic suffering from the illness, or was it something else? Severus could only hope it was Voldemort's magic, but, whatever the reason, he couldn't ponder on it now. There were more pressing things to do, like survive. He straightened, making Voldemort lift his eyebrows. "No, Voldemort, this is only the beginning of your defeat," Severus replied defiantly as he moved and cast as if the Cruciatus was not still upon him, to the shock of Voldemort and all bearing witness. "Reducto!" he shouted as the wards suddenly crumbled around them. Voldemort was forced to defend himself, deflecting the curse into the center of the rune network. Earth exploded upward as horrors surged onto the property, immediately engaging the Death Eaters and werewolves in combat. The scene quickly caved into the inconceivable reality of battle, and Severus' only thought was of the children caught in the middle of it. Rolling to avoid an ill-aimed curse, Severus made it to the huddled children who had yet to move after his order of, "Get down." Sweeping his wand over their heads, he cast the strongest protective ward he could think of as he heard the voice he had been waiting to hear since he had left Hogwarts. "So, this is more of your greatness?" Dumbledore asked, stepping up to the right of the Dark Lord as he glanced at the ruined rune network on the ground. Severus looked up just in time to see Voldemort's pale face whiten further. "Unlike others, I am able to pursue such magic," Voldemort retorted, feigning calmness as he turned to fully face his first enemy, Severus momentarily forgotten. "You believe it is about ability. No, it is about willingness. You are merely an individual willing to perform such vile acts, violating magic herself," Dumbledore stated, lazily sidestepping a stray curse in his purple robes. The passing spell made the stars on his robes sparkle, almost as brightly as the twinkle normally in his eyes. Voldemort scoffed. "You are confusing people's weakness for unwillingness. They are too weak to seek power, and thus, they are unworthy. And yet many who you consider weak have power you will never know." "Going to continue the old argument, are you?" Voldemort asked with a sneer. "An argument I have already won. Why bother?" "No, I am merely stating truth. After all, love has defeated you before, and it will again," Dumbledore answered confidently. With a snarl, Voldemort fired a killing curse, which was intercepted by a slab of earth guided by a flick of Dumbledore's wand. But Voldemort's assault did not mark the beginning of a duel, but a retreat. Voldemort fled with a loud resounding crack, which was soon joined by his followers, Death Eaters and werewolves alike. With the battle over, Severus felt it best to slowly reveal his presence and that of the children he had hidden with the quick but messy protective ward during the short skirmish. Rising up to his full height in front of the children, he kept his wand pointed down and tried his best to look non-threatening. Of course, his dark menacing clothing and naturally intimidating stance did little to assist in this. The Aurors immediately aimed their wands at him, several looking uneasy as they realized how close he was to the children. "Severus," Albus said, quickly moving forward while ignoring the confused looks from Bones, "Men. Are you and the children all right?" he asked, stopping just in front of Severus before reaching out and grasping his shoulder. Severus gave a short nod as the children gathered more closely around him, some of the younger ones even daring to grip the sides of his black robes. "One child is at Hogwarts, headmaster. I sent him by my portkey," he answered, choosing to not comment on or acknowledge the 8 children clinging to him. Severus was just glad they weren't crying. "Very good," Albus said before turning toward Madame Bones who was on her way toward them. "Well, I suppose some explanation is in order?" he asked when she reached them. "That's one way to put it," Madame Bones muttered. Professor Sprout was not ashamed to admit that she was grateful that the Halloween festivities had finally come to an end and that it was time to call it a night. It was well past midnight and Minerva had informed her a few minutes prior that the headmaster was away from Hogwarts on ministry business and would return by the morning. This was hardly unusual, so, after checking on her Hufflepuffs, she began getting ready for bed. Unfortunately, right when she was about to retrieve her comfy bed robes, urgent pounding began rattling her door. Hurrying to the door, she opened it to find a wide-eyed Ernie Macmillan. "Professor, come quick, there's something wrong with Harry," he said, clearly beside himself as he waved his arms about. Immediately following him, they hurried to the second-year boys' dormitory. Entering the room, she found all but one of the boys out of bed. Zachariah Smith and Justin were standing at the foot of their beds, staring at the bed across from Ernie's, and it was easy to see why. Neville was leaning over Harry, who was, frankly, hysterical. Pomona Sprout had no other word to describe it. He was covered in sweat and shivering violently. With Neville's help, he was barely sitting up and his hands were shaking uncontrollably as he pressed them against his forehead. However, that was not the worst of it. Tears were on his cheeks and his breathing was hitched and being further interrupted by fitful, uneven giggles. He appeared utterly mad, and it understandably frightened Sprout. "What's wrong with him?" Smith asked, in a tone that would be used to ask about a bug rather than a person. Professor Sprout chose to ignore him and hurried beside Neville, as Harry was closer to that side of the bed. "Mr. Potter, can you hear me?" she asked, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder as Neville backed away. Harry nodded uneasily, gritting his teeth as a strangled chuckle bubbled in his throat. "Let's get you to the infirmary," Sprout decided, already pulling the blankets away as she sighed. "Too many sweets, I'm afraid. Too much sugar can sometimes do this." Of course, she didn't believe this was the case and was merely saying this for the benefit of the other boys. Harry clumsily slid his legs off the bed, his entire frame still trembling, so much so that Sprout had to support him. "Sorry," he managed as Coral slithered off his pillow and went around his wrist. "It's all right, Harry, you're not feeling well," Sprout assured. Sprout helped guide Harry out of the room as she turned to speak to Neville and the others. "Try to get back to sleep, and don't worry, Madame Pomfrey will tend to Mr. Potter." The boys hesitantly returned to their beds, Neville the last to do so. Sprout guided Harry through the halls, his heavy breathing calming slightly step by step. Finally, she felt it time to speak. "Harry, what happened? Despite what I had said, I know this has nothing to do with too much sweet intake." "It's Voldemort," he answered, clenching his teeth as another wave of something assaulted him. Professor Sprout of course knew of Harry's connection to the Dark Lord, but seeing further proof of it was still unnerving. "Right now, he's angry," Harry began before pausing. His expression shifted into one of grim satisfaction. "Actually, he's beyond furious." "Do you know why?" Sprout asked as they neared the infirmary, slightly concerned by his expression, which only became more alarming as he actually smirked. "He was betrayed," Harry whispered, before grimacing from another sensation in his scar. Dennis woke up, finding himself still in the bed that the lady calling herself Pomfrey had guided him into hours before. She had seemed nice enough, giving him something to eat and telling him he was safe before having him take a potion to help him sleep, but then, they had been nice at first too. He had no idea where he was and only knew he was there because of the watch the man had placed on his wrist, so, for now, he would do what he knew worked. Obey. It was the safest option, he knew this from experience, but he also knew it brought little to no comfort. Thus, to his undying shame, he soon found himself pulling up his knees and fighting back tears. Where was he? Where were the other children? What was going to happen to him here? Would he ever actually see his family again? Was he finally going to die? Suddenly, he heard a soft hissing noise coming from the bed beside his own. He froze. The last time he had heard any hissing. Dennis immediately closed his eyes and held his breath, hoping the darkness of the room would cloak him. "Are you all right?" Dennis didn't dare move, even though he was surprised by the young voice and its nearness. "You don't need to be afraid. No one will hurt you here. My name's Harry, what's yours?" The honesty in the voice was the only thing that prompted him to open his eyes and glance at the bed beside him. There he found a boy a few years older than himself, looking at him with gentle eyes. "I'm Dennis," he answered. "Hello, Dennis. Where are we?" he asked, easing his knees back down. "We're in the infirmary of Hogwarts, a magic school. I'm a student here, second year. Are we alone?" It was an important thing to know, at least to Dennis. "For now. It's really late." So why are you here? Are you sick?" "I had a pretty bad headache," Harry said with a half shrug. "I get them ever so often." Dennis got the feeling that wasn't the whole truth, but he didn't feel it important enough to wonder about it further. "How are you? Madame Pomfrey said you arrived here through Professor Snape's emergency portkey," Harry continued. Dennis blinked, not sure how to reply to that. "I'm okay. Are you?" "It is okay not to be, you know. I could help you if you want." Dennis frowned, sensing there was a bit more behind those words than idle kindness, that there was an actual desire and ability to provide genuine assistance. It was strange, because he found himself actually believing Harry could help him. But he didn't deserve to be helped. Dennis slowly moved his left hand to his right forearm, his fingers brushing across an ugly scar obscured by shadows. His hand stilled, the risen scar tissue feeling oddly cold as he clenched his jaw even as he wished he could accept Harry's help, whatever it involved. But he knew he couldn't. It wouldn't be right. He was a monster. "You can't help me." Dennis' tone was strong and unwavering, the opposite of how he was really feeling inside, knowing he could not show weakness, especially in this. No one could help him, and no one should. He was dangerous. The fact that the evil within him only surfaced once a month was immaterial and changed nothing. Help was beyond him, and that was the way it should be for creatures like him. "I don't believe that." Dennis couldn't help but jump by the older boy's sudden response. Despite the quiet volume, it held an unparalleled power, an undeniable force that was both fierce and compassionate. He locked eyes with Harry, not sure of what he would find in the luminous green. Harry slowly got off the bed and approached him, before coming to a stop just a foot away. Dennis didn't move, didn't breathe. This Harry, this, second year, was unlike anyone he had ever met before. He could feel it, and part of him was frightened. What was he going to do? "Please let me help you, Dennis. I know you have no reason to, but trust me." "How can you help me?" Harry didn't answer right away, but finally replied, "I know what's inside you. You were probably told it is permanent, but it isn't. I can destroy it, if you want me to." Dennis was astonished, his eyes widening as he tightened his hand over the hideous old bite mark. "How do you know?" "I can use something called parcel magic. It has made me more sensitive to certain things and allows me to heal and cure." "And you can really destroy it?" he asked, refusing to even hope just yet, especially as all of this was happening rather quickly and was a bit unbelievable. "Yes, and it only takes a second now. I've had a lot of practice. I've healed 16 people, most of whom had lycanthropy for many years." Dennis couldn't believe what he was hearing. It went against everything he had been told for months, defied the words of his captors and filled him with an odd sense of nothingness. It was beyond comprehension, beyond understanding. If what Harry said was true, that this internal beast could be eradicated, did that mean he was separate from it? Was it possible that he was still himself, that he was not this revolting monster? "Dennis?" Harry asked. Dennis suddenly realized he had been silent for too long. "Sorry, it's just..." He trailed off, unable to think of any adequate words. Harry held out his hand, his pajama sleeve going slightly beyond his wrist. "It doesn't hurt, and it'll be over in a flash," Harry said. "And you just need to hold my hand?" Dennis asked, feeling a little foolish by asking such an odd-sounding question. I suppose I could. I've never tried it that way, but I don't see why it wouldn't work," Harry said. Dennis tentatively took Harry's offered hand, deciding he had nothing to lose. "Okay." And with that, something happened Dennis would never forget. Harry smiled and his hand tightened around Dennis' smaller one as white light overtook the bright green of his eyes in a brilliant flash. And in that moment Dennis felt thick warm power surge through him, like an ocean wave, engulfing his very center in a blanket of righteous but tender fury before something dispersed like gentle dust. And then it was over. He felt lighter and in his heart he knew that Harry had done just what he said he could do. The monster had been slain, and he, Dennis Creevey, was free. Oh. Severus and Dumbledore finally departed from the ministry and flowed to Hogwarts. Entering Albus' office. It had taken several hours to get everything sorted at the ministry, including the care of the children. Severus inwardly seethed. It was obvious that the children had been traumatized. He really wished he had been able to dish out more lethal spells. But concerning the children, the ministry was now in the process of contacting the parents and arranging their transportation. They had already carried out physicals and had learned all of the children had been bitten. Fortunately, they were able to give them the cure soon after the lycanthropy tests came back positive. Dumbledore assured them that Madame Pomfrey would provide the cure to Dennis Creevey soon, who would remain at Hogwarts for the moment as there was no point in relocating him elsewhere until his parents had been contacted. Stepping to the side to allow his mentor to pass and move behind the desk, Severus looked up and couldn't help but give Dumbledore a questioning look. Other than answering countless questions, peeling off children gripping his robes, and enduring much scrutiny from people who were not so quick to believe that he was in fact a spy for the light, Severus had noticed something peculiar during the whole escapade. Several people had appeared a bit leery of Dumbledore, nervous and, yes, even afraid. The minister especially. What was even stranger was the amused glint in a few people's eyes, including Madame Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt's. What in Merlin's name had he missed? Is there something the matter, Severus? Albus asked as he sat down and took a moment to straighten his bowl of lemo drops. Headmaster, I couldn't help but notice that a few people, including the minister, seemed to be subdued in your presence, Severus said, his voice holding a questioning tone to it. Ah, yes, about that. The old wizard actually looked a tiny bit embarrassed, though it quickly shifted to resigned determination. Cornelius was being, well, difficult prior to our arrival to Rookwood's Manor. He was not convinced, the intelligence was genuine, as I refused to reveal you as the source. I believe he was also put out about being kept out of the loop for so long about the plan. I had wondered what was keeping you. If you had been any later, I'm not sure what would have happened, Severus said. I gather you convinced Fudge to let you all go, and that is the cause of some people's sudden unease. Yes, he admitted before retelling the events. I will not allow it, Albus. To use ministry resources in such a manner is irresponsible. I cannot allow anyone, no matter their status, to dictate where and when our forces go, especially when it is being directed by an unknown source of intelligence. The minister huffed, straightening in his new office chair. Cornelius, time is of the essence, we must leave now, Dumbledore argued. Trust me, my source is correct in this. If we want to rescue the kidnapped children, we must go. Minister, I don't see why we cannot just go and take a look, Madame Bones put in. What harm would there be in that? At least this way we can be sure. Besides, I think it is worth checking, for the sake of the children. We have no evidence they are there or, sadly, even still alive, Madame Umbridge interjected, her sickeningly sweet voice grating on everyone with sense in the room. They are alive, all 9 of them, at least for the moment. Cornelius, I will go with or without ministry support, Dumbledore stated. Really, Albus, I cannot allow you to trespass on private property, inhabited or not. We all must follow the law, after all, even you. Even at the expense of innocent lives that are at this very moment being held captive by ruthless criminals. Dumbledore asked, his eyes flashing. His patience was running thin. The purpose of law is to protect citizens, not keep favor with political allies. Now see here, Dumbledore, to cause such a stir at this time of night, and on this night in particular, are you quite well? Cornelius asked as Madame Umbridge leaned forward, as if to get a better look at Dumbledore. He does seem a bit peaky, Umbridge said, her voice dripping with fake motherly concern. The headmaster stepped forward, at this point beyond caring who was watching or what they might think. I am quite well, thank you, just a bit disgusted by the lack of sense from certain government officials, Dumbledore said, his voice not rising in pitch or volume, but power. Are you going to continue acting like an ignoramus? The candles in the room flared. You may be minister, but I am the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, supreme mugwump of the ICW, and vanquisher of the last Dark Lord. Who would the public support if word came out about your failure to act? Fudge sputtered. How dare you insult and threaten the minister? Umbridge hissed, her previous sweetness vaporizing. Dumbledore didn't even bother to respond to her, which just infuriated her further. How do we know you are in your right mind and did not simply imagine this, source? After all, we have your age and injury to consider, she went on, actually taking a step toward him and getting in his face, as if to intimidate. Dumbledore continued to ignore her and her cloying perfume, staring right at Fudge over her toad head. Umbridge fumed. Well, minister, I am normally a patient man, but when it comes to the lives of children, I fear I am unable to rein in my rage at such displays of blatant lack of concern or care, Albus stated. The curtains behind the minister's desk caught fire and the candles around the room flickered violently. Umbridge gave a shriek as the others in the room gaped. Dumbledore paid none of it any mind. In my many years, I have been informed of the passing of many children, personally witnessed several deaths, and endured the worst of all, finding the young bodies of those I was too late to save. So, minister, act as you see fit, and I will act as I see fit. I refuse to allow a petty man to take up any more of my time. Try to stop me and you will personally discover why it is said I am the only wizard Voldemort fears." With that, he rotated on his heel and headed toward the door, even as the curtains crumbled to ash around the minister. Fortunately, the fire did not spread and slowly went out as wax dripped onto the floor from the candleholders all over the room. Wait, Dumbledore. Fudge cried. Dumbledore paused at the door and glanced back. "Take Madam Bones and some oars with you," Fudge relented, his voice wavering as he put his hand up to his temple with a frown. "Why, thank you, Cornelius," Albus said, before continuing on as if he had just had a calm and normal conversation with the minister. Well, that certainly explains a few things," Severus stated as Dumbledore sighed. "I lost my temper. Any sane man would have. Besides, if you hadn't, things may not have gone so well," Severus said, knowing Dumbledore was worrying that his head injury was partly to blame for his rather flamboyant reaction. After a moment, Dumbledore nodded, deciding to just move on as he stilled and his eyes settled on Severus. "You saw it, didn't you?" Severus asked after a long moment. "Riddle's failed curse." "Yes, though I admit I am having trouble believing what I saw." "Are you truly all right?" Severus nodded. "I believe so, though I don't understand how. There was barely any pain, and what little there was more a mild irritation than anything else. No idea at all. Part of me wants to say it may be his magic weakening, but there was still plenty of power behind his spell. I felt his magic surging through me, just under my skin, but it didn't hurt, and it certainly should have. Very strange. Well, just to be on the safe side, let's have Madame Pomfrey examine you." "Of course," he said before Dumbledore called a house elf and asked them to notify Madame Pomfrey to come to his office. A few minutes later, she arrived with a case of healing supplies. "Madame Pomfrey, I am not injured," Severus stated, a little amused by her preparedness. "I'll be the judge of that," she said, taking out her wand and waving it over him. She paused. "What is it, Poppy?" Dumbledore asked. Pomfrey shook her head. "I'm not sure, but would you mind telling me exactly why you called me to examine Severus?" "Forgive me. We wanted to make sure he is suffering no ill effects from Voldemort's failed spell," Dumbledore calmly explained. "And that spell was?" Pomfrey prompted. "Crucio Maxima," Dumbledore replied, though his voice no longer held complete calmness. "Good Merlin!" Pomfrey exclaimed, immediately waving her wand again, this time casting a more precise and powerful diagnostic charm. She stilled, frowning at her findings. "Madame Pomfrey, would you care to share?" Severus asked after several seconds had ticked by. "Oh, yes of course. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make sense of this," she said. "There is evidence of the curse, a great deal, actually, but the nerve damage that I should be finding along with it isn't there, and that makes no sense considering how much curse residue is present. So something was preventing the curse from reaching the nerves. That would explain why there was very little pain," Severus mused. "Here, let me see something," she said, motioning Severus to hold out his hand so she could do a more in-depth scan. Dumbledore and Severus watched her work, eager for her to explain what was going on. "That's odd," she said. "Your informative information is mind-boggling," Severus nearly sneered, fatigue making him even more impatient. Pomfrey ignored his sarcasm and looked up at them. "I'm detecting Harry's magical signature, and there's some kind of magical coating covering all of your nerves. That must be what has stopped the curse from harming you. You are internally shielded." Severus blinked, while Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. This protection blocked the unforgivable. "How is that possible?" Severus asked. "I think the more important question to ask is how this protection got there," Albus stated. "Oh." Harry had not been too surprised when Madame Pomfrey told him soon after he woke that he was to go to Dumbledore's office to answer some questions. And so, entering the headmaster's office, he felt ready for whatever the meeting entailed. "Ah, Harry, good morning. Lemo drop?" Dumbledore asked. "Thank you, sir," Harry said, taking the suite and sitting in the offered chair. "The others will be with us shortly," the headmaster said. Madame Pomfrey was currently with the Creevies in the infirmary but would come as soon as she could, but Professors Snape and Sprout were already on their way. Dennis' family had arrived when Harry was leaving the infirmary, escorted by Professor McGonagall. It was a scene that would remain with Harry forever. The looks on their faces, it was indescribable. Harry knew it would be a blessed reunion, especially now that they knew Dennis had already been cured of lycanthropy. "How are your lessons going with Professor Sprout?" Dumbledore asked, deciding not to begin the discussion concerning the previous night just yet. "Very good, sir. The Modus Cube has been very helpful, thanks again for it. I don't overpower my spells as much anymore and Professor Sprout says my control has improved a lot," Harry answered, understandably proud. "I think I might begin the protective aspect of parcel magic soon. I'm glad you're finding it helpful, and I'm sure you'll grasp protection, just as you have healing, soon enough," Dumbledore assured before moving on. "How about your time assisting Madame Pomfrey? She briefly mentioned you were trying different things but didn't say much beyond that." "Well, a few people have asked me if I can remove scars, so I've decided to shift my attention there. I can make fresh scars fade and sometimes completely disappear, like ones that are only a week or so old, but ones that are older, which I've tried to heal. It doesn't work." Harry shrugged, a little frustrated. Why do you think that is?" Dumbledore asked. "I think it's because I actually dissolve the scar tissue and use it to help the surrounding healthy tissue to fill in the void. However, for older scars, the flesh around the scar has set. I'm not sure how else to describe it. Anyway, because of that, I can't heal old scars, because as soon as I begin breaking down the scar tissue, there's nothing to take its place, so I stop. I doubt people want a hole in place of their scar." The headmaster nodded in agreement. "I see how that can be a problem. Do you have any ideas that could help?" Harry asked. Dumbledore scratched his chin. "The problem seems to lie in the fact that the healthy flesh surrounding the old scar has set, and is not longer malleable, correct?" "Malleable?" Harry asked, not completely sure of the word. "Flexible or able to be shaped?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, it's as if the healthy tissue has set a new boundary of where it should exist." "Well, my only suggestion would be to remove the border, although that would likely entail some rather unpleasant work," Dumbledore suggested. Harry was quiet for a moment, thinking it over. "His idea does have promise," Quirrell said. "In a way, it would be like working on a new scar if you did that." "But I would be cutting good tissue," Harry argued, before processing it further and nodding. "However, I would be able to heal the damage I have to do, and numbing the area is no problem. So it would be like you said, healing a new scar, which is easy once I get to that point. I would need to warn the person I'm healing what I'll have to do though." Dumbledore listened but said nothing, letting Harry think it through on his own. It was then that Severus and Pomona entered. "Good morning, Headmaster, Mr. Potter," Snape said, giving them an acknowledging nod before Sprout wished them good morning as well. The professors politely refused the lemo. Drops Albus offered. "And how are you, Harry? Do you still have a headache?" Professor Sprout asked once they had all gotten settled. "It's not too bad now," Harry said with a shrug, not sure of how to react to her concern. "If it gets to become too much, let us know," Sprout said seriously. Harry nodded, glancing at Professor Snape and the headmaster, who both obviously shared her sentiment. "Well, Harry," the headmaster began, his tone alone telling Harry mild chit-chat was over. "Am I right in assuming you experienced a vision last night, like you had this summer?" "Yes, sir," he said, glancing at Professor Snape while recalling what he had witnessed. "Could you tell us what you saw?" Dumbledore asked. "Sure," he said, not quite understanding why they wanted to know, but figuring there had to be a reason. Perhaps they were concerned about how he was feeling about it. "The first thing I saw was Dennis being moved into the circle. I think the vision started there because of how excited Voldemort was just then." Dumbledore and Snape nodded, agreeing with Harry's assessment. Harry then continued, telling them how angry Voldemort had become when Professor Snape killed Nagini and the two people by the ward. Professor Sprout looked particularly sad while hearing Harry retell that part, as she did not like that Harry had been forced to witness it. He, however, frankly wasn't all that upset about it. From Greyback, he had accepted the harsh reality that sometimes mercy couldn't always be practiced. Of course, seeing such a thing done was not the same as personally carrying it out. Harry wondered if he would have been able to do what Professor Snape had if he had been in that situation. It was not exactly a pleasant thing to ponder on, but it was unavoidable. A sudden knock at the door interrupted Harry's thoughts, prompting the headmaster to beckon Madame Pomfrey in. "I apologize for being late, but I felt the Creevies needed some reassurance before I gave them some privacy, she said, coming in. No problem at all, Poppy. I trust all is well. Dumbledore asked. Yes. Considering everything that boy has gone through, he is doing quite well, and now that his family is with him, I'm sure he'll be able to move past what's happened in time, Poppy said as she conjured a chair and took a seat. Well now, what have I missed? Poppy of course knew what had happened at the ritual. She had been told the previous night but didn't know the extent of its effect on Harry. Harry was telling us what he saw last night, Sprout supplied. Dumbledore then gave a rough summation of Harry's dream thus far before giving him a nod to continue. With that, Harry went on and got to the part where Voldemort cast the powerful Cruciatus curse on Professor Snape. Harry understandably paused there, unable to stop himself from staring at the potion's master. Voldemort was actually afraid when the spell didn't seem to do anything, sir, Harry said finally. He was afraid? Professor Sprout asked, astonished, although she was already quite stunned about the Crucio Maxima. Harry nodded. It's the only time I've ever felt complete fear from him. Severus' resistance to the curse no doubt unnerved Voldemort, which should be of no surprise, Dumbledore pointed out before focusing on Harry. But I think we all want to understand what caused this mysterious defense. If it could be harnessed. Harry blinked as coral shifted around his wrist. Do you think? She hissed very quietly. Harry, Madame Pomfrey examined Professor Snape soon after we arrived from answering questions at the Ministry last night, and she found traces of your magical signature coating his nerves, Dumbledore explained. Do you know how that came to be? Harry bit his bottom lip, suddenly recalling the conversation he had had with his favorite professor after discovering white magic without informing anyone. He was afraid to even look at Professor Snape just then, certain he would see disappointment. He couldn't believe he had made the mistake again. Harry, Professor Sprout asked, noticing his nervousness. Might as well just tell them, Quirrell advised. They probably already have a theory that's pretty close to the truth anyway. It was last year, on Halloween, Harry finally spoke. Dumbledore and the other adults' eyes widened, putting a few pieces to the puzzle together. When I was treating the professor, he said with glance toward Snape, I found curse residue and a thin magical membrane covering his nerves, although there were tears and some of the nerves had been exposed and damaged, Harry explained. I used my parcel magic to repair and strengthen the membrane. Extraordinary, Dumbledore whispered, thinking. The membrane was already there. Snape asked, unable to keep all the surprise from his voice. Harry frowned. Yeah, shouldn't it have been? No, Harry. From the cases I've studied from the Ministry, every patient they've extensively examined who has suffered from the Cruciatus has had nothing remotely like what you've described, Pomfrey explained. But what about the professor? Harry asked, wondering why she hadn't discovered Snape's protection last year when he had come to the infirmary. The diagnostic charm I used last year wasn't powerful enough to detect it, and I had no reason to cast the more powerful spell, Pomfrey replied. All right, but how did it get there in the first place? Severus asked, wanting to move things along. If I'm not mistaken, it is due to how many times you have been exposed to the curse over the years, Dumbledore theorized solemnly. That would explain it, Pomfrey softly agreed. It is, but I am still astounded anything would be able to combat Voldemort's Crucio, let alone one coupled with Maxima, Sprout put in. It is rather astonishing, Dumbledore agreed. Sorry, but how much does a Maxima affect a spell? Harry asked after a moment. I mean, does it double the effects or what? Pomfrey and the other professors glanced at each other before looking to the headmaster. How should they answer that? It was a valid question after all, and Harry, no matter how dark the truth, deserved to be told. Dumbledore held back a sigh, knowing it was his responsibility to answer this question. Though I have reservations about informing you of this, I feel your question deserves a very precise answer considering everything. I also admit this information may be beneficial in other ways, he said softly, his steely blue eyes meeting Harry's green. Harry nodded slowly, now wondering if he wanted to be answered. The Longbottoms, Dumbledore began, you know, were subjected to the unforgivable, but what you do not know is that their current conditions were not brought about exactly the same way. Pomfrey opened her mouth, no doubt about to question the wisdom of discussing the Longbottoms, but then decided against it. Alice Longbottom was subjected to the curse multiple times by 4 individuals for nearly half an hour, non-stop. Dumbledore's voice was void of any emotion, but the pain of stating the truth was evident in his eyes. Frank Longbottom, however, was not. He received a single, Crucio Maxima, held for nearly 15 seconds. Harry tried to stifle the sudden lump that rose in his throat, recalling how frail Mr. Longbottom had appeared in the bed, essentially comatose, while his wife aimlessly wandered the room. Words failed him at first, but Harry managed after a heavy swallow. Why did they do this? Dumbledore's eyes grew dark. Soon after Voldemort fell, a number of Death Eaters went searching for answers. These 4, Bartemius Crouch Jr. and the Lestranges, believed the Longbottoms knew what had happened to their master because they were greatly involved in the war. Harry's eyes grew wide and couldn't help but ask, did they know? Yes, but they didn't reveal anything. We know this because the Wizengamot questioned one of the Lestranges under Veritaserum. Even at the very end of their strength, the Longbottoms refused to even utter a sliver of any of their knowledge. Harry bit his lip, trying to comprehend the sacrifice the Longbottoms had made, and all for a secret that was no longer a secret, the cause of Voldemort's fall. Releasing a shuddering breath, Harry felt Professor Sprout's hand come to rest on his shoulder. They had more secrets that needed to be kept than your part in Voldemort's fall, Harry, Dumbledore stated, correctly assuming where Harry's thoughts had headed. Their unwavering defiance in the face of such cruel pain protected and saved many people, not just you. Don't allow ill-placed guilt mar their sacrifice. Harry grew still, knowing the headmaster was right. It hadn't been his fault, but it was hard not to think, if it hadn't been for me, maybe they would still be here for Neville. But then, even without Dumbledore's words, he knew such a thought was frankly idiotic. If not for him, or what had happened with him, Voldemort may have still been around for the past 10 or so years, killing and hurting countless others. Also, how could he allow himself to be distracted by pointless guilt? He should be focusing on what to do. He should be doing everything he could to honor their sacrifice. Everything he could do to prevent what had happened to the Longbottoms from ever occurring again. Filled with a new sense of resolve, Harry nodded his head, agreeing with Dumbledore as Sprout gave his shoulder a supportive squeeze. So, what shall we do now? Madame Pomfrey asked once the poignant moment had passed. If I know Mr. Potter at all, I believe he may know, Professor Snape stated, causing Harry to look up and lock eyes with him. Harry bit his lip for a second before giving a small nod and pulling up his sleeve to expose Quirrell. Dumbledore and the others looked on expectantly as Professor Snape held out his hand for Harry to take. With Quirrell around his wrist, Harry's hand clasped Snape's and his parcel magic responded to his intent. Harry stretched out his magic, images instantly coming to his mind's eye. The membrane of protective magic blanketed the professor's nerves and pockets of black curse residue lay scattered. The color of the residue caught Harry's attention, making him recall the residue he had seen the previous year had not been nearly as dark or dense, but his attention was quickly drawn elsewhere. The layer of protection was barely damaged, bearing faint cracks here and there, but this was not the most astonishing thing. It was repairing itself. Slowly, extremely slowly, the defensive film was recovering. It was remarkable. Harry, Professor Sprout asked, making him pull back and blink up at the potion master's face. It's repairing itself, Harry managed. How much damage is there? Pomfrey asked, her eyes widening at his words. Not a whole lot, but then, it's had a bit of time to recover, Harry answered. Albus, if this could be harnessed and, I don't know, turned into a vaccine of sorts, Pomfrey said after collecting herself. This was huge, after all. Unfortunately, I honestly doubt this can be as easily bottled and distributed as white magic, Severus stated. However, there may be another way. Muggles can take living tissue from one individual and place it in another. Organ transplants, Pomfrey said with a nod, though a little unnerved by the seemingly random reference. Where are you going with this, Severus? Dumbledore asked, confused but intrigued. I think, transplanting this membrane would be possible and could be comparable to bone marrow transplants in the Muggle world. Pomfrey and Harry slowly nodded, following Severus a bit more than Albus and Pomona were due to the research they had been doing to improve Harry's parcel magic and overall medical knowledge. Bone marrow transplants? Dumbledore asked. He knew what bone marrow was, but had no idea what was unique to that sort of transplant. To put it simply, for a patient who needs healthy bone marrow, usually after undergoing an intense type of therapy, a healer or doctor will remove some healthy marrow from a donor and transplant it into the patient, whose body will move it into their bones where it will then promote and facilitate healthy growth of blood cells once again, Severus explained. Severus, I'm trying to follow you, but this is a bit beyond me, Pomona said apologetically. Forgive me. What I am saying is that I believe this membrane could be transplanted, and the result would be similar to how a bone marrow transplant works, as in, only a small donation would be needed for a patient to eventually obtain the protection on their own. Because the transplanted membrane would take hold and enable the patient's own body to finish constructing it. Dumbledore asked. Severus nodded. Granted, this is just what I think. It certainly sounds possible, Pomfrey agreed as the others nodded in at least mild agreement. Mr. Potter, do you think you could copy this membrane and apply it to someone else, say yourself? Snape asked after a moment. I think so, Professor, Harry said. Severus, I'm not so sure that's a good idea. We've only just learned about its existence. What if it's unique to you because of your experiences? Sprout questioned. We have no idea of its full capabilities or if it would have any negative side effects if Harry placed it in himself, let alone anyone else. But it has some of my magic in it, Professor, Harry softly argued. Yes, but tailored specifically to repair and strengthen Professor Snape's existing protection, Sprout said. I honestly see no reason why Mr. Potter could not tailor it to himself, Severus replied. However, perhaps your caution is wise, though I do not think we should put off taking advantage of this. I'm simply saying we should not rush into anything, Sprout said gently. With the Dark Lord, we may not have the luxury of time. We must develop every advantage we have at our disposal as quickly and as best we can. Dumbledore gave a thoughtful hum. I agree with Severus. Harry, who had been looking back and forth between Snape and Sprout as they politely argued, glanced down at Quirrell, hoping for some advice. I'm in agreement with Professor Snape and the headmaster, Quirrell said quietly. Can never be too prepared. Harry nodded, not about to refute that logic as Pomfrey and the others turned their attention back to him. I'd like to try, Harry said, mentally noting it was Sunday, so today may be the best time to attempt to apply the protection. Very well then, Harry. If Madame Pomfrey okays it, you may try, here, if that's agreeable. Dumbledore said, glancing at the Medowitch, though he spared a look at Sprout as well, who gave an accepting nod. I have no arguments, especially as the Creevies are occupying the infirmary at the moment, Pomfrey said, standing up and transfiguring her chair into a recliner. I have no problem monitoring him here and, I assume, now. Dumbledore gave a nod and stood as well. Harry got up from his chair, which Sprout promptly vanished, and went to the simple recliner between Pomfrey and Snape. Dumbledore waved his wand and moved his desk back so Harry would have a bit more space, which was appreciated. Whenever you're ready, Harry, Dumbledore said, standing beside his desk as Sprout moved to the other side. All right, Harry said, looking at Snape as Quirrell lifted her head up. It should just take a moment for me to copy it from you and go from there, Professor. Severus nodded in understanding and once again held out his hand, which Harry took. I think I'll focus placing the membrane only over my left hand's nerves for now, Harry said. Just in case. I was just about to suggest that, Pomfrey said with a smile as Harry set to work. Harry soon got what he needed from Severus and quickly laid back, muttering Parseltongue under his breath as Quirrell flicked her tongue over his wrist, magic coursing through her. It was a little strange to use parcel magic on himself, as the majority of the time he only used it on others, but he felt confident in his abilities. Taking what he had copied from Snape as a template, he focused on converting a bit of his magic into it and allowing it to trickle out and coat his nerves like a skin. He started at his palm, hoping the membrane would spread out and go to the tips of his fingers and to his wrist. It was hard work, and preventing the raw magic forming the membrane from shifting about was especially difficult. Despite that though, it was going well, or at least until he felt an odd tremor pulse out from his hand and to his entire frame. Harry! Quirrell cried. And that was the last thing Harry heard before he knew something was about to go horrifyingly awry. Time seemed to freeze as words said by Professor Snape nearly a year before echoed in his mind. Things can go wrong. The words seemed to reverberate for a long moment before there was an obscure twist of something entirely insubstantial but unrelenting. His hand suddenly felt as if it was getting run over by a fat lead roller before the weight stretched out, encompassing his whole being, choking him. He felt unimaginable pressure squeezing him from all around, 10 times worse than apparition and much more disorienting than traveling by portkey. He couldn't breathe. It felt as if there was a massive cinderblock on his chest with his whale of a cousin sitting on top of it. He tried shoving the weight off with his arms, but it was no use. His arms refused to work together and he was certain they just flailed about. He tried pushing out with his magic, to stop the unbearable crushing sensation, but it was as effective as using a finger to push open a vault door. He blacked out. They immediately knew something was wrong when Coral suddenly began hissing hysterically and Harry stiffened, his face scrunching up in what they could only assume was pain. Severus' eyes shot to Pomfrey, who immediately began waving her wand over him. "What's happening, Poppy?" Sprout cried as Harry suddenly appeared to be struggling to breathe. I don't know, but the protection he had managed to make has collapsed." Sprout gasped, her eyes widening in horrified understanding. "Like a castle," she breathed. "What?" Albus asked. "He once told me the protective aspect of parcel magic is like building a castle. He had said, if you build the walls wrong, it could fall in on you. You have to place the stones correctly," she answered. Severus muttered a curse, recalling what he had read in The Art of Parcel, and concluding Sprout was right. "But this isn't," Pomfrey began, about to argue that what Harry was trying to do was healing, not protection, but then suddenly realized. How could they have been so dumb? However, before she could go off on an internal rant, Harry shot up, his eyes snapping open as he heaved in several breaths of air and groped for something to grab onto, Coral still around his wrist. Sprout hurried forward, patting his back and helping him keep his balance. "Easy there, Harry, just focus on breathing." "Coral," he managed, feeling her tighten around his wrist. "You were moving the magic too fast." "The protection collapsed," Coral stated. "I'm sorry. I realized it too late. I felt like I was being smashed," he stated, now relying on Sprout to keep him upright. "How do you feel now?" "Sore and tired, but okay, I think. Might want to let the professors know then," Coral advised. With that, Harry opened his eyes and looked up at the professors, who had edged closer around him, but not so much to actually crowd him. "I'm all right. I just tried it too fast," Harry managed. "I think there's more to it than that, Harry," Pomfrey said, lowering her wand when she found no permanent damage. "What do you mean?" Harry asked, his breathing now under control. "I think you've just attempted protective parcel magic." Harry's eyes widened at that as Coral blinked. "You know, Harry, I think she might be right." The weeks went by painfully for Severus. He had never really been one for glory, though there had been a few times in his life where he strongly desired to be recognized and rewarded. He had come to realize the spotlight was not for him. In fact, he despised it. Colin Creevey was in awe of him, and many of the other first years were as well. Actually, most of the student population was, annoyingly so. And the press. He refused to think on it. The only slightly positive thing was how attentive the students were now in potions, but that provided little solace. The staff was no help. If anything, they encouraged the hero worship. Severus suddenly had a very good idea how Harry felt and could only hope the attention would dwindle and pass away quickly. It didn't. "Really, Severus, I don't know why you are so surprised by all of this," Phileas said. They were walking down a corridor late at night. One of the few times Severus could have a respite. "I thought it would have gone away by now." "It's nearly Christmas for Merlin's sake," Severus grumbled. "You really are oblivious, aren't you? Not only did you prevent the deaths of those children, you've done something no one else has ever done before. You tricked the Dark Lord to a previously unfathomable degree, and got away with it," Phileas said, his voice slowing at the end, as if he himself could scarcely believe it. "HMPH, gotten away with it. You can be sure the Dark Lord is planning his revenge this very moment. You don't seem too bothered by it, and perhaps that is another reason why so many are impressed by you. Also, let's not forget that you'll be receiving the Order of Merlin soon." Severus didn't say anything in response to that. Instead, his thoughts went elsewhere, seeking a distraction. Phileas let him be before bidding him good night and turning off onto a side hall. Severus knew Voldemort was, as he had told Phileas, planning his revenge. He also knew, thanks to Harry's accursed scar, that Voldemort was stewing and, if Harry's interpretation was anywhere near correct, growing truly desperate. This did little to comfort Severus, as he knew how much more dangerous the monster was when he was backed into a corner. He would do something soon. He had been too quiet these past few months not to make a move. Oh, Harry could hardly believe how quickly the months had passed, though he had been pretty busy. His days had been occupied by classes, his research, and understanding and using the protective aspect of parcel magic. Placing the protection on himself was slow going, but thanks to Mr. Lee he had made more progress than he had expected to. After writing to Mr. Lee about his problem and asking if he had any books on the subject or knew any parselmouths in his area of the world, Mr. Lee pulled in a few favors and was able to send him some old notes handwritten by a deceased parselmouth. It had taken Lee some time to do this, of course, but Harry had the old documents before the middle of November. There were about 40 sheets of parchment, covered front to back with squiggles. Of course, Harry didn't see this. He saw perfectly written English. A bit slanted and awkward in some places, but still discernible. Draco and the others, however, stared at the illegible mess in confusion. Harry, can you read that? Neville asked. Of course, and it's already answered something I've been wondering about. This is going to help, loads. I can already tell, Harry answered, not looking up from the page as Greg and Vince glanced at each other. Draco and Neville blinked. It must be written in Parseltongue, Draco reasoned. Harry looked up at that. Well, I suppose that explains why I can read it, considering it was written about 100 years ago by someone who lived in India, he said after a thoughtful pause. And so Harry continued to read, study, and work. He was hopeful he would complete the protection on himself before the holidays, especially after discovering the essential part of all protections, what the notes called an anchor. In this instance, the anchor was his body's magical network, which was made up by his core and ran through his skeletal frame, rooted in his bone marrow. The book Madame Pomfrey had taken him through months before, inner core and network, went hand in hand with this and had provided the means for him to begin making some real headway. Besides his progress in parcel magic, Harry had also managed to, through Dumbledore, make contact with Dr. Price. After being told about the Longbottom's condition, he agreed to examining them if their current caretaker agreed. Neville was ecstatic and eagerly wrote to his gran about allowing Price to examine his parents. Augusta was not as open to the idea as Neville and Harry would have liked, but she had not totally blown off the suggestion. Harry suspected it was due to Dumbledore's intervention. However, despite the initial setback, Neville finally got her to cave after weeks of begging. No doubt his words of, "We owe it to them to try," reached her. Thus, sometime during the winter holidays, the Longbottoms would pay a visit to Dr. Price. Harry continued his correspondence with Sirius, and though things had not started out as one may have liked, things were relaxing now and Sirius was beginning to really feel like an uncle to Harry instead of a stranger who happened to have known his parents. The other thing that had changed was Sirius' employment status. He was now a tutor, teaching citizens who wanted to better defend themselves. Being known as a former Auror, he was not low on customers and it was easy work, at least to him. This was all well and good, and Harry was happy for him, but it now brought up the issue of Sirius' role as his godfather, specifically, where his guardianship was concerned. The healers had given him a clean bill of health, both in mind and body. Sirius was fit to care for him, and apparently had secured a nice big house along with his solid job. Though Sirius had yet to mention guardianship to him, Harry wasn't dumb. It was obvious the man was preparing the means to properly provide for him, and if things had been different. But they weren't. It made Harry's insides churn painfully at the thought of having to make a decision, assuming he was still given a choice. It just wasn't fair, and so, Harry decided to put it from his mind for now, even though in his heart he had already made his decision. Things school-wise went on as they had been before, for the most part at least. Colin Creevey was the only noticeable change or addition to the usual chaos surrounding Harry's education, attention-wise. The camera-armed boy became a common shadow, but knowing what had almost happened to his little brother, Harry endured it, especially after seeing the hero worship the boy bestowed upon Professor Snape. Better the professor than him, Harry decided. He could deal with being followed occasionally. The past months were not all cheerful and harmless, however. Off and on, Harry was plagued with odd flashing nightmares and scar pains. Though, fortunately, the moat Nicholas had set up in his mind helped muffle it all, and the fact he was doing rudimentary occlumency, basic calming exercises, helped as well. What did manage to come through didn't make any sense, and he soon forced himself to ignore it all, as trying to discern any of it only gave him a headache and distracted him from making progress in things he could control. However, the little he had been able to pull from the connection were emotions of fear, frustration, and desperation. And frankly, he was fine with that. If he had to feel anything from Voldemort, he preferred those emotions over glee, excitement, and accomplishment. Draco was honestly not looking forward to the coming holidays. He liked the security of Hogwarts, and even though he knew the Dark Lord had been injured, it did little to comfort him. He just couldn't help but worry about what may happen to his family if Voldemort decided to pay them a visit, especially after his godfather had betrayed him. By the letters from his father, it didn't sound like the Dark Lord had made much contact, but from his father's wording, he got the feeling his parents were just waiting for it. Draco wondered if they would carry out the plan he had spoken to Sev about then. Would they leave England? Would he ever see Hogwarts again? His friends? And what about Vince and Greg? In a way, their families were in the same position as his was. Did they have a plan to escape if it became necessary? If the worst were to happen, whatever that was, would they have a chance? He shook himself. He couldn't let himself think like that. And as loath as he was to admit it, he wasn't an adult, and should he try to ask Greg and Vince if they had a plan, it very well might undermine any plans their parents may have already made. After all, such plans were best kept secret, and encouraging them to look into what their family's arrangements entailed would be detrimental and dangerous. Even Draco himself did not know exactly what his parents and godfather had set up, only that a plan existed, and he knew that was for the best. And so, Draco found himself hoping his friend's parents had some contingency plans like his family did. The winter holidays finally arrived, and for many students the break was long overdue. "So what are your plans?" Draco asked them on their way to King's Cross Station. In the compartment, there was Harry, Neville, Draco, Vincent, and Gregory. They had already purchased a bit of candy and were about to open another round of chocolate frogs. "Gran is going to meet with Dr. Price this week and she's already scheduled an appointment for my parents with him," he answered, utterly bubbly. There was no other word for it. "Happy for you, mate," Greg said as the others added their own congratulations. "I'm so glad Gran listened. You know, at first, I thought she would never agree." "Why wouldn't she though? I mean, sure, they're Muggle healers, but isn't it worth giving them a shot?" Vince asked. "I honestly don't blame her," Draco defended. "I would have been doubtful too. After all, how many times have healers promised a certain treatment would help, only for it to fail?" Neville grew solemn. "Many times. I think Price will be able to help," Harry said, not wanting Neville to get depressed. "I mean, he'll at least be able to get a closer look at the problem, and that'll be more than the healers have been able to do." Neville nodded, hope returning. "So, ready for that award ceremony, Order of Merlin recipient?" Draco teased. Harry sighed. "It's not like I really have a choice whether I am or not. I doubt they're going to let me miss it." "Well, at least Professor Snape will be getting it too," Neville said. "You think he'll let me hide behind him?" Harry asked jokingly. "For the most part." The others laughed. "I don't think it'll be all that bad, Harry. I bet there will be cake and stuff," Quirrell said, before adding happily, "they'll probably even have some mice for me." No doubt Harry deadpanned as King's Cross came into view. Severus wasn't sure if he was relieved or annoyed that the break had finally arrived. Opening his closet, he looked at his formal robes, glaring at them in contempt, as if it was their fault he would be going to the ministry later that break to receive his Order of Merlin. It was strange. In the original timeline, he would have given anything to receive such an honor, but now it seemed like such a waste of time for some reason. Of course, it wasn't as if he thought what he had done for the werewolves was pointless, or that his work in general was not something he should take pride in. It was just after so much time of having gone unappreciated, at least where the general public was concerned, finally receiving recognition felt so unimportant to him. Perhaps it was having experienced what he had in the future, when the desire for praise went by the wayside and survival became paramount. He shook his head. Well, at least he would not be the only one receiving the Order of Merlin, and he couldn't help but feel it fitting that he would be sharing the honor with Harry. He closed the closet door and went to his living room chamber, wondering how this break would go for the boy. Severus was certain Harry would enjoy Christmas with the Flamels, but he was honestly a little concerned about Black. According to Albus, the healers had cleared Black, and the Ministry's Child Welfare Service had approved his request to apply for Harry's guardianship. The headmaster had tried to convince Black patience was needed in this instance, not to mention a bit more consideration for Harry's feelings, but the man hadn't listened. When did he ever? Frankly, things were moving a bit too fast for Severus' liking, but there was nothing he could do about it. He only hoped Black's initiative wouldn't cause any setbacks for Harry. The last thing he needed was Black drama on top of everything else. Things usually went south pretty quickly when such, well, stupid impulsiveness took place. Severus sat down, allowing his mind to wander to his former future. Things had just begun to get serious, and in a deadly sort of way. The summer break before Harry's 6th year had nearly ended, and the Ministry had finally realized Voldemort and his followers were not going to simply disappear if they ignored them. To make things even more interesting, Black was being difficult. Why does he have to teach him? Black asked Dumbledore. They were at headquarters, and most of the upper ring of the Order were present: Mad-Eye, Remus, Arthur, himself, and of course Black and Dumbledore. I feel it prudent Harry be taught how Death Eaters fight by someone who has the most experience in such things, Dumbledore calmly answered. We've all fought them and have been fighting them for years, a few of us here for even longer than him. I could teach Harry, no doubt even better. No, Severus must teach him. Well, if Severus' instruction is so great, why not have him give all of us a lesson? Black argued sarcastically. That could be arranged, I suppose, but I doubt it would do any good, Severus cut in. Oh, and why is that? It would be like trying to teach an old, deaf, and blind dog new tricks. Severus, Dumbledore warned, simply to prevent curses from being exchanged. That still doesn't answer my question of why someone else can't teach my godson, Black said furiously, barely keeping control of himself as Dumbledore gave him the, "Don't do anything foolish" look. You all, save the headmaster, fight like Aurors, Severus stated simply. So, what's wrong with that? Black asked defensively. Potter not only needs to know how to defend himself, but win. Being taught to fight like an Auror will not do that. Mad-Eye grunted. Aurors have defeated plenty of Death Eaters. Black shouted. But not permanently. Dumbledore, you mean to have Snivellus turn my godson into a murderer? Black roared. Black, you're an idiot, Severus said lazily as Black turned toward him and moved to charge. Fortunately or unfortunately in Snape's opinion he was restrained by Remus. Gentlemen, please, Dumbledore stated, now losing a bit of his famous patience. Sirius, I trust Severus to instruct Harry in all he needs to fight and survive, and while we all wish it was not necessary, it is. Should the worst happen, Harry must be able to hold his own against any opponent, even Voldemort. He cannot do that with conventional methods. Then why don't you teach him? Black shot back. You're the only one here who has a chance against Voldemort. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to teach him my style of fighting. I had nearly a decade to fine-tune it before I needed to use it in real combat. Harry does not have that time. So you're just going to hand him over to the Death Eater to learn how to throw AKs around? Black asked incredulously. I sincerely doubt Potter is capable of such magic, Severus sneered, though his tone was more to annoy Black than to express any negative attitude about Harry. By now, Severus had begun to realize his feud with James Potter was better left as dead as the man. There were more important things to focus on. Would you stop baiting him? Remus asked, surprisingly cutting in before Dumbledore could. I was merely stating a fact. Potter's strength is not in brute force, as his style in Quidditch can attest to, but in something you, Black, completely lack. Severus. Dumbledore chided, even as the potion's master continued. Finesse. Now, that's not to say the boy doesn't have moments of supreme stupidity, but I can teach him to deny the genetic impulse. And do what instead? Black asked, still restrained by Remus. Think as he fights. To get in the head of his opponent, to read his opponent, to bring them exactly where he wants them to enable his escape or his victory. You've given this a lot of thought, Arthur stated, speaking up for the first time. I take this task very seriously, no matter anyone's misgivings regarding my appointment. I will not allow myself to fail in it." Severus closed his eyes, his past words echoing in his ears, his vow still permeating with his reason for living. He sighed, recalling what had happened later that same year, when everything began to deteriorate. The ministry had decided to run a morale-boosting campaign in which they held a Christmas party in the atrium. Of course, Harry, Dumbledore, and many others were invited, and due to some annoying coercion, such as public pressure, and the fact many people wanted to experience something positive for a change, the ministry got their wish. Unfortunately, it was exactly the sort of gathering the Dark Lord had been waiting for, and even worse, Voldemort had waited until the hour of the event to share his plan with his Death Eaters, far too late for Severus to send any kind of warning. In mere moments, the atrium was under siege and death was heavy in the air. The minister was killed by Bellatrix within the first few seconds, and over half the party guests fell to a plethora of curses from other Death Eaters soon after. But that was only the beginning. Voldemort set his eyes on Harry as Dumbledore called for order reinforcements through Fawkes, a move more to assist in evacuating survivors than turning the tide of the battle. Harry wisely began using his training, but a few months of instruction, no matter how intense, had nothing on the years of real combat experience his opponents had. However, he made up for it in desperation and, what Severus called, finesse. Along with grasping the mental side of combat, Severus wanted Harry to be erratic and completely unpredictable in his movements because, according to Snape, Harry's inexperience was a horrible handicap that could only be countered by a spontaneous style of combat. Harry had personally felt like a ballerina during those lessons, but after weeks of coping with Severus' merciless training, he came to accept that it was better to resemble a high-tiptoeing lunatic than be dead. Thus, due to this training, it didn't take long for Harry to be the only non-Death Eater still standing in his immediate vicinity. "Ah, quick on your feet, I see," Voldemort said as Harry dodged 2 spells and blocked a 3rd. "Yeah, so," Harry shouted in reply to be heard over the chaos. "You fight like a frightened squirrel, Harry Potter," Voldemort stated, moving forward as the nearby Death Eaters focused on playing with lingering survivors. Dumbledore was across the atrium, keeping the last fireplace that was still in working order open. Finally, Order members began pouring through it and focused on reaching those still alive while defending their only escape route. Harry was on his own. "And you fight like an old man, Tom Riddle," Harry stated. Voldemort gave a laugh that sounded more like a bark, but it was clear that he was annoyed. "Ever the bold Gryffindor, ever the Dark Lord afraid of death," Voldemort replied with a dark curse. Harry dived behind a fallen table and rolled back to his feet, wand raised. Severus could only watch their exchange from a distance as he covertly brought down less experienced and less observant Death Eaters around him as he played his part of horrible Death Eater. He found himself praying Harry had enough finesse to stay alive for Dumbledore to get to him. Unfortunately, Dumbledore was still occupied, as Voldemort had tasked over a dozen Death Eaters to focus on the headmaster, and though it wouldn't work for long, it would be long enough. "Harry." Severus turned and was dismayed by the appearance of Sirius Black, practically bulldozing his way to his godson. The potion's master had to give it to Black, he was certainly devoted. But stupid. Harry whipped around, but wisely did not completely show his back to the Dark Lord as Black continued forward, taking out adjacent Death Eaters, undaunted. Severus saw it before it happened, and he instinctively knew one of the Gryffindors was likely about to die, for a perfect line could be drawn with Voldemort on one end, Black at the other, and Harry in the center. With Severus training, Harry noticed it as well, but a moment too late. With a triumphant smirk, Voldemort roared, "Avada Kedavra." Just as Harry rolled aside and cried, "Sirius, move." Sirius Black did move, but not in a good way. He fell back, struck in the chest by the bolt of green. Despite the horribleness of the moment, Severus couldn't help but feel a surge of pride as Harry reacted. Far from caving into shock or despair, Harry immediately attacked with a ferocity and a steadiness that was frankly a marvel to behold. Although Voldemort parried and blocked each one of his curses, it was clear in the Dark Lord's expression and posture that Harry had just earned some of his respect. "Sorry about your godfather, Harry. He was your godfather, right?" Voldemort taunted as Harry continued to unleash his anger. "I was aiming for you, not him." Riddle. The voice could have cut through stone, but it did something even more impressive. Voldemort visibly started, turning his attention to the only man he ever feared while unintentionally allowing a single spell of Harry's to strike him in the arm. It was a glancing blow, but the fact anyone had been able to land any sort of blow on his person was apparently quite traumatizing for Tom Riddle. With a sliced, bloody sleeve, Voldemort unleashed a torrent of fiendfire as Dumbledore summoned Harry away with a powerful yank of magic, leaving the area around Voldemort to the mercy of the flames. Dot. Severus sighed, knowing he would never forget the anguish on Harry's face that day, as he forced himself to think about something else. Neville was out of his comfort zone, not that that was anything really new, but being in a Muggle hospital certainly was. His parents had just been taken by Dr. Price for their MRIs and examinations, leaving his grandmother and himself alone in the waiting room. He glanced over at Gran, who was staring at the far wall. She seemed to be doing well enough, but he figured that had as much to do with Dumbledore being so open about his own experience with Dr. Price's her own personal strength. Suddenly, the door opened and in stepped Albus Dumbledore, closely followed by Harry. "I apologize for being late, Augusta," Dumbledore said as Harry joined Neville, who was a few chairs over from his Gran. "Quite all right. We've just been waiting anyway," she said. While they continued to talk, Neville turned to Harry. "Thanks for coming, Harry. I'm glad your caretakers let you," he began. "No problem, Neville, and actually, I'm sort of glad to be out," he admitted. Neville frowned, concerned for his friend. "Need some space from your caretakers?" Harry blinked, before realizing how his statement had sounded. "No, nothing like that. We're getting along fine, it's just that well, the ministry's adoption board has been called, and soon a permanent guardian will be chosen for me. My caretakers have applied, of course, but so have a few others. And you don't want to leave those you're with now," Neville correctly concluded. "Yeah, I want to stay with them, but you see, one of the other people who has applied is my godfather." Neville's eyes widened. "Yeah, I can see how that complicates things. It gets a bit worse. My godfather is the one who is moving all of this along. My caretakers expect the board to have decided by the end of this week because of how hard he's pushing. Dang, that doesn't give the board much time to really look over things and stuff, does it?" "No, but I've sent them a letter through Dumbledore, because they look at what the adoptee wants too, fortunately." "So you told them what you want," Neville said, approvingly. "Yeah, what's the real problem?" Neville asked after a moment. "Serious. He didn't even write to me about wanting to adopt me before starting all of this. And though I suppose I could write him now and ask him about it, I don't know what to say. I feel like I should have learned he had applied through him, not me, my caretakers," Harry said, correcting himself at the end. Neville understood the need for secrecy, though he couldn't help but be curious. He hoped he would learn who these people were who Harry had grown so attached to soon. Well, I'm sure he meant well. Maybe he wanted it to be a surprise. Neville suggested gently. "It's not a very good one," Harry mumbled. "I agree, but sometimes adults can be stupid." Harry nodded. "Quirrell agrees with you." Neville beamed. "Then I must be right." Harry smirked, feeling better. "So, how is your Gran taking things?" Harry asked, changing the topic as he glanced over to where Dumbledore was quietly speaking with Augusta. "I can't really tell, to be honest. She's been very quiet, but I think she's all right. I just hope Price has good news." Harry nodded, privately recalling the things he had seen when he had examined Alice Longbottom. He hoped they would be able to do something for them. A few minutes later, the side door opened and Dr. Price stepped out. After introducing Harry to him, he led them to his office. Augusta had agreed to have Harry and Dumbledore there for the discussion, which was no surprise as Harry would be working alongside Price to hopefully help the Longbottoms. After getting settled, Price sat behind his desk and pulled out a folder. "I've examined their blood work, MRIs, and overall examinations. There are some treatments we can try, but let me explain my findings before discussing our options," Price said, his voice calm and reassuring. He glanced at Harry, no doubt still finding it difficult to believe a boy would be of much help, but he was open-minded. He sort of had to be in his line of work. "Their blood tests have come back relatively normal. There are some hormonal imbalances, but that is to be expected, considering the trauma," and we can correct that through medication," he said, opening the folder. As for the trauma itself, we chose to do a full-body scan in our MRI, as it shows tissues more clearly than the CT scanner. He took out a stack of images and laid them out on the desk in front of them before looking to Harry. "I understand you receive mental images of people you examine." "Yes, sir," Harry said, his eyes glancing down at the MRI images. He easily recognized the images, and he could already see where clusters of scar tissue were. "I hope by combining our resources, we will better understand their condition and what we can do to help them," Price said, before pointing to the first image, which was of Alice's spinal cord. For over 30 minutes, Price outlined what he was able to determine, which wasn't all that good, but at least they had a better view of the problems. Of the issues, both Alice and Frank had extensive nerve damage over their entire bodies, which was no surprise, and clusters of scarred tissue within their brains, Frank more so than Alice. "What can we do?" Augusta asked, her voice devoid of emotion. Harry decided she was choosing to go all business-like to fight back her emotions. Taking care of brain scarred tissue is the priority. As long as scarred tissue is present there, their recovery will be seriously hampered. Now, we could go in surgically to physically remove several of the pockets. We wouldn't be able to remove them all, due to location of course, but I believe we could remove enough to possibly enable noticeable improvement. As it is now, the scarred tissue is preventing nerve communication, Price explained. So physically removing them through surgery is the only option you know of? Dumbledore asked. Yes, but there is also an experimental method we can use alongside it. It involves nanotechnology. After we remove the scarred tissue, we also cut into the healthy tissue just beyond it and inject a fluid that encourages connection growth. The treatment is still extremely new and in the trial stage, but it looks very promising. If we chose to do that, how long would it take to see an improvement? Augusta asked. It depends on how quickly healing takes place and whether or not there are complications, but if all goes well, I would say a month or so, Price speculated. What if I helped the healing along? Harry asked. Price slowly nodded. That could help speed things along, he said, glancing at Albus. Mr. Dumbledore told me you had helped him a bit. With the bruising, I believe it was you told him. Yeah, I could see where you had gone in, and where you had cut and removed the bone fragments. So I took care of the swelling the surgery caused. Do you think you could do anything about scar tissue? Price asked pensively. Well, in the professor, I think so, but in the Longbottoms. He trailed off, glancing at Neville. I guess it depends on whether or not they're curse scars, or not. Curse scars. For some reason, I can't dissolve them like I can normal scars. I think the residue from the curse or something gets in the way. Maybe. I honestly don't know why, Harry admitted. Is there a way for you to tell if a scar is a cursed one or not? I suppose I could just try dissolving it, but doing that to scarred tissue in a brain doesn't seem like a good idea, sir. We would take the necessary precautions, assuming Madame Longbottom agreed, Price said, looking to Augusta who gave a nod of consent. And we would have you only dissolve a few pockets at a time, especially as I have no idea how their bodies would react to it. What happens to the dissolved scarred tissue in those you've treated? Well, if it's a relatively fresh scar, I can use it to help heal the nearby tissue and fill in the bit the scar had taken up, but for older ones, it just fades into nothing. Leaving a void. It just disappears. Harry nodded. Price frowned. That could complicate things if the internal pressure is affected, however, that could be handled with a shunt, Price mused to himself. Assuming the scarring is dissolvable. Doctor, Augusta inquired. A shunt. A drainage tube. Normally, it helps prevent the buildup of pressure in the brain by allowing fluid to exit. In this case, however, we would need to allow fluid to go in. I believe I could do the alterations without an issue. Very well. When can you begin? She asked. Price blinked. Well, today if you wish. Though I would normally discuss treatment options with my peers, I doubt they would take curse scars into consideration, being muggles not privy to the existence of magic and such. Thank you, Doctor, Augusta said. My son and his wife have waited long enough. Price slowly nodded before looking to Harry. Are you up to trying this today, Mr. Potter? Yes, sir. It's why I'm here. If I can help, I'd like to, he said. All right. I'll begin getting things ready, though it'll take a few hours. With that, they stood up, and Price led them to a room where Neville's parents were being cared for. That afternoon, with IVs, monitor wires, and slightly altered shunts in place, Alice and Frank lay unconscious in an operating room, prepped and ready for what was hoped to be the beginning of their recovery. Dumbledore and Neville were in the waiting room, while Augusta had insisted on being present during the procedure. Considering the situation, Price allowed it, but asked her to remain at the far wall, out of the way. There was only so much room, after all, and if something happened, he and the other professionals present would need to be able to move unhindered. For this reason also, Harry was given explicit instructions to move aside if Dr. Price said so. Needing to keep the place sterile, Harry and Augusta were in the appropriate attire, green scrubs, and Coral had been thoroughly cleaned, much to her annoyance. "I keep myself quite clean, thank you," she hissed. "Have I ever had a stench? Are my scales ever anything other than pristine?" She shivered. "Now I have soap scum between them. How is that sterile?" Petting her head apologetically, Harry glanced at the people in the room. They were part of Price's team, and had all been cleared by the Ministry to know of magic. After what had happened to Dumbledore, the Ministry had accepted that having a Muggle medical team available was wise. "Whenever you're ready, Harry," Price said gently. Harry bit his bottom lip and nodded, before stepping beside Frank Longbottom's bed. "I'm going to examine him first, to see how much scarring he has," Harry said, before doing just that, coral around his wrist. He didn't find anything the MRI hadn't. "All right, I'm going to start near the shunt," he said, focusing his magic and hissing under his breath. Very little of the scarred tissue dissolved, the rest remained stubbornly in place. "A lot of it is cursed scar tissue," he said as he moved on, carefully testing sections as he went, and finding, unfortunately, much of it was impervious to his magic. "At least now we know," Price said gently. "Just do what you can. His vitals are still solid." Harry moved down to Frank's neck, dissolving what he could, silently annoyed with himself for not being able to do more. Finally, after the spine, he moved to the man's hands, and then his legs and feet. If he had to guess, he would say he only removed 10% of the scarring. "That's all I can do," Harry said, before moving on to Alice. Starting as he had with Frank, Harry began his work, all the while Augusta, Price and his team watched in silence. It was like night and day. Though there were still clusters of scarring he couldn't remove, there were many others he could, so much so Coral had to give his wrist a squeeze in warning, telling him he needed to slow down. He did so, smiling brightly as he moved on to the next pocket and then the next. As he went on, he began to realize why Alice's condition was so different from Frank's. Unlike Frank, she had been cursed multiple times, off and on, over an extended period. He knew what the cruciatus did to the victim, often causing them to thrash around uncontrollably. This was why Alice had more natural scar tissue. She had suffered from as much, if not more, physical trauma as she had magical trauma. Finally, Harry finished, his hands tingling from the extended use of magic. He found himself being guided back into a chair. "All right there, lad?" Price asked. Harry nodded, suddenly realizing his brow was covered in sweat and he was a little short of breath. "I'll schedule another set of MRIs for them," Price said. "And from there we will take the next step." Harry looked up, finding Augusta focused on him. He wasn't sure, but he could have sworn she had given him a smile. Remus closed his eyes. The past few days had been particularly trying and he didn't know what to do, as he had been unable to get through to Sirius and now there was no turning back for the man. Remus had tried to convince him he was moving things along too quickly and that he should at least bring up the matter of adoption with Harry before going through with the application process. But he hadn't listened, and now he feared Sirius had ruined any chance of developing a real relationship with his godson. Sirius had pushed for a decision to be made quickly and with as little outside interference as possible, meaning no press, for which Remus was grateful for, but surely this decision deserved more time to be made. However, for good or ill, Dumbledore had offered to act as messenger, no doubt realizing the bullheaded Gryffindor would not be changing his mind and it would be best to focus on hopefully minimizing the damage. He knew it was frustrating for Sirius, not knowing who was caring for Harry, but he wished the man had a bit more patience. He knew the letters to him from Harry had improved and had lost much of the awkwardness they had had before, but that by no means meant the boy was ready for Sirius to formally adopt him. But Sirius didn't see it that way, and though Remus could sympathize, he knew Harry better than his friend. Harry would not go along with this, especially after having lived with the mysterious caretakers for much of the past summer. Being the defense professor, Remus could see Harry enjoyed his time with them simply by how he acted after returning from summer break. Whoever these people were, they were certainly good for Harry and made him feel as a child should. Loved and cared for. He heard Sirius enter the room and begin pacing in front of the fireplace impatiently. "When do you think he'll arrive?" he asked. Very soon, Dumbledore would be coming through the fireplace to inform them of the adoption board's decision. "As soon as he can," Remus replied tiredly. "I really wish you hadn't. Remus, he's my godson. I should be the one taking care of him, not strangers," Sirius stated firmly. "Whoever they are, they're not strangers to him," Remus argued. He had never even known them before the summer. Sirius nearly shouted. "He hadn't known you either." That silenced Sirius. Fortunately, before things could get any more strained between them, the fireplace flared green, and Albus stepped out. Sirius turned toward the headmaster, hope in his eyes. Remus stood up. Albus motioned them to sit before taking the seat beside the fireplace. Remus sat back down, but Sirius ignored the silent request. "Well?" he asked. Remus noticed an envelope in Albus' old hands and wondered if Sirius had spotted it, though he doubted it. "Sirius, I am sorry, but the Ministry, after carefully considering many aspects of Harry's situation and hearing the boy's unfiltered wishes, has decided he is to remain with his current caretakers, and in fact, they are now his permanent guardians," Dumbledore answered as gently as he could while laying it all out in only a few breaths. Like a band-aid. Sirius gaped like a fish, and Remus' heart went out to him, but it was not like he hadn't warned him. Sirius, like so many times in the past, had placed blinders on himself. He had focused so hard on making what he imagined a reality that he had refused to even consider that his attempts may fail and have undesirable consequences. Perhaps it was the years in Azkaban, but it seemed to Remus that, sound mind or not, his friend had never really grown up. But how can that be their decision? Sirius managed, now sitting down. "Sirius, the adoption board takes the child's wishes to heart, and so should you," Albus stated, before handing Sirius the envelope and taking a slow step back. "I need not tell you that you have pushed too hard and have ignored sound advice, so I will just say I hope you have not completely lost what you have so desperately pursued." Sirius looked down, his thumb passing over the end of his name that had been handwritten on the outside of the envelope. "Thank you, Albus," Remus said, seeing as Sirius was beyond words. Albus gave them a parting nod before disappearing into the flames of the flow. Sirius flipped the envelope over and pulled out the bit of parchment before unfolding it. "What is it?" "A record of the decision," Remus asked softly. With his hand shaking slightly, Sirius shook his head no. Remus moved and sat beside him, looking over his arm to peer at the scrawled words he instantly recognized. "Dear Mr. Black, although I was told writing this letter was unnecessary, I felt I should." Remus internally blanched at reading, "Mr. Black. Oh, Sirius, you fool." "I can't say I was all that surprised when I was told a board had been called to select a permanent guardian for me earlier this week. I had been expecting something of the sort for some time now, to be honest, though I had thought you would write to me about it before things got so serious. But I guess I was wrong. I'm not mad, and I can't even say I'm all that upset, just." Remus, heart clenched, seeing how Harry had clearly struggled with putting his feelings into words from the fat blots of ink marring the page. The sentence was left unfinished. He glanced up at Sirius, finding the man near tears. He frankly felt little pity for him just then, and looked back to the page. "Well, I just wanted to let you know that my choice ultimately wouldn't have changed even if things had been done differently. I thought you would want to know that. Your godson, Harry J. Potter." Though it was clear to Remus that Harry's guardian, or guardians, had likely given him some suggestions in how to phrase certain parts of the letter, the message itself remained Harry's alone. Remus swallowed the lump in his throat as Sirius dropped the parchment. "I'm such an idiot," he whispered, head in his hands. Remus couldn't help but silently agree. Draco entered the Ministry's huge dining hall alongside his parents. In his best robes, his eyes took in the place before him. He had been to many parties and dinners, of course, but never one so exquisite, or well guarded. Just outside the hall, oars could be seen throughout. Granted, with the Dark Lord, and the ministry playing host to so many foreign dignitaries, it was no surprise. Within the massive dining chamber, there were already nearly 100 people, talking in clusters of 5 or more while waiting for the momentous function to officially begin, which would be when the men, or rather man and boy, of honor arrived. He recognized several prominent members of society, including many who were on the board with his father, members of the Wizengamot, and important family heads. However, there were many more he did not recognize, and whose attire suggested they were not part of the ministry, or England for that matter. Going further in the room, his father led them toward the front area. The ceiling was decorated with silk ribbons and floating crystals, while the room itself was full of richly clad, round tables surrounded by ornately dressed guests. Draco focused on the tables themselves. Each table had 20 placements, and on each center plate was a slip of parchment with a name and, occasionally, their title or occupation. Draco also noticed that 2 of the front tables, which were just below the platform where the awards would be given, each had a unique chair that seemed fit for royalty. "Draco, you will be here," his father said, motioning to the table to their right, which happened to be one with a fancy chair. "Your mother and I will be seated at that table over there." Draco looked where his father indicated, wondering why they had been separated. "We will be seated with Severus, while you will be with Mr. Potter," his father blandly explained before leaning over him. "I need not tell you your actions will be under intense scrutiny. Do not embarrass the Malfoy name." "Yes, father," Draco said obediently, looking back to his own table and finding his seat was beside the elaborate chair. It didn't take him long to realize it was Harry's chair, especially when he spotted the over-the-top seating card. Harry J. Potter. The boy who lived. Order of Merlin, First Class. Parselmouth, an expert user of parcel magic. It was surrounded by a thick, pulsating, golden border, and the ink was charmed to sparkle without pause. It was absolutely nauseating. Certain Harry wouldn't really like his card. Draco fought back a snort as his parents moved away, heading toward a few adults who were congregating near their own table. Deciding to keep himself occupied, Draco took a moment to see who else was at his table. He found Neville was on Harry's right, before continuing around, reading. Andy Huffle, first werewolf cured. Mr. Jake Huffle, father of Andy Huffle. Professor Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, herbology professor. Mr. Walter McCaffrey, first adult werewolf cured. Healer Hippocrates Smethwick, healer in charge over Di Llewellyn Ward. Healer Timothy Chekhov, elder researcher of magical ailments and curses. Mr. Lee V. Kwan, former werewolf, member of the International Confederation of Wizards, representative of Vietnam. Ms. Rita Skeeter, reporter for the Daily Prophet. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. Ms. Dolores Umbridge, Special Assistant to the Minister of Magic. Mr. Amos Diggory, Head of the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures Department. Mrs. Abelie Kenyina, Researcher of Obscure Magics. Mr. Bartemius Crouch Sr., Head of the International Magical Cooperation Department. Mrs. Emmy Vilmeyer, Reporter for Magical World Press. Mrs. Griselda Marchbanks, Head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, Elder of the Wizengamot. Ticket winner, seat new. 18. Ignoring the ticket winner placeholder, Draco blinked, now really understanding why his father had been so firm with him. These people were seriously important. The other 2 seats were of course reserved for Goyle and himself. A few minutes later, he was fortunately joined by Greg and Neville, their guardians heading off to different tables before anyone else joined him near his table. "Hey, Draco, been here long?" Greg asked. "Not too long," Draco said, giving a nod to Neville before looking beyond them. Professor Sprout, Amos Diggory, and a few of the other adults had arrived. "Care to take your seats, boys?" Amos kindly asked. "I believe things will start shortly." Not needing to be told twice, they took their places, feeling a little awkward about being so close to the large, gaudy chair reserved for Harry. However, before things could get too uncomfortable, the tables all filled, or nearly, and every eye turned to the platform, the minister stepping up to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming to this momentous occasion. As Minister of Magic, I am thrilled to host this award ceremony for two extraordinary individuals, Severus Snape and Harry Potter, Fudge announced. Albus Dumbledore was standing beside him, wearing a golden medallion, clearly his own Order of Merlin medal, over the most intense robes Draco had ever seen. Draco had to give it to the headmaster. He could look quite impressive and intimidating when he wanted to be. Next to the headmaster was a row of important dignitaries, eagerly waiting to shake the hands of the newest Order of Merlin recipients. Most of them looked rather foolish, to be honest. Draco wondered if it was a requirement to appear so flippant to become a politician, no matter nationality. Suddenly realizing he had missed the rest of Fudge's speech, Draco refocused as everyone suddenly stood up, turning to where the minister had just waved his arm. Professor Snape and Harry walked out, looking very sharp and powerful, before Fudge motioned the place to sit once more so everyone could see the most awaited part of the ceremony. In layered dress robes, bordered by white and green embroidery, Snape shook hands and received the award first, bowing slightly for the headmaster to hang the medal around his neck as the place roared with applause. After accepting the customary words of praise and congratulations, Severus stepped aside and waited for Harry to come up next. Wearing black and gold robes, lined with thin red needlework, Harry went forward, receiving a slightly louder applause than the potion's master. As he walked, he kept his left arm bent and against his side. Upon closer inspection, Draco could make out coral wrapped around his arm in clear view. It was fun to watch the dignitaries' reactions to her as they shook Harry's right hand. One lady looked as if she might faint, especially when Coral shifted up a bit. Another looked intrigued, staring at Coral and barely giving Harry a glance. Finally, Harry too received the medal and stood beside Severus to get their pictures taken for the press. Draco could hear Rita Skeeter's quill scratching away behind him. He hoped the other reporters in the room would write better than she no doubt would. What had father called her? He wondered. A vicious witch with a destructive quill. Fudge went back to the podium and said some stuff Draco didn't really care about, save for the part that dinner would begin shortly before Severus and Harry stepped off the platform and made their way to their tables, followed by the rest who'd been up there. Draco could tell Harry was a little nervous as he took his place while everyone at the table stood up once again out of respect. "Allow me to make the introductions, Mr. Potter," the minister said, hurrying to his place directly across from Harry at the table. "I must say, you make me proud to be minister. To serve such an amazing young citizen." Fudge gushed as they all sat. "Thank you, minister," Harry answered politely, his eyes pausing slightly at the parchment on his plate. Draco wasn't sure which Harry was likely more annoyed with, his name card or the minister. The minister made the round of introductions, though he struggled at the last individual. A red-haired man who had taken the ticket winner seat new, 18 feet spot. "And Mr. he strained. Mr. Weatherby." "Actually, minister, it's Weasley, Arthur Weasley," the man gently corrected. "Ah, of course, my apologies," the minister quickly smoothed over. "You won the seat drawing, due to an unfortunate last-minute cancellation." "Yes, sir. I feel quite privileged," he said, before turning to Harry. "Please allow me to thank you on behalf of my family, Mr. Potter. Although we never personally encountered werewolves, my wife and I can now sleep more peacefully, knowing there is one less danger in the world facing our children." "You're welcome, sir," Harry answered, not knowing what else to say. The food appeared a moment later, and Draco took the opportunity to get Harry's attention before anyone else could. "Harry, my father wanted me to tell you the Crobs were not able to make it tonight because Vince and his father caught a nasty bout of wizard's flu and Mrs. Crabbe remained home to care for them," Draco said. "Oh, I hope they feel better soon then," Harry said, glancing at Mr. Weasley and putting together who the last-minute cancellation involved. "Mr. Potter, I understand you have been working with Madame Pomfrey for some time, improving your parcel magic?" Smethwick asked. "Yes, sir," Harry said, not surprised by the man's knowledge. Everyone at school knew he worked in the infirmary on the weekends, after all. "Have you progressed in other healing areas yet?" he asked, many around the table visibly becoming eager to hear his answer. "Well, yeah, a bit," Harry admitted. "She's been helping me with reconstructive healing, mostly where scars are concerned." Healer Smethwick was clearly intrigued, while healer Chekhov and Mrs. Abelikanina, the researcher of obscure magics, were clearly itching to shoot more in-depth questions. My, Harry, quite ambitious, Skeeter said before anyone else could speak up. May I call you Harry? She asked, though she didn't give him a chance to answer. Is your desire to cure scars because of the one you bear on your forehead? Only his father's words echoing in his ears prevented Draco from speaking up, not that he would have had the opportunity to, as Professor Sprout shifted forward. Ms. Skeeter, trust me when I say such questions, at least phrased in that way, will win you no favors with him or his friends, and Mr. Potter has many friends, Professor Sprout stated, a slight warning in her voice. Draco was suddenly reminded that the Hufflepuff mascot was a badger. Harry couldn't help but be touched by Professor Sprout's defense of him. And he was once again reminded of why he was grateful to be a Hufflepuff. Pardon my question then, Harry, Skeeter said, barely keeping her voice level. Harry gave her a forgiving nod, deciding a silent response was best in this instance. The Flamels had warned him about her, and he wasn't about to let things get out of hand if he could prevent it. With that in mind, he decided to throw Skeeter a sort of peace offering as he looked back to healer Smethwick. When people first learned what I could do, they asked me if I could heal scars or grow back limbs. Since then, I've been curious about finding out. I honestly never really thought about healing my own scars. They've either always been a part of me. He motioned to his forehead, or something I'm happy to live with. He rolled up his sleeve, fully revealing coral and a portion of the scar on his hand and wrist partially covered by her vibrant coils. Harry glanced at Skeeter, meeting her eyes for a brief moment. She blinked and gave a barely noticeable nod. There. He hadn't needed to do that, and she knew it. He did it because he wanted to. So, Mr. Potter. Harry turned toward Andy, who promptly blushed when he had Harry's attention. Yeah, Andy. Not that I want you to, but you could heal my scar now. He asked, glancing down at his arm a werewolf had bitten the previous year. Harry couldn't restrain a sigh. Unfortunately, for right now, cursed scars are still impossible for me to heal. I don't understand them well enough yet for me to manipulate my magic in the way that's needed. Or at least that's what Madame Pomfrey believes. Some believe, including myself, that curses affect the physical part of the body as much as the individual's magic, Mrs. Abelikanina said. It's just a theory, but this seems to support it. Harry blinked. Could you tell me more about this theory? He asked, immediately thinking of Neville's parents, just as Neville was. Of course, I would be happy to. As interesting as this is, I fear much of this is over most of our heads, Crouch Sr. interrupted apologetically, ever the diplomat. Harry and those who had been following paused and slowly nodded, feeling a little bad about leaving the majority of the table out of the conversation. I will send you an all with my notes later, if you wish, Mr. Potter, Kanina said after a moment. Thanks, it would be a big help to me, Harry said. Well, Cedric tells me you are often quite busy at school. How do you keep up with everything, Mr. Potter? Amos Diggory asked. It's quite amazing for a boy your age. I suppose part of it is because, before Hogwarts, I was always busy. I'm used to it. The only difference now is what I'm busy with, Harry said with a shrug. What sorts of things were you busy with before Hogwarts? Madame Marshbanks asked, curious. Chores and school mostly, Harry said evasively, suddenly wishing someone would change the subject. Fortunately, Mr. Weasley unknowingly came to his rescue. Oh, forgive me for this question, but I've always been curious, and as you grew up in the Muggle world, can you tell me the function of a rubber duck? Mr. Weasley asked, causing a few around the table to roll their eyes or inwardly groan. Oh, they're just Muggle toys parents give their kids to play with during a bath, Harry answered, recalling the collection of rubber ducks Dudley went through. Somehow, they would lose their heads or their ability to squeak or squirt. Really? He asked, for some reason surprised. Amazing. I always thought they had a more important purpose. Hem. Harry couldn't help but wonder if a dying creature had somehow gotten under their table before he realized the sound had come from the pink woman beside the minister. We all know Muggles are inferior. Why are you so surprised, Mr. Weasley? Asked Madame Umbridge. Harry raised an eyebrow, and the urge to confront her idiotic statement quickly became something he couldn't fight. Excuse me, madam, but if Muggles are truly inferior, how was Voldemort gravely injured by one of them earlier this year? Harry asked, stunning most at the table with his relaxed use of the Dark Lord's name. Sure, Muggles don't have magic, but they make do without it through advanced machines and science. Also, it's not like we don't have useless objects. I mean, honestly, how useful is a Remembrow? Mr. Lee laughed. Quite right, Mr. Potter. Well, even so, Mr. Potter, Umbridge said, undeterred. I sincerely doubt Muggles would have been able to do anything remotely like cure lycanthropy. Actually, Madam, Professor Snape got the very vaccine idea from Muggles. They've been making vaccines for decades. It's why things like smallpox, polio, and measles are no longer as big an issue to them as they have been in the past. I'm not downplaying what Professor Snape did, but he'll be the first to explain that he started with Muggle techniques, adjusted them a bit where the magic was concerned, and, bam, made the vaccine. So, in a way, we have Muggles to thank for the mass production of the cure as much as the professor. Umbridge narrowed her eyes, looking seriously affronted. Well, she is certainly a nasty piece of work, Quirrell stated. Harry silently agreed. Mr. McCaffrey, who was beside Mr. Hubble, chuckled. Admit it, madam, he's got you there. Umbridge huffed and glanced at the minister, no doubt looking for some support, which he wouldn't or couldn't provide. She looked back at Harry. Well, I can see there is no reasoning with you, Mr. Potter. For whatever reason you have it in your head that Muggles are better than wizards, and I frankly find that appall. Pardon me, madam, but Mr. Potter suggested nothing of the sort. Mrs. Vilmeyer, the international reporter, cut in. He was merely pointing out that Muggles have a different way of doing things and have been doing some things longer than we have. Precisely, Madam Marchbanks agreed. And I for long have believed for a long time that we have as much to learn from Muggles as they have from us. It's just such a pity there is so much animosity and bigotry between our two societies. When I was young, I had imagined that a day would come where our two worlds would join, and everyone would get along. She smiled sadly. I now know that dream is a bit naive, but it is still nice to see instances where we learn from Muggles. Several around the table nodded, though if it was because they actually agreed with Marchbanks was another matter. Fortunately, before things could get any more heated or tense, their dinner disappeared and dessert appeared. Yes, I love treacle tarts, Greg said, apparently unable to help himself. The rest of the meal went by with little issue, though Umbridge was clearly stewing away over her banoffee pie. Harry frankly didn't care, and glanced over at Professor Snape's table. From where he was, he identified Dumbledore, Colin and Dennis Creevey, the Malfoys, Madame Pomfrey, Auguste Brown, and Remus at the table. He supposed his godfather was around somewhere in the hall, but he had yet to see him and did not particularly want to at the moment anyway. As for his guardians, they had come, but under disguise. They had a few identities they went under when they had business at the ministry or at Gringotts, and they were under them now, sitting a few tables down from his own. Even though they could not be close to him, as it would raise questions as to who they were and how they knew Harry, it was nice that they had witnessed his award ceremony. Finally, the evening came to a close and the minister stood up and went back up to the podium, addressing the hall and thanking everyone for attending, etc., etc. With that, the people began to stand and make their way out of the chamber. Harry could hardly wait to get home and made his way to the headmaster, who would escort him home, or at least to Hogwarts where he would flow to the Flammels. Shaking hands with people going by, he tried to ignore the hero worship and was happy Draco and Neville were acting as a minor buffer where possible. However, with each step, he couldn't help shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. It was only when he reached Dumbledore that he realized his head was faintly aching, the pain originating at his scar. "Ah, Harry, ready to go?" Dumbledore asked lightly, people around acting annoyingly giddy at being so close to Harry. "Yes, sir," Harry managed, trying to ignore the faint feelings that were managing to come through the accursed link. Apparently, his discomfort was detected by Dumbledore, and before Harry knew it, they were on their way out of the hall. Vince was confused. He had thought they would be attending the award ceremony for Professor Snape and Harry, but now they weren't. Had something happened? Had the ministry changed dates or something? But what were they doing instead? Where were they going? And why had Father insisted on them wearing their nicest robes if they were no longer going to the ministry? Knowing better than to verbalize his questions, he stepped by his father and mother and prepared his stomach for a sight-along apparition. They arrived in a clearing, and the feeling in the air immediately had Vince on edge. However, only when they turned around did he feel in danger. "Ah, you have arrived." Vince couldn't believe his eyes. It was Voldemort, the Dark Lord, he who must not be named. Before he could try to think about anything else, his parents kneeled and he wisely followed suit. "Yes, my lord, we are happy to serve you. And as you requested, my son has come as well," his father said, head still bowed. "So I see," the Dark Lord said approvingly. Vince was so scared he couldn't move. "Well, rise. I have a task for your son." Vince instinctively knew it involved nothing good, and he surprised himself by resisting as his instincts cried out to him. "Vince, walk with me, son. There is nothing to fear," his dad urged in his ear as they stood. Vince was not so sure, and neither was his mother. Vince looked up to his father's face, hoping to find something that would explain what was happening, but he found nothing. Nothing. And that scared him more than being in the presence of Voldemort. "Markov, what's going on?" she asked her husband, horrified. He didn't answer. "Stand here, young crab," Voldemort said, motioning to a small circle on the ground that was surrounded by odd symbols that branched over to another circle which was occupied by the Dark Lord. The hair on the back of Vince's neck stood on end as he dug his heels into the earth before him, trying to stop his father from forcing him forward. He would be the first to admit that he wasn't all that smart, but something was seriously wrong here. "No, please, I don't want to," he managed, hoping he hadn't sounded pathetic as he pushed back against his father. "Dad, stop." He didn't listen, it was as if he was no longer able to. He heard laughter, and he suddenly noticed they were not alone with the Dark Lord. There were people in dark cloaks standing around them. "Markov, stop, why are you doing this?" his mother cried as she hurried forward. No. Apparently she too realized something was wrong, and pulled on her husband's arm, trying to get him to release. "Their boy." Vince struggled, no longer trying to understand what was happening. All he knew was that he needed to get away as he saw his mom pull out her wand from her sleeve. "Stupefy!" his mother cried. A red ray shot forth and hit his father, bashing him away. Vince stumbled forward, trying to keep his legs from collapsing like jelly before he felt his mother's hand close lovingly around his arm, stabilizing him. He prepared himself for apparition, desperately hoping his mother could whisk them away from this nightmare. "Idiot woman," Voldemort hissed. "Avada Kedavra." Green flashed in his vision before Vince saw his mother fall, and for a long moment he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The Dark Lord sneered. "Pay, mothers." Vince closed his eyes, telling himself over and over that it wasn't real, that all of it was a nightmare, nothing more, but as he opened his eyes, he froze, realizing where he was standing. In the circle. There, now was that really so hard? Voldemort asked with an evil grin as he turned his wand toward him. Avada Kedavra. Green filled his vision, but it was soon replaced by bright white light. Death, Vince decided, was nothing to fear. Harry wasn't sure what was happening, but he didn't like it at all. His equilibrium was totally off and his scar was throbbing horribly, so much so that his eyes were watering. The only good thing about the whole situation was that he was now home, having just departed from Hogwarts with Dumbledore's assistance a moment before he really started feeling terrible. "Here, Harry, just focus on staying on the couch," Nicholas advised as Dumbledore and Perenelle spoke in the background. "Hopefully this will pass quickly." Harry doubted it would, but was too preoccupied to comment as his vision seemed to waver, the Flamel's voices and Dumbledore's fading in and out. "When did this start?" Nicholas asked Dumbledore. "Not long before we headed out of the Ministry," he answered. "Dad, stop." Harry jumped, the shout ringing in his ears as his vision tried to refocus. It was like looking through opaque glass, but it was soon clear enough for Harry to know he was seeing through Voldemort's eyes. It was dark, and everything was misshapen and blurred. However, he could make out enough. There were 3 forms, one smaller than the other 2. The small one was beside another, while the third was a short distance away. Merlin. Perenelle's voice momentarily broke through the living nightmare, but Harry was soon swallowed up once more. A violent flash of green blazed before vanishing to reveal a fallen form beside the smallest figure. He didn't know what had happened to the other individual, but he didn't have time to ponder that. "Pay, Mothers, Voldemort sneered. It was then that Harry suddenly came to the disturbing realization. This was a family. Harry. Hold him. Hands seized him, not that he was aware as he fell back under. So hard. Harry's breath caught as he felt Voldemort's hate surge, his full attention on the remaining form. The kid, who was, Harry thought, perhaps as young as himself. Avada Kedavra. Triumph roared across the bond as runes ignited all around the Dark Lord and fallen child. Power pulsed, and in that instant Harry knew Voldemort had regained and surpassed his former strength as energy exploded forth. Finally, Harry surfaced, but not before he heard Voldemort give a sickening, victorious chortle, 3 bodies lying crumpled a short distance away. Dumbledore reared back as Perenelle waved both him and Nicholas away from Harry. Without a word, she scooped Harry up, and the headmaster couldn't help but be impressed by the ease in which she did so. He wasn't quite sure what had just happened, other than the obvious fact that Harry's scar was involved. He truly wished he understood the bond better. Having just witnessed the effects on the boy, it was quite troubling to not know what exactly was happening, not to mention how to help. He had never needed to physically restrain anyone as they just had to do with Harry to prevent him from hurting himself. As it was, Harry had managed to the side of his head against the hard portion of the couch's armrest on his way to the floor before any of them knew what was happening. Added to that, Quirrell barely managed to slither away in time to prevent injury. Dumbledore glanced at Nicholas, not quite sure why the man hadn't simply cast something like Petrificus Totalis on Harry, but now was not the time to question him. He looked back at Perenelle. Perenelle was gently rocking Harry, waiting for him to become aware enough to respond to her soft mutterings in his ear. Dumbledore couldn't make out her words, but it was clear Harry was benefiting from them. Finally, Harry's eyes cracked open and his breathing calmed, if only a tiny bit. Harry. Nicholas tried. Harry closed his eyes. Voldemort, he killed a family. I don't know who they were. I couldn't see them all that well. Everything was really blurry, he managed. What happened? What did you see? Nicholas asked. There were runes on the ground. Harry's voice went completely flat. He's not sick anymore. Can you tell us what you remember? Perenelle asked softly. With that, Harry slowly nodded and told them everything he saw. Afterwards, Dumbledore asked for his memory of the vision, hoping he would be able to discern more of what had happened. Narcissa smiled as she watched Draco hurry outside to fly on his broom after finishing his breakfast, seemingly without a care in the world as her thoughts wandered to less happy things. How would Draco cope if they had to leave? Would he understand? Would he hate them? Would he hate Lucius for the mistakes he had made that had brought them to this state? And yes, they had been mistakes. She had always viewed them as such, but what could she have done to prevent them? Lucius had always been stubborn and unyielding. It was only now that he was beginning to consider other options, though that was due to necessity more than anything else. She shook her head, now more than ever grateful for Severus Snape. Having a contingency plan in case anything happened gave her some peace of mind, but knowing Severus truly cared for Draco and would do everything in his power to protect him, that eased her fears more than all of the backup plans ever could. Entering her living room, she went to the fireplace. She had promised Deborah Crabbe that she would check in on them and make sure she didn't need anything and that her son and husband were recovering from the wizard's flu. On a more selfish note, she wanted to get a recipe from her. Deborah's cakes were legendary. It was also another reason why Markov was as large as he was. Kneeling down, she made the fire call. Crabbe's abode. Sticking her head in the flames, she had expected to find Deborah in the lounge chair not far from the fireplace, but the room was empty. Deborah, she called. She waited for a response, but received none. She frowned, knowing it wasn't too early. Besides, Deborah was an early riser. She had to be to cook the large breakfasts her boys enjoyed. Perhaps she had caught the flu as well. Narcissa decided to call for their house elf. Scrubby. The moment the house elf appeared, Narcissa knew something was horribly wrong. Yanking on his ears and moving back and forth, Narcissa was barely able to make out anything Scrubby was saying. Awful, awful, help, help, masters, they. His words fell into frantic, incomprehensible babbles as he suddenly began sobbing. Narcissa didn't bother to ask her announce her intentions. She pulled out of the fire call and then flowed over. Scrubby, take me to Deborah. Narcissa ordered. Scrubby took her hand. She appeared in Markov's study, which was a shock in itself. He never allowed anyone inside it, not even his wife. However, her arrival in the forbidden place was instantly the furthest thing from her mind. The room was in absolute shambles. There were burn marks on the walls, gashes in the furniture, and holes in the floor and ceiling, but all of that was barely noticed by Narcissa as she took in what was directly in front of her. There, kneeling in front of his desk, and weeping inconsolably, was an injured Markov crab with blood everywhere. However, it immediately became clear to Narcissa that not all of it was Markov's. Before him, alarmingly still, lay Deborah and Vincent. "Markov, what happened?" Narcissa cried, hurrying forward to check on his family. Firmly placing her fingers on their throats, she desperately hoped they were not as gone as they appeared, but her fears were confirmed. "They were dead. I did it. I did it. I killed them," Markov rambled between sobs, now rocking. Narcissa's wand was instantly in her hand, but she quickly realized it was unneeded. Markov's wand was broken, snapped in two beside Deborah's cold form. Kill me, please. Why did you do this?" Narcissa snarled, her despair and disbelief now morphing into outrage and indescribable disgust. Deborah had occasionally expressed her fears concerning the man's temper, sharing with her the blind rages he would fall into, especially if intoxicated, but Narcissa never would have believed he'd ever go this far. However, the lost lives proved otherwise. No control. I want to die. Deserve to. Kill me, please. Narcissa wanted to. She really did. Seeing her friend, perhaps her best friend, lifeless on the floor beside one of her son's lifelong playmates. It took everything within her being not to do as the man asked. But perhaps that was why. The man wanted to die, and she'd be damned if she did anything this monster wanted. She called the Aurors. Dumbledore slowly breathed out, greatly saddened by the news he would soon have to give the rest of his staff. This kind of news was never easy to give, not to mention receive, and he had to mentally bolster himself to deliver it. He straightened as he felt the wards alert him to Severus' approach to the door. Part of him wished he could wait to inform the man, but as he was the boy's head of house, it would be wrong to wait any longer. He deserved to know before the rest of the staff, and certainly before the Daily Prophet informed the public. "You called for me, headmaster?" Severus asked once he had entered and shut the door. "Yes, Severus. Please, have a seat." Severus' eyes gave the slightest hint of narrowing. "What's happened?" he asked as he took the offered chair, instantly knowing this would be bad news. Albus privately marveled at his ex-spy's intuitiveness. Well, at least he could get straight to it. "I recently learned from Madame Bones that Markov Crabbe has murdered his wife and son. They were found by Narcissa earlier this morning in their home. Although the investigation is still open, it is believed Markov became intoxicated and fell into a rage sometime late last night." Albus watched as Severus quelled a multitude of emotions threatening to show on his face. It was most unnatural, but being a former spy it was no wonder. "Did he have anything to say?" Severus asked, his tone not quite as controlled as his expression. "According to Amelia, the man has gone mad. In his ramblings, he admits his sin and asks to die." Severus' jaw clenched. May he get his wish then. Albus understood the harsh sentiment and found part of himself silently agreeing even though he knew such feeling was unhealthy, no matter the situation. "Did Madame Bones tell you anything else?" Severus asked. "Was there a struggle? I find it hard to believe Deborah would have allowed things to escalate so far without trying something to stop him." Not surprised by Severus' desire to know details, he answered. "Yes. Madame Bones suspects over a dozen spells were exchanged in the office where they were found." Severus' lips thinned, and Albus suspected the tragedy was really beginning to sink in. "In his office?" he asked, a hint of puzzlement beneath. "That's what Amelia told me." "Why?" Dumbledore replied, now curious as to why that detail had troubled the younger wizard. "Markov doesn't allow anyone in his office, not even his wife." "Why would the fight occur there?" "I don't know, but perhaps Amelia will discover why as she continues her investigation, though, she admitted to me that learning further details will be difficult because Markov snapped his wand." "He snapped his own wand?" Severus asked incredulously, obviously reevaluating everything he had just been told. "Now that's getting a bit too convenient. From that you are suspecting a setup?" Dumbledore asked, raising an eyebrow. "Innocent or not, I think something more is going on than him simply murdering his family in a drunken frenzy. Markov is capable of many despicable things, while sober and not, but from what you've just told me my instincts are telling me that what this looks like is not what actually happened, not completely at least. I see. Well, we will have to trust that Madame Bones will get to the truth, no matter what it is. Fortunately, Madame Bones is the one capable department head of the ministry, Severus said. I'm confident she'll get to the truth. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, though privately noted Arthur Weasley wasn't doing too bad of a job in his area of expertise. Is there anything else, Headmaster? Severus asked after a moment. No, Severus, that was all I wanted to discuss, though you may like to know I have begun looking for anything concerning the family Voldemort murdered. Anything yet? No, and as they were likely muggles, I fear we may never discover who they were. Has Mr. Potter recalled anything else from what he saw? No. And I learned that the pensieve is of no help here. Too distorted? Severus questioned. Completely. I admit I felt more than a bit queasy when I exited the pensieve after my failed attempt to witness Harry's vision for myself. Understandable, Severus said before slowly standing up. There was nothing else to say, so Dumbledore gave him a nod of dismissal and Severus quietly left. Harry entered the kitchen, having smelt the eggs and waffles all the way from his room. Good morning, he said, finding Nicholas at the stove and Perenelle giving a bit of bacon to the owl that had just delivered the Daily Prophet. Morning, Harry, Nicholas replied with a smile as he flipped an egg. How are you feeling? Better, though I wish I knew who they were, Harry answered, referring to the family he had seen Voldemort kill 2 nights before. Understandably, coming to terms with it was easier said than done, with or without good guardian support. I don't like thinking that no one will ever know what happened to them. Nicholas nodded his head in silent understanding as Harry turned to look at Perenelle, who was sitting at the table and being oddly quiet. Perenelle? Harry asked, finding her staring down at that day's front page. She looked up, the sadness in her eyes. Immeasurable. What's wrong? Harry asked, walking up to the table as Nicholas turned to his wife in concern. Harry's eyes fell to the table's surface and he soon found the bold words of the Prophet's front article. Aurors suspect Markov Crabbe in murders of wife and son. Harry's blood ran cold at the name, Crabbe. Did this mean? His eyes scanned the article beneath the brazen title and spotted what he had feared. His friend's full name, Vincent Markov Crabbe. No, it couldn't be. It was impossible. He barely managed to stabilize himself by gripping the edge of the table before his legs turned to jelly and his head was filled with an odd rushing sound. Nicholas was at his side in an instant while Perenelle pulled out the chair beside him. He's dead. Vince is dead, he whispered, collapsing into the provided chair. Being centuries old, Nicholas and Perenelle remained silent but by his side, knowing that there were times one could provide no words of comfort or condolence, and that sometimes the best thing to do was be silent. Severus stepped into the Malfoys' living room that was shrouded in darkness, the only light coming from the cooling embers in the fireplace. We're alone, Lucius stated from a leather lounge chair. Narcissa is with Draco. She is understandably still quite shaken. And Draco? Severus asked. Upset. Lucius' face remained in the shadows, but Severus could make out a deep frown. And you? Lucius slowly exhaled. Conflicted. You sense something off about it all, Severus stated, not revealing his own reservations. Lucius nodded. Which is why I didn't tell Draco any specifics. I'm going to wait until the investigation is over, so for now, all Draco knows is that one of his lifelong friends is dead. I've gone as far as to keep the Daily Prophets out of his sight. It's probably for the best, Severus agreed, recalling that morning's paper. He really should have seen that coming. The Daily Prophet obviously didn't understand the need to complete an investigation and liked publicizing suspicions as fact. He wanted to kick himself. He should have suggested to Albus to forewarn the Flamels so Harry wouldn't get blindsided, as he likely had. Severus fought back a sigh and refocused, as there was nothing for it now. When was the last time you saw Markov? Lucius asked after a long moment. About a week ago, and I didn't notice anything suspicious or of concern, Severus answered. As did I. Lucius lifted his face, for the first time that night meeting Severus' eyes. Severus, I cannot. He trailed off, his eyes growing even darker than the space surrounding him. I cannot fight off a disturbing thought, try as I might. Do you believe the Dark Lord may be involved? What makes you suspect he is? Lucius' jaw clenched. Father's intuition. What does Narcissa think? She feels Markov is responsible. Deborah had confided in her about a few incidences. And I must admit, even without that knowledge, I believe, if drunk enough, Markov is capable of what's happened. Then why the doubt? It's a nagging feeling though, perhaps it's just a feeling with no ounce of truth. Lucius' hand gripped the edge of his armrest. Perhaps I can't stomach the thought of a father murdering his family, of butchering them. Or, perhaps you are right, Severus whispered, before returning to his normal volume. I'll keep you informed of anything Dumbledore learns from Madame Bones. Thank you. Sometimes Madame Bones hated her job. Well, it was probably more accurate to say she rarely liked her job. Cases involving children were always the most difficult, and this one was turning out to be especially so. She had not known the Crabs personally, but she had seen them around at ministry events and the like. She had also seen their son a few times with them and knew he was the same age as her niece, Susan. And now he was gone, lying in the morgue with a tarp over his small form. It was all beyond heartrending and made her want to leave work early to hug her niece and never let go. But she had a job to do and she was going to do it. She'd be damned if she was going to let some ministry moron screw this case up and fail to bring the person or persons responsible to justice. She would get to the truth and go through all the evidence just to be sure they had the right man. She wanted to do this right, not only so she would be able to sleep at night, but to ensure Vincent and his mother would be able to rest in peace. Madame Bones frowned, thinking about the evidence they had gathered so far. From the obliterated office, they had identified the use of several spells, including Defendos, Reductos, Incendios, and Expulsos. There had clearly been more, but it was impossible to know for sure what they had been, especially as Markov had snapped his wand and Deborah's wand had been destroyed. They had found remnants of it on a burned portion of the carpet, and by the burn on Deborah's hand, it was easy to see what had happened. However, there was something troubling Bones. For a wizard to snap his own wand was unheard of. It was practically blasphemy against one's very magic. Though, if he truly hated what he had done, he just might have done it. Bones closed her eyes, unable to shake the image of Markov when she had first entered the house with the other Aurors. He was undeniably a broken man and out of his mind. Stepping over a fallen chair, Bones exited Markov's office and made her way to Vince's room. Perhaps there would be something in there to shed some light on why Vince had been involved. The house had been searched, of course, but that was more to ensure there were no other suspects on the property than to look for clues of what had happened. She entered the child's room, silently passing Kingsley in the hall. The room was as she would imagine most 12-year-old boy rooms to be. There were Slytherin and Hogwarts memorabilia on the walls and on his desk, which had a stack of school books on the corner and a few sheets of parchment sprawled across its surface. The bed wasn't made and there were a few articles of clothing on the floor. She approached the desk and couldn't help but feel her heart constrict. There were letters, and one was half finished, no doubt written by Vincent in reply to the one beside it. It was to Draco Malfoy, talking about the gifts he was hoping to receive that Christmas only a few days away. Suddenly, she heard weeping and she quickly knelt down toward the sound to find the Crab's house elf under the desk, hugging a green and silver scarf, presumably Vincent's. Of course, she recalled Narcissa mentioning that the house elf had taken her to the Crabs, but until now she hadn't seen it, so had been unable to question it. It only had to respond to its family, after all. "Hello," she said gently, not wanting to frighten the little guy off. He was startled, but remained where he was as he continued crying. The pillow sheet he was wearing was absolutely soaked. "My name is Madame Bones, what is your name?" she asked. He looked up with a sniffle. "Scrubby. Do you know who I am, Scrubby?" He nodded. "Use the head madam of the Aurors." "That's right, and right now, I need your help." Scrubby grew still, tears still on his face. "What's Madame Bones want with Scrubby?" "I need to know what happened, so I can make sure justice is done. I want to make sure Mrs. Crabbe and her son can rest in peace. Please, do you know what happened?" Scrubby choked back a sob. "They's dead." He then collapsed into wails. "Shish, Scrubby, please, I know it's hard, but for your family, tell me what happened before Narcissa came." Somehow, Scrubby collected himself, his face moving from despair to fury. "They's hurted master. They's brought master and family and then cursed everything. From the beginning, Scrubby. Tell me from when they arrived. Where were you when they came? Bones kept her voice calm despite her pounding heart. She just might get to the truth. Scrubby was dusting in master's office when eyes heard them in the hall. Nasty, nasty people. Then they's came into master's office, and they's be dragging master, mistress, and young master with them. Scrubby thought Scrubby's family was all dead, but master wasn't. Master was asleep. They's made him so, Scrubby thinks. Then they's hurt master and Scrubby heard the nasty tall man say, let's make this look convincing. Bella, have fun. Evil evil woman. She's then cursed mistress and young master more, then snapped master's wand. Scrubby bellowed. Who were these nasty people? Do you know their names? Bones asked, already having latched onto Bella, possibly being Bellatrix Lestrange. Scrubby only knows the evil woman was called Bella, and the two men were brothers. The tall one said, all right, brother, that's enough. Would you be able to recognize them if I showed you pictures? Scrubby thinks so. Very good. Scrubby, did they know you were there? No. Master ordered Scrubby to always remain silent, invisible, and out of the way whenever eyes in his office. So Scrubby was when they's came until they's left. I see. Is there anything else you remember that you think might help me? Scrubby nodded, his eyes growing murderous. Wednesday's leaving master's office, evil woman said, thank you for your contribution to the Dark Lord. I'm sure he appreciates it. Then they's laughed. Madame Bones forced herself to appear completely at ease, immediately concluding this was a lot bigger than she had initially thought. If the Dark Lord was involved. Thank you, Scrubby. You bring honor to your family. If you need help, don't hesitate to come to me. I'll come back later with some photos, if that's all right. Scrubby nodded, before quietly grieving once more. With that, she slowly stood and left the room. Narcissa forced herself to be calm as she went further into Diagon Alley and entered a filthy shop, dusting a few snowflakes from her shoulder. She couldn't believe Christmas was the next day. Going to the secure back room, she steeled herself for whatever she was about to learn. Earlier that day, Severus had informed Lucius of what Madame Bones had revealed to Dumbledore and thus to him. Voldemort was somehow involved in the deaths of Deborah and Vincent, and Death Eaters had set Markov up. What was worse was that her sister was suspected to have partaken in the latter. It was horrifying to consider what this meant, assuming it was true. Why had the Dark Lord done this? Had he killed them himself? Why did he want the blame to fall on Markov? Had Markov angered the Dark Lord somehow? Narcissa didn't know, but she needed to find out, which was what had brought her to Diagon Alley. There was only one person she could learn the truth from without raising dangerous suspicion. Her sister. Ah, sissy. Long time, a voice said from the corner. Hello, sister. You don't seem too happy to see me, little sister, even though you arranged this little meeting. I haven't seen you in a long time, and I'm honestly not in the best of moods at the moment, Bellatrix, so I apologize for not being more cordial. Ah, a bit depressed I see, and I suppose it's related to the Crobs. So sad. For a father to turn against his family. And you found them. It must have been quite a shock. Yes. Deborah was a dear friend, and her son was a friend of Draco's, Narcissa said, taking a seat on the barrel against the dark wall. Bellatrix nodded understandingly, though Narcissa wondered why she even bothered. Her sister was never sympathetic and she certainly wasn't now. Narcissa fought back a sigh before taking out a small wrapped gift from her coat. Happy Christmas, Bella. Oh, why thank you, sissy, she said, not sounding all that thankful as she took the offered gift. Her next words only confirmed her lack of Christmas cheer. Well, why have you called me here? As sweet as it would be, I doubt it's because you wanted to give your big sister an early Christmas gift. Narcissa locked eyes with her deranged sibling and chose her words carefully. As always, you are right, and as much as I wish we were still as close as we had been, we aren't, however, we are still sisters, still family, she said. What's your point? I want the truth. The truth about what? About the Crobs. I want to know if Markov is truly guilty. As much as I despise the man, I want to know if he is actually responsible for what he's accused of. Why do you think I would know, sissy? I am not an Auror, I have not investigated the scene. If Markov is actually innocent, I can only think of one reason why this has happened. Bella raised an eyebrow. And that would be, Markov displeased the Dark Lord. Narcissa hadn't known what to expect, but the reaction she got from her sister alarmed her. Ha 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 ha. Laughing hysterically, Bellatrix could barely get enough air. You think she laughed some more, tears coming out of her eyes. You think Markov displeased the Dark Lord? She didn't wait for Narcissa to respond as she continued. The Dark Lord is pleased by him, perhaps even grateful. If I had a son, I would have gladly handed him over to the Dark Lord. Narcissa couldn't stop the sick feeling rising up in her stomach. Did this mean? It's such a shame Markov made things difficult though. Oh, I have no doubt he would have been greatly rewarded if he had been more cooperative. What do you mean? Narcissa asked. Sufficiently worked up, Bellatrix didn't bother considering her next words, just as Narcissa had hoped, though she would later wish she had remained ignorant. Once Markov learned what was being required of him, he resisted, but he should have known better. We, Death Eaters, are his. The moment we accept the Dark Mark, we accept the great bequest and honor of serving him. There is no greater honor. What was being required of him? Narcissa quietly asked, afraid she already knew the answer, and she did. Why, his son, of course, Bella answered, as if it was obvious and perfectly acceptable. His son. Oh, Sissy, Vincent was given such a grand task, to restore the Dark Lord's strength, and he has. Isn't it wonderful? Narcissa wanted to throw up. Yes, exceedingly so, she managed as she stood, forcing a sincere-looking smile. Thank you, Bella, for telling me. It's excellent news. I must share it with Lucius, he will be thrilled. She then left without another word. It was finally Christmas, though Severus frankly didn't feel in the mood to celebrate anything, possibly ever again. He was in the headmaster's office for the second time that day. The first had been that morning and had involved him sharing what he had just learned from Lucius, the horrifying truth that the Crobs, specifically Vincent, had been used to restore Voldemort to his former strength. What made the news worse was the realization that Harry had not simply seen an unknown family suffer, which was horrible enough, but had seen his friends. Dumbledore took the information as well as could be expected and told Madame Bones as soon as he was able that Voldemort had done the horrendous act of using Vincent to restore himself. Thus, Bones now had the motive for the murders. After that, the headmaster also informed Nicholas Flamel of everything so he could prepare and act as he saw fit. You're worried, Severus observed as he sat down. Of course, I think you'd be a fool not to be. He wasn't sure why Albus had requested his presence, though Severus suspected he just wanted to talk to someone who knew what was going on. Or at least that was what he hoped. He didn't want to hear any more news, as it would probably be bad. Nicholas told me he would tell Harry tomorrow. Severus didn't have to ask what Nicholas would share. He raised an eyebrow. Would you prefer him not to? It's not something I would want any child to ever learn. To know he had seen his friend's last moments. Would you rather Master Flamel keep it from him then? Yes, at least for a time. Harry is too young to bear this, and to learn of it over the holidays. He'll learn the truth eventually, and I frankly feel it's best for him to face it now, Severus said bluntly, forcing himself to squash back the memories of his former future. There had been too many instances where things would have been different if Harry had known things, been told the truth. Part of Severus believed it had cost them the war. This knowledge is dangerous. So is ignorance, Severus countered. It may cost Harry what little of his innocence and childhood he has left, Albus said sadly. It cannot be helped, and it is better than being blindsided by it later. Yes, you are right, of course. I only hope Nicholas and Perenelle know what they're doing, he said after a long moment. Potter's in good hands. If anyone can guide him through this, it'll be them. Dumbledore gave a soft, reluctant smile. Yes, they do have centuries of experience. It suddenly felt as if Dudley had just slugged his stomach, as if someone had replaced his guts with cement and the very air around him had been replaced with lead. He had seen Vince die. He had seen Voldemort strike down one of his friends. Why did this happen? Why had it been Vince? Couldn't there have been something someone could have done? Perenelle was gently hugging him, and though he took comfort in it, all he could think about was what he had seen. Mrs. Crabbe fighting desperately to save her son, but all she had received for her efforts was death, in which her son soon followed. At that, Harry couldn't help but think about his own mother. Had she been that helpless? Standing in Voldemort's way only for him to swat her down like a bug. Harry frowned. How had he, a mere infant, lived? Why hadn't he died like Vince had? Their situations had been identical, right? As odd as it sounded, Harry had never seriously thought about how and why he had survived that Halloween night. Everyone treated it as a mystery and he had never bothered to question it beyond that. What made him so special? What had actually made him, the boy who lived? He refused to believe it had been something he had done. He had only been a baby and would not have understood the danger he had been in. So, had it been his mother? Had his mother done something before she had died? Had she found a way to counter the killing curse and placed it on his person? If so, why hadn't she saved herself? Had she not had time? Harry had proved the Cruciatus could be blocked, so it stood to reason the killing curse could be as well, especially if one considered the fact that he had survived it. It was only a matter of discovering how, then, perhaps, he would be able to make the spell obsolete. If he could make a protection against it, as he had with Crucio, maybe he would be able to share it. Maybe he could make everyone, especially those he cared about, immune. He knew it would take a great deal of time and work. Likely more time and effort than it was taking him to place the Crucio protection on himself, but if there was a chance of preventing what had befallen Vince and his family from happening again, he would do it. Harry would later admit the hunt for this ultimate protection became an unwavering obsession. Draco heaved in a deep sigh. The funeral was going to take place the following day, and was going to be small and closed to the public. But that was far from Draco's mind. His father had gone to clarify some things with family allies, as they were now all faced with an ultimatum, whatever that meant. Draco and his mother weren't sure when he'd be back, but just having learned Voldemort was responsible for his friend's death, Draco wanted his father to return as soon as possible. Voldemort grinned from the seat of his throne. He felt invigorated, empowered, and, perhaps even divinely endowed. He had never felt this powerful before, and he wanted more. If one child could do this to him, what would another do? Another 3, or 5. And what if they were more gifted and powerful than the crab boy? What if he had the child who had nearly taken it all from him all those years ago? Surely there would be no better sacrifice. Oh, what magnificence! Perfection. He would feel the rush of unparalleled energy and life surge into him again. A high above everything he had ever experienced, and what was more, when he had quenched his thirst. He would no doubt be a god among men. Harry couldn't believe he was back in his dormitory bed at Hogwarts. He hadn't gone to the funeral. It had been a private affair with only family and close family friends attending. And as much as he wished he could have gone, Harry wasn't sure how he would have felt if he had been invited. The Flammels did their best to keep his mind occupied, gently teaching him that life does go on, even though the life of individuals do not. It was a painful lesson, though, being an orphan, it wasn't a hard one to grasp. As promised, Nicholas started teaching him alchemy, which was a bit different than potion making, as one actually got to use their wand. However, despite the distraction and his desire to learn the art, news concerning the Longbottoms shook his concentration and made his heart clench in worry. Alice Longbottom had fallen into a coma not long after Dr. Price had finished his work, which he had carried out a few days after Harry had visited them, and Frank Longbottom seemed to have sunken deeper into his apparently drive. Price had expected something like this might happen, and had warned Augusta Longbottom as much. However, he seemed hopeful and said what they needed now was time. Harry hoped the doctor was right. As for his parcel magic, it was making slow but steady progress, and in fact he was nearly done with the Crucio protection. He had learned, after meticulously working on placing the protection on himself, that the key was laying it in layers. He could not, like he could in the healing aspect of parcel magic, just blanket the area and call it good. There was substance to it, and to force it was frankly dangerous. However, his newfound understanding of protective magic was not all of his doing. He had gotten help from, once again, Mr. Lee, who sent him 2 more ancient texts on it, and had also gained some insightful information from Mrs. Abelie Kenina, who he had met at his Order of Merlin award ceremony. He kept them both informed of his progress and promised to continue. However, he told no one of his other project concerning the protection against the killing curse. Severus closed the door to his study. It had been a hard day, and he knew the rest of term would be just as hard, if not harder. He turned around and faced his godson and his three dorm mates Gregory Goyle, Blaise Zabini, and Theodore Knott. Vince's murder was understandably still raw on everyone's minds, and his absence was only going to become more realized as they continued on without him. This was what had prompted the little meeting with his second-year snakes. Something had to be decided about their dorm room, first and foremost. Albus had offered to remove Vince's bed and completely rearrange the room before the students returned, as the constant reminder day in and day out would be trying for most any soul, but Severus had declined, at least for the moment. To walk in a room you had called your temporary home for a year and a half and find it completely changed with no warning would be utterly jarring. So Severus chose to discuss what should be done with those who knew Vince best before deciding anything. "I know it's late, but I felt it best we talk now rather than later," he began. Draco and the others frankly looked like the last thing they wanted to do was talk. Severus couldn't blame them. He imagined all they had been doing since it happened was talk about it. Not about what's happened, Snape assured them, which caused them all to heave a sigh of relief. But rather about your living arrangements. At first, they all looked completely confused, but then realization dawned on them, though it was Draco who finally spoke. "I think the others would agree with me that staying in the same dorm now would be hard." Greg and the other boys nodded sadly. "But where else can we go?" Draco asked. "The headmaster has arranged for another dorm room to be made in case you wished to sleep elsewhere. It will be arranged differently from your old one, and will only have 4 beds, unless you wish to keep with the customary 5, Severus gently explained. Draco nodded. "I think we'll do that then. We have enough around us to act as a reminder of what's happened." Severus gave a quiet nod before leading them to their new dorm, which was still in the Slytherin dormitory but a fair distance from their old one. With each step they took, they knew things were going to get harder before they got better. The following days were surreal, and it took weeks to get used to no longer seeing Vince at Draco's right. It was harder than many thought it would be, but Gregory especially was having such a difficult time that it was beginning to show in his grades. Draco and the others tried to help, to at least keep him passing, but it was becoming increasingly arduous. In the end, Severus had to take Greg to the headmaster's office to have a meeting with his parents. While Greg was having academic problems, Harry was having occasional nightmares. Fortunately, the Flamels had helped him overcome the bulk of the emotional burden, but the rest he realized would have to diminish over time. It was, but slowly. However, Harry used it to his advantage, using it to drive him to improve his protective parcel magic and get ever closer to defeating the killing curse. It was strange, somewhat. He had yet to share with anyone about his desire and plan of finding a way to block the killing curse. A part of him felt embarrassed for some reason. He couldn't quite explain why, even to himself, but he just felt better keeping it to himself. Until he made some real, tangible progress, he would keep what he was doing or planning to do to himself. On another note, he had finished placing the Crucio protection on himself and in his spare time was beginning to place it on Coral, Neville, Draco, and Greg. Oftentimes he did this in the library while they were doing their homework. The moment he finished he would move beside one of them and begin quietly using parcel magic. Of course, it was a very slow process, but he was getting marginally faster with his application of the protection, though he had to stop sometimes to rest. "Hello, Harry Potter." Harry startled, turning around to find Luna Lovegood standing behind him. He had just left the library, leaving the others so he could get some air, be alone for a little while before dinner. After Vince, they all occasionally desired alone time. "Oh, hi. Luna, right?" Harry asked, not quite positive about her name, as the last time he had really spoken to her had been on the train after the summer holiday. "You remember. Most people forget and call me Looney instead. I suppose it's an understandable mistake," she said simply. Harry blinked, not really having the heart to tell her those people hadn't likely forgotten, but were actually being mean instead. "They'll get better over time, you know," Luna said suddenly. I'm sorry." Harry asked, confused. "Your nightmares. I had some for a while after I saw my mum die." Harry's eyes widened. "I'm sorry." He didn't know what else to say. "Yes, it was rather horrible. I still feel very sad about it sometimes. She was quite an extraordinary witch, but she did like to experiment, and one day, one of her spells went badly wrong. I was 9. I can't imagine," Harry managed. Really, what is one supposed to say after hearing that? He didn't know, and neither did Coral. There are some things none of us can imagine until they happen to us, and there are some things that will never happen to us, so we will never fully understand how something feels. I suppose, Harry answered, now feeling as if he was in a daze. My nightmares lasted for a long time, and sometimes they would go all strange. Things would happen in them that hadn't happened in real life. Like my father would be there and try to help, but it would make no difference or would make things worse. Then other times monsters would come or garden gnomes would. Has this happened to you? Harry rarely had the desire to lie, but in this instance it went beyond that. Here he had no desire to hide. A bit, though no gnomes. Luna nodded thoughtfully. You'll find out the truth, she said after a moment. What truth? Harry asked, confused once again. Coral tilted her head in bemusement. You're right, you know. You were just a baby. Could you let me know the secret when you find it out? Luna asked, apparently oblivious to Harry's bewilderment. Sure, Harry asked, scratching his head. Coral was now hissing giggles. Thanks, Harry. I'll see you around then. Yeah, see you, he said as she turned and walked away. She's a bit odd, Coral said as they watched her disappear around a corner. Yes, very. I wonder what she meant by the truth. Coral shrugged. No idea. Harry entered the Great Hall less than an hour later and quickly joined Neville at the Hufflepuff table. However, the place was not as calm and happy as it should have been. Professor McGonagall came and got them 10 minutes ago, someone said. What's happened? Another asked. Something bad. I heard a prefect say something about it involving you-know-who. Harry looked at Neville, raising an eyebrow. Professor McGonagall took some of her Gryffindors. The Weasleys, I think. The red-haired family. Harry asked. They were impossible to miss, after all, and the Weasley twins were pretty popular where Quidditch and pranking were concerned. Harry also knew of Ronald, sharing some classes and all. Neville nodded and glanced up to the head table. Harry followed his gaze and found that Professor McGonagall wasn't there, though the headmaster and the other professors were. However, they looked concerned and rather tense, which only made Harry and the other students wonder even more what had happened. It was the next day they learned that the Weasleys' home, a place called the Burrow, had been completely destroyed by Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Fortunately, no one had been killed, but Mrs. Weasley had been burned by fiendfire while her oldest son, William "Bill" Weasley, had lost his leg. They had been the only ones home at the time of the attack, and it was only thanks to Bill that they had managed to get out in time. He had apparated him and his mother away, though due to curses flying everywhere and the fiendfire, he had failed to block a curse which hit his knee and splinched himself, leaving his leg behind. Both Molly Weasley and her son were expected to survive, but not without permanent scars and damage. The Weasley children returned to Hogwarts a week later, all of them quite subdued, even the twins. Harry wondered if he'd be able to help Mrs. Weasley, but then realized fiendfire was cursed fire. It was unlikely he'd be able to do anything even if he was asked to try. And so it continued. In the following month, the Bones mansion was attacked. However, thanks to its ancient wards, the Aurors had been able to arrive in time to prevent it from being obliterated like the Burrow had been. Madame Bones had fortunately escaped harm from the ruthless Death Eaters, but the arrival of the Aurors hadn't been able to save the Bones. House elves are her devoted squib gardener. At the same time the Bones residents had been under assault, the Diggory's home had been as well. Mrs. Diggory witnessed the murder of her husband, Amos Diggory, by Bellatrix Lestrange. Susan Bones took some time away from school to visit her aunt, but returned a few days later. Cedric Diggory was gone for much longer, helping his mother arrange the funeral as they both tried to cope with the horrible loss. Weeks later, Muggle-born families were targeted, including the Cresswells and Clearwaters. Coupled with those attacks, Voldemort himself carried out an attack on the home of Andromeda Tonks, formerly Black. All of the Tonks were home, and he found them. Although the Daily Prophet wasn't explicit with the details, the quotes they got from the Aurors who found what was left was more than enough to give anyone with an imagination a gruesome picture. None of the Tonks had survived. It was becoming an increasingly scary time to be alive, but like all times, happy moments in the midst of tragedy took place. It was a week after the most recent attack when Harry was approached by the youngest male Weasley. They were in herbology, but class had yet to start. Potter. Ron Weasley asked, approaching Harry and Neville. Harry turned and faced him, a bit of dread rising in his chest. He was certain what this was going to be about. Yes. You're really good with healing, yeah. Harry couldn't help but lift an eyebrow at the rather pointless question. A bit, I suppose. Why? How good are you with, well, scars? He asked, whispering toward the end, suddenly wishing he had been able to catch Harry in a more private place. Harry frowned and gave a small sigh. Is this about your mother? Ron bit his lip and gave a short nod. I was hoping, maybe you could, I don't know, try. Weasley, she was hurt by cursed fire. I'm afraid I haven't figured out how to deal with. Wait, Harry, maybe we could try. Remember that conversation you had with the headmaster about old and new scars? Harry went still and quiet, making Ron look at Quirrell and him hopefully. I can't break down cursed scars. Though, you've never tried removing them by going into the healthy flesh. You might be able to remove them if you sacrifice a bit of good tissue, Quirrell continued. As gruesome as it is, perhaps you could lift them out. Harry managed not to blanch at that mental picture, as it did have merit. Perhaps it would be a fair trade, though he wasn't sure how well he'd be able to fill in the void if he did manage to remove the cursed scar tissue. He supposed it would depend on how deep the scar went, and how much blood supply and magic he had to work with. If your mother would be willing to allow me to try, I might be able to do something. I can't promise you anything, but Quirrell has pointed out one possible route, Harry finally said, looking to Ron. Ron broke into a huge grin. Oh, thank you, Potter. I'll write to my mum right away. Have her contact Madame Pomfrey. Maybe she could come here during a weekend. Harry suggested, even as Ron bolted toward the exit, nearly bumping into a bemused Professor Sprout. I need to write to my mum, Professor, really important, please excuse me. Sorry. Ron babbled before disappearing down the hall. Sprout turned and looked at Harry, who gave a soft smile and shrugged. Sprout was kind enough not to deduct points, though she did assign him an extra foot of homework to cover what he missed in class. Surprisingly, Ron didn't mind at all, though he did get a mild speaking to from the Granger girl afterward. I understand why you left, but, really, you're lucky Professor Sprout is so nice. You could have gotten in big trouble. The weekend arrived, and it was an eager Ronald Weasley who led the way to the infirmary. Entering the infirmary, Harry was suddenly very self-conscious, as the whole Weasley family was there, even the now one-legged Bill Weasley. However, his eyes quickly fell to the Weasley matriarch, and all his previous unease instantly evaporated. She was in simple robes with colorfully knitted long sleeves. She had a scarf wrapped around her head, obscuring her face, and thin, worn gloves. She appeared nervous, fidgeting with her hands as she did her best to only have the left side of her face visible to the room. Madame Pomfrey was beside her and motioned Harry toward them as Mr. Weasley stepped up and offered his hand. Mr. Potter, thank you so much for doing this. We know it's not a guarantee, but we're still grateful you've agreed to try, he said as he shook Harry's hand. Madame Pomfrey gave his shoulder a pat before taking over. I believe it would be best if you all waited outside while Harry and I get to work, she said, looking to the Weasley children. Arthur, you may stay if you wish, of course. Arthur nodded and gave his wife's good hand a squeeze before he nodded to his children to wait outside. They left without complaint, which honestly surprised Harry a bit. Much of what he had heard about the Weasleys involved them being rowdy and disobedient. Granted, the twins seemed to be the ones causing that image, save for this instance. Now alone, Madame Pomfrey led Molly to a bed and had her lay down. Arthur moved to her good side, keeping her hand all the while. I'm going to remove the glamour now, as well as your scarf and your right sleeve, Pomfrey said gently. Molly looked at Harry, and Harry was saddened by the shame he saw in her eyes. He offered her a small smile. All right, Poppy, Molly whispered, causing Pomfrey to wave her wand. Harry barely managed to keep his expression neutral as his eyes took in the damage the mother of 7 had suffered. Quirrell tightened around his wrist. She had been severely burned from the top of her right hand all the way up her arm to the side of her face. She was blind in her right eye, and her hair on that side of her head was gone. All along the devastated skin were hills and valleys of puckered scars, some angry red, while others were pale white. Her face was by far the worst. It was impossible to identify her simply by looking at her from that side. It was clear why Ron had acted the way he had, and to Harry the physical scaring was only half of Mrs. Weasley's injuries. Just by looking at her, he could tell her sense of self-worth was nearly non-existent. "I'm going to scan you now," Harry said, lifting his left hand and exposing Quirrell's head before doing just what he said. Harry did his best to keep all emotion from his face. The Fiendfire had certainly done damage. In certain areas the scar tissue reached into the muscle itself, while other places were shallow, only marring layers of skin. If he carried out his plan of practically scooping out the scar tissue, it was going to get very messy. He continued up her arm, investigating the damage to the shoulder, then her neck and finally her face. There wasn't anything he could do for her eye, as far as he knew anyway, but with any luck he could help her be able to recognize herself in the mirror again with her good eye. As it stood now, the scaring was too heavy and thick to make out any familiar features on that side at all. He wasn't sure what he would be able to do with her ear, as it was little more than a clump of shriveled tissue, but hopefully Pomfrey would have an idea. He lowered his hand and nodded to Pomfrey. "I can start on her arm today, but I think she should be asleep for it." He felt a little awkward to be talking about his patient when she was right there, but she didn't seem to be capable of much discussion, so he glanced at Mr. Weasley. "I think that would be best," Pomfrey agreed. "Are you willing to start today, Molly, Arthur?" Arthur nodded. "If Mr. Potter is confident, we wish to start right away." "Very good. Shall I go over what this will entail with the two of you?" Pomfrey asked. "I must admit what's involved is quite invasive, but I believe it is the only way to reduce the visible damage." "Please," Arthur said as Molly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Pomfrey moved to Harry's side and trailed her finger across Molly's arm. "Harry and I discussed this earlier this week, and we've decided it would be best for him to start with your arm. He will go in and lift as much of the scar tissue as he can by going along the good tissue. You will sacrifice a few millimeters of undamaged tissue for scar removal and hopefully regrowth of healthy skin and flesh." "Hopefully?" Arthur asked. "Because the damage was caused by magical means, we cannot be sure how deeply it has affected the body. At worst, a void will be left where any scarred tissue was removed. At best, new, unblemished skin will take its place. Harry will be working in small stages, so we will know right away if we can continue." "All right," Arthur said, giving his wife's hand a squeeze. Pomfrey nodded and got the necessary potions and a narrow curtain to place over Molly. "I want you to take these potions. Blood replenishing in dreamless sleep," Pomfrey said, handing them to Molly, who drank the first immediately. Before swigging down the second, she looked at Harry. "Thank you, dear, so much, for trying this. Whatever you're able to do, I'm grateful." "You're welcome, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said, deciding that was the only thing he could say. She fell asleep soon after and Madame Pomfrey maneuvered the curtain to completely block Arthur's view of Molly's arm. "You may remain, and please, if she shows any signs of waking, calmly let us know immediately. Our main attention will be on her arm," Pomfrey said. "I also suggest you try not to look over the curtain. Once we begin, it will not be a very pleasant sight until we are finished." Arthur tried not to show his worry at that and nodded, once again taking his sleeping wife's hand. "Ready, Harry?" Harry nodded and went forward, steeling himself for the unpleasant but necessary work ahead of him. Pomfrey was silent as Harry started, holding out the dish for the discarded scar tissue. Only years of medic experience and dealing with the occasional bloody Quidditch injury would prevent her from running to the bathroom. As for Harry, he convinced himself to ignore what was directly before him and focus on what was beneath. Muttering Parseltongue under his breath, he seeped his magic around and under the scar tissue. Watching its progress in his mind's eye, he gathered it just a few millimeters below good tissue. "I am about to remove this section," he said, tracing the air above Molly's hand to indicate the exact area. "I'm ready, Harry, just let me know when to lift," she said, pointing her wand to cast a silent levitation charm at his signal. He focused his magic while quietly whispering cut, 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 gliding the magic forward like a blade and being mindful of nerves and arteries. If one was in the way, he took a bit of magic and pushed it aside before continuing on. It was slow work, but after 15 minutes, he nodded to Pomfrey to lift the galleon-sized bit. Moving quickly to take advantage of the blood flow, he pulled up a bit of Molly's magic and slowly began rebuilding the missing skin and flesh. "It's working, Arthur." We just may be here a bit, Pomfrey assured. Take as long as you need, he said with a shaky breath. They worked for well over 2 hours, and each time Harry took a bigger and bigger piece, lessening the faint puzzle piece-like scars that outlined the healed sections left behind. Despite the new, unavoidable scars, it was a vast improvement over the gnarled mess that it had been, and though the new skin was pinker than the skin on her other arm, from her hand to her shoulder, Molly had a nearly normal-looking arm. After covering the dish that she had used to collect the unwanted tissue and vanishing the blood, Pomfrey looked to Arthur. You may take a look. We are done with her arm, she said, sliding the curtain aside. Hesitantly, he turned his eyes to his wife's arm. Almost immediately he began to weep tears of joy and wonder. You're truly a marvel, Mr. Potter. Every healer we went to said she would have to learn to live with those scars, he said, tears still pooling in his eyes and trying to spill. Harry self-consciously rubbed his arm, at a loss of what to do or say. Mr. Potter has a knack for doing what's said to be impossible, Pomfrey said gently. Now, if you wish, we can continue tomorrow morning. I'm sure Mr. Potter would say he is able to continue, but I would prefer to make sure he is adequately rested. It will also give me time to examine Molly before she learns of her progress. I agree, Arthur said, looking at his wife's currently ruined face. Would you like me to call in your family? Pomfrey asked. After Molly wakes and we speak to her, he said softly. Very good, Pomfrey said, before waving her wand over Molly. The next morning came and went quickly, and before too long the entire school had learned what Harry had managed to do. Molly could now look in a mirror without dissolving into tears, even though her right eye would never see again. She, of course, could get an artificial one like Mad Eye Moody's, but she was content with simply charming it to look like any other eye. She had mild nerve damage in her arm, which was a result of the fiendfire and not her treatment. As for her neck, Harry opted to do only minimal work there, as the amount of arteries and nerves created too much of a risk, no matter his skill in avoiding them. Molly was fine with that, especially since the scaring there was low. What she was truly grateful for was the renewal of her face, and though hair would never regrow on that side of her head, that was easily remedied with a special wig or charm. As for her ear, Pomfrey worked a bit of her medical knowledge, along with a bit of Skele-Gro and Harry's abilities, and reshaped the ruined tissue into an ear again. It was a wonder to behold. Understandably, Molly, not to mention the Weasleys in general, was ecstatic and beside herself with gratitude toward Harry. Poor Harry was a bit lost on what he should do about becoming an honorary Weasley. Finally, he simply went with it, numbly receiving her hugs and the rest of the Weasleys. Weeks passed and, before the students wished, the time of final exams arrived. Worry about Voldemort and his Death Eaters remained, but life continued despite talk of spies existing within the Ministry and elsewhere. For the older generation, history seemed to be repeating itself, as once again trusting outsiders, acquaintances, and even friends was becoming difficult. However, for the younger generation, they were uneasy but focused on less serious concerns. Other than tests, most of the older students were eagerly preparing for their last Hogsmeade weekend, a reprieve from exams. Unfortunately, Harry and his friends were not yet old enough to enjoy that bit of recreation, and so settled on visiting Hagrid. As for the professors, some were remaining at Hogwarts, while the rest would act as chaperones, including Professor Snape. Severus glowered at the assembled students before him. It wasn't hard to see he didn't approve of this little outing and in fact believed it was rather foolish and risky. He understood the desire to not allow Voldemort, or any terrorist faction, dictate what the public could do, but there was being brave and there was being downright idiotic. The only plus side to all of this was that he was being allowed to set the ground rules for the eager little morons before him. Really, to go outside the protection of Hogwarts, wards after recent events. Were these kids brain dead or just plain suicidal? Unfortunately he had no say in whether Hogsmeade weekend should be allowed or not, but he'd be a blubberworm before allowing any student to leave totally unprepared. After outlining the generic rules of the little field trip, Severus continued, his stance alone telling the students to keep still and silent. If anything does happen, such as Death Eaters attacking or the like, fight as you run. Most Death Eaters are lazy. They go after the easy targets. Don't make yourself easy. Throwing even the simplest spells could buy you enough time to get away. Now, this does not give you permission to be what you may believe is brave. Bravery, in this instance will more than likely be a death warrant, he said, making a few students gulp. For help, run to one of the professors, including myself. We will tell you what to do and do our best to protect you. With a few final words of wisdom, mainly escape routes, they set off, most looking forward to visiting the joke or candy shop despite Snape's little rant. Heavy with rock cakes in their pockets, Harry, Neville, Draco and Greg stepped out of Hagrid's hut and decided to make a detour before heading back to the castle. Walking behind Hagrid's hut, they all stood silently as Neville visited Trevor's grave. Understandably, with the murder of Vince, death had new meaning for them. All right, let's head back to the castle, Neville said quietly. Harry and the others nodded and began walking. The night was cool and a calm breeze passed over them as the stars above twinkled. It was perfect, until a frosty wind cut across them and something seemed to blanket the sky in an unyielding darkness. Is this a storm? Greg asked, confused as the air around them became even colder. I don't think so, Draco said as they slowed their pace and tried to understand what was happening. Lumos, Harry said, as the only light source for them after the sky had gone out was the castle and the puny little lamp by Hagrid's door far behind them. Harry frowned, his face illuminated by his wand light. Do you feel something? There, Draco cried, pointing up. They looked above just as a deep sense of anguish and loneliness seemed to swallow them up before they made out dark cloaks swarming the sky. Run, Harry shouted as the mass of black, wispy sheets dived down. Seconds later, loud crackling noises, much like fireworks, roared over them, and flashes of violent explosions rocked the sky. Ripples of an obscure surface covering the entirety of Hogwarts, grounds cascaded out from the assault, and old magic thrummed in the air. It's the wards, Neville shouted. Run! Hagrid suddenly boomed behind them, slamming his door open. Hurry, tear the castle. He shouted some other things, but they were drowned out by the wards' defenses. Harry and the others ran, but an overwhelming feeling of despair made it nearly impossible to breathe. Neville stumbled, prompting Draco beside him to try to get him back on his feet as Harry gasped out, as if in pain, a few steps ahead. Black shapes began plummeting around them, hitting the ground with a bizarre fizzing sound. Some flailed around, like fish out of water, while others were utterly still, as if dead. Harry fell to his hands and knees as he felt something land on his back. However, it wasn't the physical weight that weighed heavily upon him, but something far more unbearable. Fear surged within his heart, and the source went beyond that moment. For sure, any sensible person would be afraid of dark cloaked things falling from the sky and being told to run by a half-giant. No, this fear was being caused by something far more sinister. Something deep within his memory. He no longer heard Hagrid's bellows among the wards, thundering booms, cracks and fizzles. He could no longer feel the grass beneath his hands or the hard ground under his knees. He was no longer even aware of the cloaked form draped limply over his back. His senses had turned inward, to the very last memory he had of his mother. Oh, the only warning Severus had had was the first apparition crack, which was soon followed by a dozen more, and then Voldemort's. The Dark Lord appeared in the middle of Hogsmeade, clearly relishing in the chaos that had suddenly erupted around him. Children were bolting toward the closest professors while the clueless Hogsmeade adults ran indoors in attempt to hide, most paying no mind to the children around them. Some even shoved the Hogwarts students aside. Severus sneered in disgust at the sight before brutally hexing a Death Eater as students made their way to him. Stay behind me, he ordered, subtly backing them up between two buildings and out of most of the Death Eater's lines of sight. As many as you can, my followers. Preferably third and fourth, if you please, Voldemort declared, haphazardly strolling down the street, fortunately away from Severus. It only took the potions master 1 second to realize Voldemort was referring to third and fourth year students and what that likely meant. His thoughts instantly went to Vince before he did the first thing that popped into his mind. Mittens, he hissed, not about to draw unnecessary attention to himself, especially since his house elf would come whether he shouted or whispered. Yes, master, she squeaked, quickly realizing this was not a normal summons. At all. Get as many Hogwarts elves as quick as you can to help you pop as many students possible back to Hogwarts, now. Voldemort wants the children, he said, glancing back at the 5 students huddled behind him. Mittens needed no further instructions and popped behind him to then teleport the whole group back with her to Hogwarts. With those students safe, Severus turned his sights elsewhere. The ominous skies over Hogwarts and the cold breeze told him Dementors were likely attacking the school. He could only hope the improved wards they had added would be enough. Defendo! He shouted, refusing to cast the idiotic stupefy in this moment. He could not afford any Death Eater, enervating one of their fellows and having them rise up behind him. He struck another Death Eater, who he believed was Mulciber, just as a sound that reminded him of Chinese firecrackers cut through the loud panic. Dozens of house elves appeared beside every student in Hogsmeade before immediately vanishing with a practically unified. Death Eaters were dumbfounded as Voldemort became livid. And it only got worse for him, as apparition cracks of Aurors and Order members rang out moments after. Harry was suddenly aware of a strange heaviness in the air as his eyes focused on the woman in front of him. Mum. Between his crib bars, she looked extremely agitated and worried, but the static-like feeling around her was what truly concerned him. She had her wand out, and in a swift, determined movement, she jabbed the wand toward her heart and then flicked its end between her eyes. Harry could only watch as a bizarre magic filled the air that tossed the toys near her away and shook the furniture she had recently stacked against the door behind her, before she turned her wand on him. With a tenderness Harry never again experienced until he moved in with the Flamels, she took hold of his chin with her left hand to keep his face directed at her while she used the tip of her wand to gently trace the shape of a lightning bolt on his forehead. Harry felt another pulse of magic, but this time it spread across his skin before sinking in a second later. With a gasp, Harry startled, still staring into his mother's eyes as she placed her wand back into her sleeve, presumably into a holster. What did she just do to him? She gave him a soft smile as she lifted him up and whispered in his ear, "When this night is over, I will either be a squib or be dead, but you will continue to live. It's all I can give." Realization immediately dawned on Harry before the bedroom door slammed open, the makeshift barricade collapsing to the side. She dropped him back into the crib and twisted around to face Voldemort, shielding him from sight. Voldemort made an amused sound, and Harry could make out his black robes from around his mother's legs. "Not Harry, not Harry, please not Harry. Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside now. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead. This is my last warning. Not Harry. Please have mercy, have mercy. Not Harry. Not Harry. Please, I'll do anything. Stand aside, girl." Voldemort's voice quickly became annoyed and impatient, and then, as if it was nothing, he uttered the killing curse. Harry watched his mother drop, and it felt like an eternity before Voldemort stepped forward to stand over him. He stared up at his mother's murderer, now crying as he was faced with a wand pointing at his head for a second time that night. Voldemort once again cast the life-ending curse, but it was suddenly overwhelmed by something far stronger. Magic Harry instinctively knew was his mother's rushed over him as, distantly, he heard what he could only surmise was Voldemort screaming out in unbelievable pain, but he did not care about that just then. An indescribable feeling of love and protection encompassed his entire being, all of it erupting from the fresh cut on his forehead as his entire room shook. He heard a huge crack and boom from the walls around him exploding out as his crib fell over with him still in it, but his mother's magic continued rippling around him, shielding him from all debris. Harry's vision began to fade, though he desperately did his best to memorize the scene before him. His mother's crumpled body in front of the smoking form of Voldemort's corpse. Hagrid's heart was in his throat as he rushed forward as quickly as his legs could carry him. He could hardly see 5 feet in front of him now, and his lamp was flickering in and out. All he could do was advance to the place he had last seen them. Clamoring with his hands in front of him, but mindful of his strength in case he did find those he was desperately searching for, he made contact with a head full of hair. A gleam of silver told him it was Malfoy as he knelt down. "Hagrid!" Greg yelled, alerting the half-giant to his presence. "Grab hold of me and don't let go." "Where's Ari?" Hagrid asked, his breath visible in the freezing air. "Ahead of us. I saw him fall," Draco said, trying to lift Neville up. Lumos. Now able to see enough to realize Neville was unconscious, Hagrid scooped him up like a baby and moved forward with Draco and Greg gripping the hem of his massive coat. "Harry!" Draco shouted, holding out his lit wand as they approached. There, sticking out from a black drape-like form were Harry's shoed feet. Hagrid furiously kicked the shriveled Dementor away like a diseased tarp and hurriedly turned Harry over while somehow balancing Neville in one arm. "Ari," he said gruffly. From his flickering lamp and Draco's Lumos, they could see that Harry's lips were blue. However, the only thing that prevented them from caving into utter despair was the clear sign of him breathing. Faint puffs of fog were coming from his mouth in short gasps. Coral unwrapped herself from his wrist a bit and looked up grimly. Hagrid only paused for a second before scooping Harry, and thus her, in his other arm, mirroring Neville's position. Silently, they hurried forward, all of them wanting to get within the walls of Hogwarts before things got any worse. Dementors were still falling, but fortunately the wards had remained true and had, at the very least, immobilized them. A handful of other students quickly joined their entourage, most of them second years. Expecto Patronum. A huge wave of warm, comforting light shot toward them like a wave from the suddenly opened front doors of the castle before forming a translucent, glowing wall a dozen feet behind them. Flitwick's form stumbled from beyond the front doors, wand aloft as he maintained the spell. He waved them onward, the rest of his attention remaining on the bizarre shield. They needed no further urging, and soon they were safe within the castle. Flitwick cast some spells behind them before joining them. "There's no other students out there, thank Merlin," he said, putting his wand away before he turned to the group shivering in the entrance hall, Hagrid in the center. "All right, to those who can, go to your common rooms. The headmaster has initiated lockdown. I'll have the castle's elves provide chocolate shortly." "Hagrid, infirmary," he ordered. Unaccustomed to the little man being so direct and serious, they obeyed without question, though Draco and Greg looked at their friends worriedly before Flitwick gave them a reassuring but firm nod of dismissal. They grudgingly left with the rest of the group. Hagrid carried Harry and Neville all the way to the infirmary, following Flitwick down the corridors and toward the infirmary. Along the way, a house elf appeared beside the short professor, quick to keep up with his rapid pace as she listened to his whispered chocolate order before popping away. Soon after, they went through the doors of the hospital wing. "It's Dementors attacking the wards," Flitwick explained to Pomfrey as she quickly began waving her wand about as Hagrid laid Harry and Neville each in a bed. "I'm now especially grateful," Severus suggested, adding the defense against them. "It seems to completely incapacitate them, though their auras are still obviously present." "Well, better that than them actively seeking souls," she stated. "Quite right. Any others with severe reactions to the foul creatures?" she asked. "No, but I have already arranged chocolate to be delivered to all the common rooms just the same." "Good. Where's the headmaster?" she asked. "Stirring up the wards," Flitwick stated. "He told me he doesn't think there's anything to worry about, but as this is the first time they've truly been tested." "I understand," she said, glancing at Hagrid who was still standing worriedly in the middle of the infirmary behind Flitwick. "They'll be fine, Hagrid. I'm really not surprised these two have reacted this way, considering things." She gave a sad sigh and Hagrid gave a gruff sniff. "I got a Patronus from Minerva moments before I left Albus. Hogsmeade is also under attack, but from Death Eaters." Pomfrey gasped, immediately fearing the worst. "Fortunately the students are already safe, thanks to Severus who apparently enlisted the help of our elves," Flitwick quickly assured with a wicked smile. "That man never ceases to astound me. Hogwarts owes him more than I could ever express," she said sincerely. Flitwick nodded in silent agreement. "Well, if you need me, I'll be checking the halls. Make sure no students are wandering," Hagrid said after a moment. "Thank you, Hagrid," Flitwick said. "I'll take the lower floors if you would take the upper." Hagrid nodded and they left Pomfrey to her work. Oh. Dumbledore sipped his hot cocoa. The Aurors had finished clearing out Hogsmeade and they were now going over the grounds of Hogwarts. He smiled grimly, happy they had had the wards in place, but saddened that they had been necessary. And the fact some of his students had experienced the horrors of the Dementors, even incapacitated ones, weighed heavily on him. He was of course grateful no one had suffered permanent harm, and those exposed had been few, but it felt like a very faint silver lining in a violently thunderous sky. Neville had woken about an hour after Albus had spoken with Madame Bones. The poor boy had been understandably disoriented and was at first convinced there were two people in extreme pain somewhere nearby. It was only after Pomfrey gently explained he had suffered his worst memory under the Dementors that he stopped trying to convince them to search and fell utterly silent. Even though Dumbledore had not been there, He could picture Neville's face as if he had been, and it made the darker side of him wish everyone responsible for the sad condition of the lad's parents would be Ed. As for Harry, his awakening was slightly worrying for a different reason. He hadn't said a word when he first woke. He had been still, quiet, and, according to Pomfrey Blank. He responded to Neville when he offered him some chocolate, which relieved Pomfrey, but he had yet to initiate any conversations. This only further cemented their assumption that Harry, like Neville, had experienced a memory many would say was best left forgotten. Dumbledore closed his eyes, silently deciding he would give the boys some time before asking their head of house to talk to them about what they had experienced. If they remained so stoic. Oh, it was dark and he was certain Neville had fallen asleep in the bed beside him, but he couldn't sleep. He had too much on his mind, least of which concerned what he had learned about the attack on Hogsmeade. Harry hadn't told anyone about what the Dementors had made him see, and it wasn't because he was embarrassed about it or anything like that. It was because he was afraid of what effect that information would have on them. That, and he was still uncertain of what he wanted to do with it. There were two major things about the memory that had struck him. First, and most obviously, was his mother's protection, but the second was the fact that Voldemort wanted him, not his mother. Why would a Dark Lord want to kill an infant so badly? It was utterly bizarre. However, there was little he could do about it. It wasn't as if he could go up to Voldemort and ask, "Hey, why did you want to kill a baby who could barely hold a wand, let alone use one?" He shook himself. Frankly, Voldemort's disturbing fascination with him didn't seem all that important. It was what it was. Yeah, it was troubling, but he decided in this instance it was best to do what Professor Snape did and try not to understand the minds of Dark Lords. As for his mother's protection, that was where his indecision lay. Oh, there was no question that he would use the information. He was just unsure about what exactly he should do with it and who he should involve. Part of him wanted to tell everyone he knew he could trust, like Professor Snape, the headmaster, his head of house, Madame Pomfrey, Neville, and his guardians. However, he wasn't stupid. He knew this information was dangerous. Not only because of what Voldemort might try to do if he discovered it, but what the very act of this, self-sacrifice, did to his mother and Voldemort. If someone were to try to do what his mother had, only adjust it in hopes of doing exactly what he himself was hoping to do, reflect the curse but remain alive but fail. He knew what his mother's protection had done to the bedroom, and it had only been her magic that had saved him from all harm, save the lightning mark. He could only imagine how explosive it would be if the protection went absolutely wrong. Which led him to the other side of his internal argument. He didn't want to tell anyone. He wanted to keep this a secret, save from Quirrell of course, for the simple likelihood of people wanting to stop him from delving into this mysterious and no doubt hazardous magic. Sure, he knew they would be well-meaning, and the slightly sensible part of him agreed with them, but the fact remained that he had knowledge that could stop the war, and he didn't want anyone to tell him he should let the adults handle it or whatnot. Experience alone had shown him he was part of this war whether he liked it or not. For crying out loud, Voldemort himself had gone after him for some inconceivable reason before he could even properly talk. He should take an active role in this war, not attempt to remain at the sidelines. Perhaps he was being childish, but he couldn't help but feel possessive of this knowledge. His mother had given it to him, in a way at least, so, in his mind, it was his to do with as he felt best. It was his job to make sure it didn't fall into the wrong hands and was used as it should be, to save innocence. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It was decided then. He would do this on his own, at least for now. If he felt he was getting in over his head, he'd go to his guardians or to Snape. Otherwise, he would discover how his mother had done what she had and, perhaps, with her words of, "When this night is over, I will either be a squib or be dead," find a way to initiate the protection but survive. Perhaps with it he would truly end the war, just as she almost had. Harry swallowed. This was no small undertaking. He knew that. And he knew he would only get one chance to attempt this protection, assuming he ever figured it out and was given the unfortunate, lucky, opportunity. Well, what he needed to do next was learn more about sacrificial magic, but not only sacrificial, but self-sacrificial. It was ironic in a way. Here he was, trying to figure out how to go about committing self-sacrifice while Voldemort was out there hunting for more sacrifices. Harry's jaw clenched, his thoughts turning to Vincent. For you, Vince, he whispered, before rolling over to finally sleep. Voldemort had been livid. He had been on the verge of a total and complete meltdown, until he remembered he had a backup plan. There was an easy solution, though not preferable. It would do. Any child under the age of 15 would suffice. It was all about the moldability of the sacrifice's magic, after all. They had to be old enough to have at least a minute control over their magic, 11, but young enough for their magic to not have begun entering, majority. Well, the only thing to do now was to wait until the time was right to gather up his followers and get them to assemble their families. Of course he wouldn't be giving the true reason for his request order, but that mattered not. It also helped that no one knew the full story behind the Crab Boy's death, despite how thorough Bones' blasted investigation had been. Asterisk. He'd get stronger, become invincible, and then then no one would be able to stand in his way. Not the Ministry. Not Dumbledore. Not bloody, traitorous Severus. And definitely not the Potter brat. He would have the Wizarding world. Harry took a deep breath to calm down as he forced himself to accept what he was doing. There was no going back now. Well, there was, but he wasn't going to. He had to do this. Thanks, Dobby, he whispered as he removed his invisibility cloak. Dobby is happy to serve Master, Dobby said reverently, stepping back and hurrying down to the edge of the aisle to keep a lookout. They were in the restricted section of the library. It hadn't taken long for Harry to realize the only way he'd find anything about sacrificial magic was through unconventional and less than permitted methods. Fortunately, he had Neville to cover for him in the dorm room. Granted, it was 1 a.m. and he didn't anticipate any of their dorm mates waking up and noticing his absence along with his invisibility cloak and Dobby. After some thought as well as some brief words with Quirrell, Harry told Neville of his memory and together they agreed it best to keep it a secret for the moment. The days following the failed Dementor attack had passed in a blur, which had been both a blessing and a curse. He had spoken with Professor Sprout briefly about his experience with the Dementors, just enough to relieve any worry she clearly had for him, and, though at the time he wanted to avoid talking about it altogether, in the end Harry supposed it helped him. But more than that, it had solidified the decision he had made to keep his hunt for the secret of his mother's success hush-hush. As much as he basked in the care and love of his head of house, it was abundantly clear that she, and the other adults he looked up to, would try to stop his progress for the simple fact that it was extremely dangerous. His mother had succeeded where no one had before, but in doing so she'd given up her life. Granted, some would argue it was gone the moment Voldemort entered their house. However, no matter how one looked at it, in seeking the secret to it and taking it a step further, Harry was risking his very life, because, ultimately, he wanted to use this protection and would if given the opportunity. He wasn't suicidal, but knowing he had the key that could possibly permanently end the war and save the life of another spurred him on like nothing else could, the image of Vince and his family at the forefront. Neville, though a little wary about the mysterious magic Harry had seen his mother use, agreed with Harry's goal, saying if anyone could find the secret and go beyond it, it would be Harry. Harry was also certain the pain Neville had heard his parents endure from his own memory only fueled his desire to help Harry end the war, however that could be accomplished. And so, there he was, searching the shelves, hoping to find at least one book that would shed some more light on sacrificial magic as well as self-sacrifice. It was approaching 230 m and after flipping through dozens of dark, and more than disturbing, books with the help of Dobby, he finally came upon a chapter called, Honorable Death, that just might help. It was from a book entitled, Ancient Family Rites, Forbidden and Forgotten. Although the chapter title itself was a bit off-putting, Harry soon found its contents far lighter than some of the other bits he had read from other books, like the merciless rituals in, Blood Sacrifice, Ultimate Power, and the barbaric methods in, Young Forever. With Dobby now keeping watch again, Harry read, in the centuries of the ruthless family rivalries and bloodline feuds, it was common practice for an ailing family elder to endow one of their heirs with their magic as a last act of love upon their family and their children's future offspring. This was in part due to the conflict of bloodline strength between families. An elder imparting their magic to an heir would ensure certain magical gifts would be passed on in the bloodline, such as being an animagus, metamorphagus, parselmouth, seer, occlumens, legilimens, polyglot, sorcerer, warlock, or mage. An heir already with an ability became stronger for a time after being empowered by an elder, but this affect was only temporary. However, their own children were more likely to inherit the ability down the line. The other reason was for far more serious matters. Family rivalries were particularly vicious, and the high mortality rate between fighting families sometimes drove bloodlines to extinction. Heirs, particularly future family heads, were often targeted with extremely gruesome curses and poisons. This, above all other concerns, was what drove many elders into embracing honorable death, banking on their final act to lessen or outright prevent such perils for one of their loved ones, at least temporarily. To receive such a gift was a great honor, and to carry out the act itself was believed to be the greatest act anyone could ever do. For many families, future generations were sworn to remember any such elders and honor them, imparting a degree of eternal life to the deceased elder through remembrance. This family rite is a ritual of self-sacrifice, which many in the modern age consider dark magic, but most will concede it was a necessary evil in those times. Harry paused, his heart hammering in his chest. This had to be it, or at least it was where his mother might have gotten the idea for what she had done. He turned his eyes back to the page, skimming a bit before coming to more informative paragraphs. Some today may view this practice as ritualistic suicide. However, unlike suicide, which is arguably done out of hopelessness and purposeless surrender, this is done out of unwavering devotion and hope in the next generation. Purpose and intent is what drives this ritual, and though a selected family member would end the life of the willing elder, it was the elder's will and rune marker that ensured proper transfer. An elder crafted his/her magic in their final moments to carry out a specific desire, whether that be purely magic, ability enhancement, part protection and bloodline reinforcement, or maximum guard against harm. Understandably, the current environment of the family would dictate much of what an elder's objective would be. Whatever was chosen, the gift was only temporary, but oftentimes it lasted long enough for the heir to grow into adulthood and become strong enough to watch over themselves and their own, the heart of the reason why this rite was born and existed for so long. Harry turned the page, hoping for more information, mainly about what this rune marker was exactly, but was disappointed when he was given a list of people who had had an honorable death, and which heir they had chosen. This list went on for several pages, many full of names he had never heard of, but then a few last names he recognized began to surface. 1538 Carina Aquila Black, Cetus Pavo Black. 1573 Egbert Flint, Tuberous Flint. 1623 Violetta Longbottom, Cassiopeia Longbottom. 1689 Charles Black, Nigellus Black. 1745 Sibelius Potter, Gerald Potter. 1841 Wulfric Albus Dumbledore, Percival Sandoz Dumbledore. The names didn't continue beyond 1875, which made Harry recall what he had learned about the legacy spell from the Sorting Hat. The purpose of the legacy spell at that time was to gauge the magical abilities of a child and see if they were worthy of the family. Of course, it had not always been that way, but these family rivalries had clearly brought out the worst in too many people. Granted, those times also brought about this ultimate act of family devotion and love, though Harry wondered if it could have morphed into a perverse sort of duty and pride, or an escape from the fear of becoming painfully feeble in years. Coming to the last page of the chapter, Harry continued to read, never minding how late or early it was becoming. Through the centuries of use, this rite has failed a number of times, backfiring horribly on those present and destroying the body of the elder. At first it was believed to have failed because the one receiving the gift wasn't worthy or that the rune marker was inadequate, but later, upon interviewing ghosts of failed rite elders, it was discovered that any selfish motives from the elder would cause the backlash. This included expectations of the family forever honoring their name or other such delusions of eternal grandeur, as well as dreams of their chosen heir becoming strong for the sole reason to completely destroy their rivals. Harry nodded to himself. That made sense. For true self-sacrifice, any greed or the like would conflict with it and cause it to fail. With a start, Harry suddenly realized there was sunlight from the window hitting the book and he hurriedly put it away. He needed to get back to his bed immediately. "Dobby," Harry whispered urgently. Instantly, Dobby was there, and before Harry knew it, they were on his bed, its curtains still wrapped tightly around. He could hear a few snores, and that comforted him. His mission had been a success. Now he needed to look into this rune marker. Augusta couldn't help but feel strange in not heading to a particular room on the 4th floor as she had done in almost every previous visit before her son and daughter-in-law had been moved into the Muggle hospital. Carrying a thick folder, she headed to the office of the head of the Janus Thicky ward to drop off the most recent information on Frank and Alice's conditions. She hid a soft smile. According to Dr. Price, things were improving on all fronts. According to their last MRIs, their minds were on the mend and from some machine called an EEG, Price said they were responding to outside stimuli even though they were both in a coma. This, he assured her, was an extremely good sign, and what was even better was that the readings were slowly getting stronger and more stable. He was confident they would wake in the near future and actually said they could wake them up now, but that it was best to wait for them to heal as much as they could before doing so. If they found their progress had plateaued and they were still not waking on their own, then they would step in. Augusta agreed when shown their before and after EEG readings and MRI images. The differences between them were obvious even to someone like her. She was hopeful they would wake when Neville came home later that week. With everything that had been happening in the world, something good was desperately needed. Her thoughts went to that poor boy she knew had been part of Neville's circle of friends. She of course had never really associated with the Crabbe family. They had been too dark for her liking, even if she excluded the fact Markov was or used to be a Death Eater. But no child deserved to die, least of all like that, and as much as she loathed any Death Eater, she knew what it was like to grieve the loss, or perceived loss, of a son. And Markov was grieving, and it had driven him beyond the brink of insanity. He was on the 4th floor now, down the hall from where Frank and Alice had stayed. From what little she had managed to overhear from healers tending to him, the man was a blubbering mess, which was understandable. And, according to one blabby Medi-Witch, they had found evidence of him being under the Imperius, which had been so strong it had actually left damage on his mind. He had very few moments of lucidness and rocked in eerie silence most of the time. It was very obvious, at least to her, that the man was suffering from more than just immense grief, but guilt as well. She could hardly imagine Imperio to do whatever he had done, as the exact circumstances of his family's murder was still unknown to the public, all the while aware of his actions. It was enough to make her pity even him. It was morbidly ironic, and she was disgusted with herself for even thinking it, but she thought it anyway. At the end of the last war, Markov had escaped Azkaban by lying and saying he had been Imperioed. Well, this time it was actually the truth. Oh. Harry was on his way back to the dorms after the final feast. Neville had opted to pack beforehand, so chose to stay for more dessert. Harry on the other hand needed to pack to be ready for the next morning when they left for the summer. Hello, Harry Potter. Harry nearly leapt out of his skin. Really, does she just materialize out of thin air? Quirrell hissed quietly. Hi, Luna, Harry managed, calming himself. Have you found the secret? She asked, for the first time actually looking interested instead of dazed. Harry looked around them and found they were alone, at least for the moment. Maybe. I'm still trying to find out a few things, but I've made progress. Harry didn't see a reason to lie, at least to her. Who was she going to tell, and who would believe her? Sort of a mean thought, but it was true. Besides, he liked Luna. He wasn't sure why, but there was something about her. Like what? Well, I learned it's tied to something called a rune marker. He decided he didn't need to specify what it was. Luna seemed to be following without him explicitly saying, the protection against the killing curse. Her eyebrows went up a tiny bit and her eyes glanced very briefly at his scar, the first time he could ever recall her looking at it. That makes sense. You might want to read Etchings of the Elders. Very informative. Harry slowly nodded, devoting the title to his memory. Thanks, I will. Unfortunately, it's not in Hogwarts library. I've looked. But if you want, I can ask my father if he could let you borrow his copy this summer. That would be great, Luna, thanks, Harry said with a smile. What is the book about exactly? Old rune writings and stone pixies, she answered simply. Stone pixies? Harry asked, now a little confused. Well, runes had to come from somewhere, right? She returned seriously. Harry blinked before Luna gave a firm happy nod and skipped off. Well, that was interesting, Quirrell muttered. Harry silently agreed. Voldemort hid a grin as all of his Death Eaters assembled before him. Soon he would experience the rush of pure power and become invincible, but first, to set his plan in motion. They were in a clearing within a forest of no importance other than it holding this meeting and being the site he had chosen to soon do the next sacrifice, preferably sacrifices. He went forward, his dark robes trailing lightly behind him as he turned his eyes to Lucius and Trent Goyle. He didn't fail to see how their eyes became nervous. Good, they should always fear and tremble before him. Your sons are friends with Potter, I understand. He asked. It wasn't really a question, but they nodded anyway. Good. Go and bring them to me. I wish to ask them some questions myself. Perhaps their answers will paint the way to Potter's guardians. I have grown tired of waiting for my spies, particularly within the adoption board. Potter's luck will soon run out, and so will the number of his protectors. Voldemort let his smile show this time as he met Lucius' eyes. Something in them took Voldemort aback. Something had changed. Something was different. Alarmingly different. It all came to him in a fraction of a second as he peered into the blonde aristocrat's soul. Lucius didn't believe him. Lucius knew he was lying. He looked deeper. Voldemort was not surprised by the fear in Lucius, immense and thick, but oddly this fear was not for himself. There was strength, or at least an unwavering intent to do something, or rather, prevent him from doing something. And there it was. Like a slap to the face that would leave one's skin stinging long after being struck, Voldemort found a serious problem. Somehow, Lucius knew. And it was abundantly clear Lucius would not be retrieving Draco for him. Voldemort saw red. Lucius knew he had been discovered even before Voldemort's eyes darkened, and just as Voldemort began to move, Lucius sidestepped, hoping his contingency plan would hold true. Pulling out his wand and barely managing to roll out of the path of Voldemort's killing curse, Lucius fired his own at the closest Death Eater he had not allied with weeks before. And then, just as he had desperately hoped, Goyle, Nott, and Flint acted, each relentlessly attacking the most loyal Death Eaters near as chaos instantly ensued. Muttering a word that would trigger a message to be sent to Narcissa, made possible by Severus' ingenious spellwork, Lucius tossed another spell, this one hitting Peter Pettigrew in the face. The rat would not be getting up. Lucius didn't bother to count as body after body fell, most barely having managed to pull out their wands in attempt to defend themselves as he fled Voldemort's wrath. He felt spells shooting past his shoulders while others narrowly missed his legs. He leapt over a dead werewolf, courtesy of Nott, and dived over a fallen tree. The old wood exploded, but he didn't dare look back as he vaulted himself behind another tree, this one still standing, as he activated his port key, confident he was beyond the wards Voldemort now always erected. As the yank of the port key took him, he hoped his company conspirators had or would make it out as well. Oh, Draco, take hold of this. We are leaving, his mother said flatly, thrusting a pack into his arms moments after slamming his bedroom door open and entering without so much as a knock. He had never seen his mother like this. Her eyes held a panic that he had never seen in another human being, and it frightened him. Understandably at a loss, Draco took hold of the bag as she took hold of his shoulder. Mum, why he started, only to feel a rather violent pull of a port key. He was suddenly aware of dim candlelight and the sound of water dripping, however, his mother's turbulent breathing was what had most of his attention. He turned around in her arms and looked up into her face. A bizarre mixture of relief and worry was what he found, and he suddenly understood. They had carried out the contingency plan his godfather had planned out with his father. Something had happened, and they had felt it necessary to have his mother take him and leave. Were they even in England anymore? He wondered, but suddenly his thoughts turned elsewhere. Where's father? He asked. His mother took a slow, shaky breath, but when she finally spoke, her voice was steady. He should be with Severus now or very soon. We'll know in a few minutes, she said, looking down at the bag she had given him. Draco handed it back to her and she immediately opened it and retrieved a mirror. Where are we? He asked after a long moment, deciding that was the next most pressing question. She didn't look up from the mirror, but she answered. Gannett, France. After it was clear he would not be told anything else for the moment, Draco looked around and moved to sit on a chair near a nearly bare bookcase. The place was very old and reminded him more of a dungeon than anything else, though fortunately there were no torture devices. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and prayed his father and godfather were safe. All the while, his mother continued to stare into the mirror, waiting. Severus knew the plan had been initiated the moment his watch gave the faint tremor. He immediately headed to his quarters to wait for Lucius to arrive through the flow. If all went according to plan, Lucius would port key to an alley in Muggle London before making his way to a magically hidden apartment from the back, available only to those keyed into the wards. From there, he would use the fireplace within to flow to Hogwarts, which was itself heavily warded and specifically keyed. Severus had to unlock it from his end to make it accessible for Lucius. And so he waited, and waited. Dread began to fill him just before the fireplace roared to life. Lucius tumbled out, singed and out of breath. But alive. Severus hurried to his side and quickly scanned for any curses or undesirable magic. He found nothing, fortunately, so guided Lucius to the nearest chair before summoning a mirror on the side table. "He's safe. Give us a moment," Severus whispered onto the surface of the mirror before setting it aside and looking at Lucius, whose pounding heart was finally beginning to settle. "He somehow knew I knew. He looked into my eyes and just I don't know. It wasn't quite legilimency, but it was similar. I can't really explain it and it doesn't matter. I knew when he saw the truth, and I acted, as we discussed. The others immediately followed me. I think they realized what was going on as soon as I did when he tried to have Trent and me bring our sons to him to be questioned about Potter's guardians." "What a pitiful ruse," Lucius sneered before he shook his head and raised the tip of his wand to his temple. "Here's the memory. I think it'll be clearer than my words." Severus placed the memory in a vial. To watch later as he glanced to the other mirrors on the fireplace. Hopefully, with any luck, they would all activate soon and would deliver good news. Until then, he needed to inform Dumbledore what had happened and view the memory. "The mirror to your family is beside you. The mirrors to the others are here," he said, indicating the fireplace as he headed toward the door. "Be ready to answer. Hopefully we'll have news about all of them shortly." Lucius nodded, gratefully lifting the mirror for him. "Narcissa," he began. Severus didn't hear much more as he flowed to the headmaster's office. Madame Bones leaned back in her office chair, barely able to believe what Albus Dumbledore had just shown her. Together, they had leapt into his pensieve he had brought and had witnessed the unbelievable. Death Eaters, alleged or not, turning against Voldemort, Lucius Malfoy, Trent Goyle, Darrell Nott, and Sal Flint. Sure, there had only been 4 of them, but that had been enough. In the large gathering, Lucius initiated the insane battle with a killing curse at the closest Death Eater Madame Bones was sure had been given. From there, blasting hexes from Flint and Goyle sent over a dozen Death Eaters near flying into the trees, most horrendously striking the unforgiving trunks. And then there was Nott. As Pettigrew fell with a bone-shattering hex to the face, Nott was dueling, destroying those around him with fiendfire. Bones wasn't sure of them all, but knew Dolohov, Barty Crouch Jr., Jugson, and the Lestrange brothers had been within the inferno. Meanwhile, Lucius blasted McNair off his feet as he dodged spells from Voldemort, who seemed oblivious to the death around him, choosing to focus only on Malfoy. That was all the memory revealed before Lucius made it behind a tree and port-keyed away, ending the memory. However, Dumbledore proved, once again, how well-informed he was. Trent Goyle and Sal Flint had both gotten away and were now in hiding with their families. Darrell Nott, however, had suffered a grievous injury and was in a secret location being tended to by some trusted healers Dumbledore knew. His son, Theodore Nott, was with him, but it wasn't yet known if he would survive. As one can imagine, Bellatrix had not been happy with him killing her husband and brother-in-law. Madame Bones shook her head. Despite knowing their pasts and their methods, she couldn't help feel a little grateful to Lucius and the 3 who sided with him. Because of their actions, Voldemort's following had been severely diminished, Bones would even say demolished. She could only hope the war would now end sooner rather than later, and now with the improved security within the ministry, such as the wards and alarm system, things were looking up. Harry had been home a week. Home. Such a wonderful word, busy reading the book Luna had sent just a few days after Nicholas and Perenelle had picked him up just outside 9 3/4 in disguise. For Harry, things had started out calm and rather happy, until that Monday. Near the end of the day, his scar surged with a furious rage that rivaled anything he had ever felt from Voldemort, and that was saying something. He didn't see anything, partly due to his slowly improving shields and Nicholas's mental moat, but what did come across loud and clear was that someone, or a group of someones, was in serious trouble. Voldemort's desire to torture and destroy who had just angered him was undeniable. Fortunately, it only took a few hours to learn the reason for Voldemort's apparent mood swing, which brought both relief and worry. He was glad Lucius and the other men had escaped and that their families were now safe in hiding, but, at the same time, he couldn't help but think that his parents had hid from Voldemort and that hadn't turned out all that well, had it? However, there wasn't anything he could do to help keep them safe directly, and he also knew Professor Snape and the others were doing everything they could to thwart Voldemort. It was some comfort to him as he refocused on his research, doing his best to ignore the constant dull throb in his scar. He wasn't surprised to find much of etchings of the elders well over his head in classic Luna Bizarenus, but some of it was actually quite helpful and rather enlightening. His lightning bolt scar was actually a rune called Sig. It symbolized victory and could also be used to represent a triumph of day over night, or good over evil. There were other meanings, but they all ultimately led him to the same thing. His mother had likely selected this rune because she believed it would provide her magic with the strongest focus and purpose. And it had worked. He had lived, and Voldemort had been temporarily defeated. Now if only he could find out what she had meant when she had said, "I will either be a squib or be dead." Well, he still had much of the summer to continue his research and he had not hit a wall that would cause him to seek help from the Flamels or even Professor Snape yet. Which reminded him, he would need to place the Cruciatus protection on his guardians some time before he went back to school. But back to his research, another thing he had read from the book was that, like the book on ancient rites at Hogwarts, intent was the key to using and activating runes. Words and gestures could help focus it, as well as one's wand, but when one got down to the essential component, it was all about one's will and desire. It certainly made sense to Harry. It was why his mother had used her wand when she pointed to her heart and third eye, before tracing the rune on his head. It also explained why he had not heard any magic words. It had all been internal, a silent plea, an unyielding purpose that guided her magic to cloak Harry in the unmatchable shield. It was understandably more than enough to give Harry a deeper sense of pride for his mother, gaining further understanding of the depth of her strength and love, but it also solidified the solemn longing to have known her. He wondered if he would be able to ever give as much as she had. He hoped he was at least capable. Neville, wake up, get dressed. His Gran called from the doorway, the light from the hall pouring in. Dr. Price just Flo called. Neville, already clambering out of bed, stumbled upon hearing that and caught himself on his dresser. He turned and looked at his grandmother, a million questions in his eyes. "It's your mother. She's asking for you." Her voice quavered, but in a good way before she turned and continued down the hall. Neville had never gotten dressed so quickly in his life, though he almost put his shoes on the wrong feet because of his rush. In what felt like barely a blink in time, he was beside Augusta, ready to apparate to the hospital. For the past several days, they had visited the hospital every day, hoping his presence and voice would help his parents wake. But day after day, they both remained stubbornly in their healing sleep. Until now. Neville all but ran to his parents' room, and it was only thanks to the very early hour that he didn't plow into anyone on his way to the partly open door. Coming to a sudden stop at the threshold, drive. Price and his grandmother behind him, he was faced with the last thing he ever believed would be possible. His mother was seated in a wheelchair beside his father's bed holding his limp hand. He just stood there, mesmerized, until she turned and faced him, somehow sensing his presence. Tears erupted and he quickly found himself in his mother's arms, both too overjoyed to care about anything else. Neville had his mother back. Harry was ecstatic for Neville, and though he wanted to see Alice Longbottom for himself, he understood it was currently time for family only, especially since Frank Longbottom woke 2 days after Alice. From the letter he had received from Neville and what he had been told by his guardians who had been updated by Dumbledore, Alice and Frank had started physical therapy to help them regain whatever function they could after the severe nerve damage and lack of use. Understandably, Alice was doing better than Frank, but it was hoped that Frank would be able to stand, perhaps even walk, by the end of the year. Unfortunately, the physical was not the only problem Frank currently faced, or the worst. He could barely speak, and the few words he could vocalize came out slurred and broken. For this reason, he was also seeing a speech therapist on top of his daily regimen of stretches and short bouts of physical training. Memory was also an issue, for both of them, but much more so for Frank. From what little he could communicate, they guessed he only remembered snippets from his life, which, according to Dr. Price, was more than they could have realistically hoped for at this stage, given the depth and layers of his damage. However, despite that bit of solace, it was difficult for the Longbottoms. At times, Frank would look at them in confusion when they would refer to something, like the squid within Hogwarts Black Lake or Alice's favorite food. And other more simple things, like colors and shapes, it was as if he had to fight to remember or concentrate to relearn them. All of this, drive, Price said, was to be expected, but the important thing, as Alice pointed out along with Price, was that they were both better off than they were a year ago and still improving. Harry liked Alice already. "Good morning, Harry. Have you gotten another letter from Neville?" Nicholas asked, entering the kitchen. "Yeah, his parents are doing better every day. He's going to ask Dr. Price if I can visit them next week." Nicholas smiled as he poured himself some tea and sat beside his wife who had just finished making a late brunch for them. "I'm sure that'll be allowed." Harry gave an uncertain nod. Neville had confided in him that Dr. Price didn't want to force Frank to meet more new faces than he already had to. Things were hard enough as it was for him. "Well, anything else interesting come in?" Nicholas asked. Harry turned to the rest of the mail, which he had set aside on the table, temporarily forgetting it when he saw Neville's handwriting. Pushing aside a letter to Perenelle, his eyes widened at the post beneath. Longbottoms awakened in care of Muggles. The huge title lay across the front cover of the Daily Prophet with an image of two empty beds Harry recognized as belonging to St. Mungo's just below it. "What's wrong?" Perenelle asked, seeing his face. "How did they find out?" Harry asked aloud, putting the paper down. Nicholas slid the paper to himself and began to skim it. "I'm actually surprised an article hasn't been written about them sooner. They have been absent from St. Mungo's for months now. I would have thought someone would have asked about that fact soon after they had been moved to the Muggle hospital," Nicholas admitted. "But this is..." He suddenly glared down at the page. "Now this is outrageous. They definitely crossed the line here. There's no way they came by that information legally, especially after how hard Augusta has been keeping things private," he said as his wife leaned over to take a look. "Well, it's no wonder. That venomous witch is the writer of this, that Rita Skeeter." Perenelle hissed before releasing a furious gasp. "What?" Harry asked, now getting worried for the Longbottoms. "What is it?" "Somehow, that nasty woman got a hold of their treatment file and publicized it, and her own comments on parts of their treatment and your mentioned too," she explained. "It's worse than that," Nicholas stated. The conniving he cut himself short upon receiving a side glance from his wife. Quirrell gave a quiet, amused hiss before he continued. "She essentially gave the world their hospital room number, not to mention their general location, which has no wards or other vital wizarding protections." Harry grew still, his mind going to Voldemort and the small number of Death Eaters still alive and loyal, including Bellatrix Lestrange. Would they go after them? "I'm sure Albus has realized this and is already providing added security for them as we speak," Perenelle assured. Nicholas nodded. "I agree, but just the same, I'm afraid for the time being any future plans of you visiting them will need to be postponed," he told Harry. "Until Albus is confident Voldemort would find the hospital too difficult to attempt an attack." "I'm sorry, Harry." Harry gave a sigh but agreed with the decision. Just as he was going to excuse himself to his room to do more research, an envelope appeared on top of the stack of existing mail. Understandably, this got his attention, but its late arrival was not the reason it now had his undivided attention. His name was on it, just below the official-looking Ministry of Magic seal. Knowing their mail was carefully examined by the Flamel Elves, hence it appearing instead of being dropped by an owl, he picked it up and opened it, Quirrell looking on curiously. "Dear Mr. Harry Potter, it has come to my attention that you were involved in the miraculous recovery of the Longbottoms. Now while I would have preferred to have been privy to the knowledge of their slow progress when it began instead of suddenly learning about it in this morning's paper, I understand the wish Augusta Longbottom had to keep the matter hidden from all not in direct participation. However, as Minister for Magic, I must know the condition of the citizens I serve, especially those who have impacted society as much as they have. I have a very important job to the wizarding world and must make sure of the well-being of those a part of it." With that said, allow me to be the first ministry official to personally thank you for this act of service to two of our heroes. As you probably well know, Alice and Frank Longbottom were among our most beloved and respected heroes of the last war. Their tragic tale still brings tears to my eyes as I think back to that time, much like now, that was utterly shrouded in uncertainty and danger at every turn. However, let us not dwell on the past. I am writing to you now, not only to thank you, but to offer a proposition. This I do not request lightly, as I know the pressure's already upon you, but I am certain this will be worth your time and effort. The director of St. Mungo's, Grant Mann, has come to me asking if I believe you would be willing to work amount to be discussed at St. Mungo's later this summer. Now, this is a tremendous responsibility and, as such, I would like you and your guardians to come sometime next week to discuss it in my office with the director and myself. As Minister for Magic, it is my duty to ensure this is carried through to the end, especially as it was the director who came to me asking for contact with you. I am greatly honored to be able to help in this and hope it brings health and healing to many ailing. Please contact me at your earliest convenience to schedule a time for our meeting. Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic. Well, he certainly is full of himself, Nicholas muttered after reading it as well. Perenelle harumphed. I doubt he even wrote it. It's not pompous enough. My guess would be he told his special assistant, Madame Umbridge, what he wanted to get across and left it at that. You're probably right, Nicholas said with an amused smile before growing serious. Well, I think there's a few decisions to be made. What do you think about this, Harry? Harry bit his lip, glancing down at Quirrell. It would give me a chance to learn more about different kinds of treatment. I agree, but do you want to devote part of your summer to this? Nicholas asked. Harry nodded after a pause, thinking about the positives and negatives about adding yet another thing on his plate. Finally, he decided, I want to help. I mean, I don't think I want to go there every day or something, but once or twice a week I think I could do. Nicholas and Perenelle gave approving nods. All right, we'll send back an owl and you and I will speak to the minister and Mr. Mann, Nicholas said. Which leads me to something I've been meaning to discuss with you since the start of summer. At some point the fact we adopted you will get out, even with the adoption board members having the secrecy oath. So I suggest we chose how, where, and when before it is taken out of our hands. So, when we meet with the minister? Harry asked. Yes, but no loud announcement. I will simply not hide and let things go from there, he said. Then later, if we need to, which I imagine we will give a statement. Harry agreed. All right, that'll work. Harry and Nicholas handed their wands for registration after receiving small, silver, name badges with the reason for their visit meeting with the Minister of Magic and Director of St. Mungo's. Going to the security desk, Harry couldn't help but rub his aching scar. It had been acting up quite a bit since that morning, more than the rest of the past week, and all he could get from it was that Voldemort was feeling extremely anxious yet eager. He told Nicholas and Perenelle of course, but there was little more they could do about it, save to warn Dumbledore so he could try to keep an eye on things. Refocusing, Harry took his wand back, the dirty-haired man behind the desk doing a double take as he spotted their name tags, and headed to the minister's office with Nicholas. Harry wasn't surprised Nicholas knew his way around the ministry, though he was surprised by how quickly they wove through the crowd into the elevator. Granted, perhaps that was because everyone was so concerned about getting to where they wanted to go they were also wanting to avoid being held up. Stepping out at level 1, they made their way down the hall to an ornate door at the end marked with a golden plate, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. The hall was busy, but not as chaotic as the atrium. Lining the hall on both sides were many doors, some open, others closed, though they were all labeled with elaborate title plates. They were offices of important ministry officials, though what they actually did, Harry had no idea. Heading to the end, beside the minister's office, they came to a door marked, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic. Nicholas gave Harry a nod, prompting him to open the door and step in. The office was cluttered with certificates and glittery trophies. There were a few guest chairs, as well as a desk, but it was more of a glorified entrance hall than anything else. Please sign your name in the registry, the man said behind the desk without looking up. He appeared extremely bored. They did as he said, both of them putting down their full names before the overdressed bureaucrat looked up with tired eyes. However, upon Spotting their name tags and their written names, he immediately became wide awake. He quickly glanced at the clock in surprise, apparently not expecting to find the current time. He gave a slight cough and stood with a giant smile. "Please, follow me, Mr. Flamel, Mr. Potter. You were right on time." "Thank you," Nicholas said as the man opened a side door into the minister's huge office. "Minister, Mr. Potter and his guardian, Mr. Nicholas Flamel, are here for their meeting with you and Director Mann," he stated. "Ah, send them in, Mr. Dram," Fudge beckoned, his eyes going a little wide at learning who Harry's guardian was. The undersecretary gave a nod and opened the door wide for Harry and Nicholas to pass. Once they did, he gently closed the door. "Director Mann should be here shortly," Fudge said, standing from behind his desk and offering his hand. Nicholas politely shook it before Harry followed suit. The office was quite gaudy and much larger than what could be deemed necessary to entertain 10 people. There were 3 other doors, 2 on the same side as the undersecretary's door. One was to the special assistant's office, another directly to the hall, and the third was to another section of the minister's office to the right of his desk. The walls were covered in portraits of past ministers among a few ugly decorative mugs. "Please, sit down. Tea," Fudge offered. "No thanks," Nicholas said, moving toward one of the chairs just as the undersecretary door opened again. "Director Mann, sir," Dram said. Fudge motioned to send Mann in, taking a sip of tea and standing up, about to begin making introductions. However, he didn't get that far as Dram followed Mann into the office, shutting the door behind him. Harry's only warning was a pulse of magic from his guardian and Quirrell squeezing his wrist before Nicholas shoved him to the floor. Horrible echoing laughter resounded forth before it was swallowed up by a horrific boom that was immediately followed by a loud booing. Magic surged, and Harry could feel it streaming throughout the floor and all around the wards. As pain flared in his scar. Elation. Madame Bones groaned with the alarm went off in her office. "I swear, if that man has tripped the mass lockdown system again 3rd time," she grumbled as she hurriedly got up and ran from her office as she was joined by a handful of Aurors. It was activated from within his office again. "Shall we treat this one as a simple exercise and begin releasing the seals from the other departments?" one asked. "No, with our luck, as soon as we do that, it'll be genuine," she said as they made their way to Fudge's office. Entering the hall on the 1st floor after lifting the seal from the elevator, they approached the minister's door at the end of the hall, slowing as they went. Something was wrong. All of the office doors along the hall were shut, as they should be. And amazingly all of the ministry workers had followed lockdown procedures and had run into the offices before the doors shut and sealed themselves to protect those within. However, it didn't take a ward specialist to feel the difference in the area ahead. There were layers and layers of wards. More than the ministry had placed. Much more. And even more, after casting a careful detection charm, Bones found several nasty curses in place with a frighteningly familiar magical signature. Voldemort's. "Get the ward and curse breakers down here immediately and begin evacuating all of the departments. I'm going to contact Albus Dumbledore," she said as the door gave a muffled rattle, as if something had exploded inside. Harry, now on his hands and knees, turned just in time to see Nicholas deflect a blinding beam of yellow light. It shot away and completely disintegrated half of the photos on the wall, causing the photographed people within to scream in terror. Nicholas threw back a curse of his own as Mann and Dram stepped toward him. However, there was a third opponent. The side door beside Fudge's desk slammed open, a bright flash from a curse obscuring much of the male figure standing beyond the doorway. Harry went for his wand, but it didn't matter. Nicholas blasted Mann off his feet, making him twirl around like a broken ballerina, but before Nicholas could turn his full attention to Dram, the white curse slammed into his back. Time seemed to slow as Nicholas fell limply onto his side, and things only got worse. Nicholas's wand went flying through the air and right into the hand of Dram, who was laughing hysterically. Harry didn't wait and clambered forward, gathering his magic. His mind was set and he knew time was of the essence. But he would not be healing. Keeping his back to those in the room, he quickly brought the tip of his wand to the center of his chest before tapping it to the center of his forehead, intent welling up within him. Seconds seemed to slow as he locked eyes with Nicholas, who was staring at him in astonishment. Without a word, Harry swiftly traced the sig rune near Nicholas's collarbone, just beneath the edge of his clothes. Harry. Nicholas breathed. No healing. Harry didn't need to look back to identify the speaker before he was magically pulled away from Nicholas, skidding across the floor on his knees. Harry Potter, how are you? Voldemort asked, walking around the desk and toward him before lightly nudging Nicholas's shoulder with his foot to turn him over. Quirrell hissed angrily and Harry glared up at Voldemort, ignoring his throbbing scar as he tightened his hold on his wand. All the while, Cornelius Fudge was silently crouched in the back corner, shaking with hands over his temples as if fighting a migraine. So, the Flamels. I admit, I never would have guessed, Voldemort continued as Dram waved his wand over himself. Much better, Dram said, only, it wasn't Dram. It wasn't even a man. The richly robed official melted away to reveal Bellatrix Lestrange in silky black robes. A pity the curse didn't kill him. I had been looking forward to seeing its full effects, Voldemort mused absently as Nicholas slowly reopened his eyes. Voldemort grinned. Surprised. Nicholas opted to remain silent. Well, whether you are or not, it changes nothing. Though I am a little annoyed you managed to kill Yaxley, Voldemort continued after Bellatrix had checked, man. So I'll arrange a fitting end for you to make up for it. Harry had yet to move, feeling Bellatrix's eyes on him and quite certain Voldemort wasn't as focused on Nicholas as it might appear. He was right, for Voldemort whipped around that instant. Imperio. A feeling that can only be described as pure bliss came over Harry. Nothing mattered. Nothing was wrong. Everything just was. Stand up and lift your wand, Harry. The voice filtered through his mind like a calm breeze, a soft whisper promising eternal peace. Harry stood and lifted his wand, not finding a reason not to. In fact, the thought of questioning the voice never even crossed his mind. Good, Harry. Now, point your wand at our guardian. Harry did so, calmly looking down his wand at his guardian, not reacting at all to Quirrell's pleas of stop Harry, stop. Don't listen to him. Nicholas, immobilized by internal injuries, gazed back, tears gathering in his eyes. Not in fear or physical pain, but in grief for what he was certain Harry would experience once Voldemort had lifted the Imperius. Several seconds ticked by, Voldemort no doubt reveling in the moment. All the while, Quirrell was hissing hysterically, trying in vain to snap Harry out of it. Now, cast the severing charm. It was in this second, this fraction of time, that something within Harry shifted and froze. The feeling of bliss wavered and in its place came a flicker of conflict. There was something suddenly not all right, and Harry's consciousness was suddenly aware of there being something truly, unequivocally wrong. Come on, Harry. You know the spell. Diffindo. Slash and cast. What? Harry's hand quivered a bit, his mind now fighting against the foreign euphoria. Distantly, he could just make out Quirrell's desperate words as he began to realize what he was doing, or trying to do, not do. His eyes met Nicholas's. His will, that had initially been squashed before it had slowly resurfaced, suddenly swelled and solidified. Full comprehension of what he had almost been made to do rammed into the forefront of his mind, and rage beyond anything he had ever experienced overtook all other emotion. Harry twisted away from Nicholas, thrusting his wand at Voldemort who was barely 2 meters from him, and roared, Diffindo. Unfortunately, his attack was no match for Voldemort's decades of experience. Voldemort, no longer amused, furiously flicked his wand to block the offensive charm before bringing his wand down, magically swatting Harry down like a fly and causing his wand to fly from his hand and skid across the floor. He's mine, Voldemort bellowed, halting Bellatrix from taking action. Crucio. Harry instinctively flinched and curled onto his side as Voldemort's magic rolled over him. His protection against the Cruciatus was working, but he did not want to reveal that the dark curse wasn't working on him. To keep up appearances, Harry thrashed a bit and released a cry he hoped was convincing. Apparently it was, and Voldemort released the curse. Harry shuddered, which he didn't need to completely fake. Voldemort's magic was disgusting. Quirrell gave him a comforting squeeze. That was only a few seconds, Harry. Shall we try 5, or 10? He questioned. Harry shifted forward into a limp crawling position, inching his way closer to Nicholas, who was just a meter from him. Or perhaps you would prefer to see what someone looks like while under the Cruciatus? He asked silkily, turning his wand toward Nicholas. And, as you have seen the long-term effects on the Longbottoms, how about a Crucio Maxima? I understand dear old Frank Longbottom will never fully recover, despite your healing magic. Nicholas raised his face defiantly, knowing anything he might say would not help them. Harry's heart was in his throat, suddenly wishing he had devoted time to placing the invaluable protection on more than just himself, his friends and Quirrell. Why had he thought he could wait to place it on the two people who were now his family, his parents? And what would happen to Nicholas when he was already hurt? Harry's expression told Voldemort all he wanted to know. Let's start out easy. Crucio. Harry lurched forward, trying to take the curse instead, but a painful grip on his shoulder yanked him back. Oh, no, itty-bitty boy, Bellatrix purred into his ear as he watched the suffering of Nicholas in horror. No. Stop. Harry shouted, struggling. Stop it. Voldemort held the curse for a few more seconds before letting it lift. Nicholas collapsed, wheezing. A very powerful spell, no. Quite captivating. Crucio. Harry was too furious to cry. After what felt like an eternity, it stopped. Voldemort grinned and Bellatrix laughed. Heaving in deep breaths now, his forehead drenched in sweat, Harry's muscles trembled in absolute fury as Quirrell hissed profanities that only seemed to entertain Voldemort. Harry closed his eyes, unable to look at what was before him anymore. Well, I think that's enough of the simple pain. As much as I enjoy this, we have things to do in the next room, Harry. Crucio ma. Something snapped within Harry as Bellatrix released a high-pitched shriek and let go of Harry's shoulder, thanks to Quirrell who had latched onto the side of her palm. With a burst of whirling magic, Harry dived forward, right between Voldemort and Flammel. Harry landed at the feet of his guardian as a horrible tearing sensation rocked his very core. It felt as if one of his legs were being ripped off, but it was deeper than that. An unrelenting pull that would not be denied overtook all other sensation and far exceeded every pain Harry had ever experienced. He could not think, say, or scream anything, not even the wish to let it end. To Harry it felt as if it went on forever, but in reality Voldemort cut off the spell soon after the words had left his lips. Harry! Nicholas shouted, attempting but failing to sit up. Idiot boy! Voldemort snarled as Bellatrix continued shrieking behind him, though she had finally shaken Quirrell off. Quirrell was now on the floor, beneath the chair at the other end of the room, watching. Voldemort was livid as he stared down at Harry who was taking short, shuddering breaths with his eyes barely open. Enough, Voldemort hissed, pointing his wand at Nicholas. Avada Kedavra. Harry could only watch as the green curse sailed over him, but, strangely, he was not concerned at all. The air seemed to solidify around them as something massive rose up like an ocean wave and met the killing curse. And continued forward relentlessly. In a horrifying and awesome flood of power, the entire room shook as Voldemort's body was bashed back. His scream was cut short when what was left of his body slammed into the wall. His broken wand clattered to the floor. My lord! Bellatrix cried, still in pain herself as she hurried to help him. However, she didn't make it that far as her legs gave out from under her. She face-planted, unmistakably breaking her nose on the granite floor as she landed. Dead. The bite mark from Quirrell now bright red. Crumpled against the wall, Voldemort suddenly released several painful hacking coughs that were followed by gurgles. His skin quickly began to take on a sickly hue and the flesh on his face seemed to sink into his skull, as if he was starving. Everything he had gained from Vincent Crabbe had been undone. No Voldemort mo. Ned with a dry, choking breath. I will not die. In a last, defiant move, Voldemort sent himself toward Harry, his failing magic no doubt aiding in his low, bizarre flight. However, he was immediately intercepted. Nicholas, as enraged as any guardian could ever be, leapt and caught Voldemort around the waist, causing them to tumble in a heap of struggling limbs. Ah! The Dark Lord, lover of torture and murder, screamed hysterically as Nicholas grabbed him with his bare hands. The smell of burning flesh quickly saturated the room, but Nicholas was not bothered in the least as he slammed his fist into the side of Voldemort's shriveling face, leaving behind severe knuckle-shaped burns. Throwing out his hand, Nicholas summoned his wand with a burst of wandless magic and thrust himself back and onto his feet in a surprisingly smooth motion, curse on his lips. But he didn't cast as he felt Harry step up to his side, Voldemort now struggling desperately for air. No, Voldemort weakly hissed. I will not. I refuse. Still aiming his wand, Nicholas placed his free hand on Harry's shoulder as they stared down at the dying Dark Lord. The surreal moment stretched on, Voldemort's eyes growing more and more frantic as the end grew closer. I am Lord volume his voice failed. Him and his chest shuddered and, finally, stilled. Harry swallowed before glancing up at Nicholas. It's over, Harry. It's over. The day Harry Potter had died had finally arrived. It was a long time in coming, but Severus had decided, if he were to ever reveal the truth to anyone, it would be on this day when it had all been undone. And so, Severus allowed himself to reminisce as he waited for his visitor. The days following Voldemort's demise had been chaotic and surreal, and for Severus it was even more so. The instant Voldemort's end had finally and irreparably come, Severus' dark mark had vanished in a brief flash of pain, but the wave of shocked relief was quickly replaced with trepidation and worry. What exactly had happened? Had anyone died in bringing Voldemort down? Was everyone he knew all right? The answers came that very hour from Madame Bones and through Dumbledore's pensieve in his office. Yaxley, one of the two remaining loyal Death Eaters at the time, had infiltrated Ministry security and adjusted the wards around the Minister's office. The spell on Fudge made this very easy, allowing Yaxley's manipulations to appear as false alarms that Fudge had allegedly caused until the wards had been shaped to Voldemort's specifications. Looking back, Bones wanted to kick herself. As for Voldemort's end, Nicholas had kindly provided his memory of the event. Viewed by Madame Bones, a handful of Order members and a few professors, the memory left them all stunned and utterly amazed. How is this possible, Albus? Minerva asked breathlessly as they stared down at the corpse of Voldemort, the memory frozen in that moment. That right, Potter shouldn't. How? I believe Harry has his magic block to thank, Dumbledore whispered. When he took the Cruciatus meant for Nicholas, it fulfilled the right's willing sacrifice condition. When this happened, the magic needed to activate the protection was sought and found when Voldemort attempted to kill Nicholas. However, instead of using all of Harry's magic like it normally would have, taking his life as a result, it struck his block. This halted the drain and saved Harry's life, as well as his magic behind the block. His magic behind the block. So does that mean his magic that had been in front of the block? Madame Bones began. Is gone, Dumbledore supplied. I dare say the loss of all of his magic would have been worth this, Moody grunted, eyeing the pathetic, shriveled form at his feet. Severus pulled himself back from the memory, not caring to recall how Sirius had practically leapt down Mad Eye's throat at his words, not appreciating the old Auror's callousness. As much as Severus would have preferred Harry to have come out of the war totally unscathed, he also knew that the Harry of his future, as well as the present, would have agreed with Moody. Both of them, future Harry and current Harry, had been willing to do whatever was necessary to end Voldemort, and both of them had done it. The total sacrifice of the first had enabled the willing sacrifice of the second to occur and succeed, providing a far brighter future than Severus had imagined and could ever have hoped for. Severus closed his eyes, once again counting all of the blessings and fortunate happenings at and after the demise of the Dark Lord. All of Voldemort's followers had either turned traitor or been killed, and those who had turned soon received amnesty from the Ministry, though Severus questioned the wisdom of that action. Severus didn't want Lucius or the others key, and of course, but they had still done things that they should have answered for. However, he supposed, some would argue it was best in this instance to just let things go and look to the future. The Malfoys and other families of former Death Eaters rose up in society. Where the end of the First War had left them under the scrutiny of many light families and mistrusted by those with half a brain, they were now greatly respected and, by some, practically revered. Under different circumstances this would have horrified Severus, but his relationship with them, as well as their son's interactions with Harry, put him at ease. It didn't mean he wouldn't forever keep an eye on them, however, whether or not he actually felt it was still necessary. The world was different, or at least the wizarding world. The Ministry had shed some of its bigotry and had gained some common sense, as hard as that is to believe. Oddly enough, much of it was because of Lucius Malfoy. Who knew the man could actually do some good if he wasn't focusing so much on gaining power. Though, Severus was sure, the blonde's productive redirection was due to his family's debt to Harry, who, for the past few years, had taken a firm stance against corruption. Severus couldn't help but marvel at Harry's impact on the wizarding world, even now. Ever since Harry had re-entered it, people gravitated to his side, eager to support and help him in any way they could. Mr. Lee, the representative from Vietnam and former werewolf, kept his promise and provided support and information whenever he could. Age Brown, the representative from Ethiopia, helped him with any international medical studies, and Mr. Walter McCaffrey, the first adult werewolf cured, had become a successful businessman and provided funds and industrial support for Harry's projects and programs. As time went on, more and more people gave their support, and Severus was sure the list of names could now fill at least a few dozen feet of parchment. Once Harry had regained enough magical control to use his parcel magic again, as the rite had completely shattered his block, he had returned to doing what he did best: healing. And so, before he graduated from Hogwarts and even before he started his apprenticeship under Dumbledore in his 4th year, Harry had stepped out and continued from where his appearance at the International Confederation of Wizards had left off. He started out small, ironically doing what the letter from Fudge had suggested he do with St. Mungo's, but it didn't take long before it had branched beyond Britain. But before that, Harry had had to adjust to how the world now viewed him. Unsurprisingly, the news of the Dark Lord's demise spread quickly, including, despite Bones' efforts, Harry's part in it. It was like Halloween, 1981, all over again, only 10 times worse. Obliviators had their hands full for weeks, but that was the least of it. Harry was no longer simply known as the boy who lived, but also the child of life, and the life keeper, among others. Severus had to admit, though, one was quite amusing, thanks to Dumbledore pointing it out, and even Harry found it rather hilarious. The Lifesaver. Despite his wish that the wizarding world would stop thinking up these ridiculous titles to call Harry, he had to admit he liked this one. Severus wondered what they would say if they knew about the suite. Would they apologize for calling him a tiny, edible lifebuoy? Severus shook himself, just as he heard a knock at his door. With a small smile he snapped his fingers, signaling to his house elf, Mittens, to get the living room ready while he went to answer the front door. Most would think he'd be nervous now that this moment had come, but all he was feeling was the anticipation of a huge weight being lifted from him. He had kept this secret for a long time and he had been ready to share it for nearly just as long, but now was finally the time. He opened the door. Harry walked up the quiet stone path with, as always, Coral around his wrist. She was undeniably a veteran at assisting Harry in healing now, and, if others could understand her, was as knowledgeable as any good Medi-Witch. She was adored by all the workers at St. Mungo's and shamelessly enjoyed their praises, to which Harry ruthlessly teased her for. The last few years had been exceptionally good to him, and, being 19 years old, he was looking forward to truly building it with someone. Harry smiled softly, his thoughts going to his delightful, albeit oddball, girlfriend, Luna Lovegood. She had just started an apprenticeship with someone rumored to be a former unspeakable who could neither confirm nor deny the allegation, and she was hoping to make strides in the field of selfless magic to use in a new field: sustained healing. After learning about organ donors in the Muggle world, Luna was confident they could take that amazing gift a step further. The possibilities were astounding and Harry felt nothing but pride for her and the progress she was making. However, he hoped she would be willing to take a different step soon, with him. Harry's plan was to ask the big question soon, perhaps in the coming month if he got up the courage. He was already envisioning their life together, and it was glorious. He and Luna cooking dinner while watching their 2 or 3 children happily playing in the backyard with Dobby and Coral. Harry shook himself as the front porch came into view. Dobby was doing well, still proudly wearing his uniform and serving Harry with as much gusto as ever in the new home Harry had acquired about a year before. Although the Flamels were willing to have Harry continue living with them, as their property was more than big enough, Harry felt it time to step out on his own at the arguably young age of 18. With his healing work he could easily support himself and had long ago become independent. Besides, his desire to impress Luna was more than enough to cause him to focus on making a life after Hogwarts. Now 19, Harry was the head of healing at the Center of World Health (CWH), an organization the ICW had created soon after he had finished his Medi-Wizard training at St. Mungo's, which occurred at the tender age of 15 while apprenticing under Dumbledore. Understanding the need for international cooperation to discover cures and treatments for Muggle and magical illnesses, conditions, and injuries, the CWH was born and given to the care of Harry, who had proven that the incurable was not so incurable after all. After the death of Voldemort, Harry's learning really took flight, partly due to being able to take electives, which were ancient runes and care of magical creatures, not to mention no longer needing to worry about war and death. He had been tempted to take arithmancy instead of care of magical creatures, but Nicholas had said he'd be more than happy to teach it to him over the summers alongside alchemy, which he ended up doing. As for Hogwarts and her professors, things continued as they always had, save for a few things of note. Madame Pomfrey now offered an introductory Mediwitch wizard course on the weekends, and Professor Lupin, with the help of Professor Flitwick, started up a wizard duel tournament that they organized once a term. Harry smiled to himself, thinking of the former werewolf and his parents' other old friends. Remus Lupin had become a surrogate uncle to him soon after he had started his third year at Hogwarts, despite Lupin also being one of his professors. Somehow, it just worked. Sirius Black, however, took a bit longer to build a relationship with, and he never truly fit into the same uncle-mentor category Lupin had risen to. In some ways, it was better this way, to Harry at least, but the sad fact of the matter was that Sirius would never be the father figure he wished he could have become. That is not to say Harry never saw him or didn't become part of his life. On the contrary, he visited quite often during the summers. At first, Harry wasn't sure about what he should do, but after some prompting from the Flamels, Harry agreed to visit Sirius. He didn't regret it. Sirius became the fun uncle, and though Harry never grew into a prankster, he quickly fell in love with flying and Quidditch thanks to him. This big surprise led to Harry joining Hufflepuff's Quidditch team in his 4th year and becoming captain in his 6th. What was a surprise was when Neville Longbottom tried out and quickly became Hufflepuff's new keeper. Harry still vividly remembered Neville's first game. His parents had been able to make it and watched proudly from the stands. Neville had been so nervous that when they took to the skies he left the ground like a first year before he managed to calm his nerves enough to prove why he had become Hufflepuff's new keeper, which was saying something, as they were against Gryffindor and Ronald Weasley, the king, was their keeper. Alice and Frank especially, loved watching their son play, and as time went on they were able to do what all other parents often take for granted, such as looking at marks to giving permission to visit a friend's house. Although late, they were able to experience what they had missed out on for so long, being Neville's mum and dad. And now, they were looking forward to becoming grandparents. Neville and Hermione Granger fell in love not long before graduation and married soon after. They were now expecting and, thanks to a Muggle invention called an ultrasound machine, knew their child was a boy. Names were still up in the air, but they still had a few months before they had to really decide. With a happy sigh, Harry stepped onto the porch, stopped in front of the door and knocked. Before too long, the door opened to reveal his favorite professor. "Hello, Professor," Harry greeted. "Hello, Mr. Potter, do come in," Severus said, stepping aside. Harry entered and removed his simple cloak. "Middens will take that for great sir," Middens said, eagerly relieving Harry of the garment. Harry barely managed to hold back a sigh. Severus gave him a sympathetic look. "I've tried," Severus said softly as Middens hurried off. "I have too," Harry returned. "Maybe someday. Thank Merlin for Dobby. He's the only one who doesn't get all." Harry lifted his hand and wiggled his fingers, expressing what words could not. "I understand," Severus said with a hidden smile, before glancing at the pensieve on the table in the other room. "Are you all right, Professor? You seem distracted," Harry said after a moment, seeing as Severus had yet to move. Severus didn't answer. Instead, he motioned for Harry to follow him and led them into the living room where Middens had set a rather luxurious snack tray. But Harry's eyes were not on the perfectly arranged food, but on the pensieve placed out in the open. "What's going on?" Harry asked, not sure if he should be concerned. "I have something to show you. It is a secret I no longer need to keep, at least from you," he said, giving a nod to the pensieve. The direction was clear, so Harry didn't hesitate as he stepped to the table, trusting his confusion and concern would soon be lifted by explanation. "I'll wait here," Severus added, before Harry dived into the memory. Immediately, Harry knew this was not a normal memory. First off, he was in it, but it was not him. His doppelganger appeared to be about the age he was now, but he wasn't as tall as he was, nor was he as well dressed. In fact, his clothes were in shambles and his health wasn't far behind. As his double knelt down beside a circle of blood-drawn runes, Harry quickly looked around to find the place was completely unfamiliar to him and utterly dilapidated. However, a figure standing in a doorway was recognizable. "Professor," Harry whispered in question, mostly to himself. Memory Snape of course did not acknowledge him but looked to the kneeling Harry. "Is it ready?" he asked. Memory Harry nodded. "Soon, all of this will be undone and you will be able to make everything right. Are you ready?" "As ready as you are." Memory Snape harumphed. "I trust you, Severus," Harry said, stepping back and entering the network of runes drawn on the floor. "If anyone can do this, it's you. You have a great deal of confidence in me, Harry, more than I would have ever thought I would receive from you or anyone. I will try not to disappoint, not that you will know if I fail." "Dumbledore trusted you as much as I do," Harry pointed out. "And you won't fail. You're too stubborn. Stubbornness does not always lead to victory. Here it will. We are sending your soul back to the time before we began losing. If that's not the embodiment of stubbornness, the refusal to be defeated, I don't know what is. At the cost of your life. At the cost of you," future Severus reminded. "I will live on, for I will not only be remembered by you, but will be shaped and changed by you. Whatever part of me is lost due to that is no sacrifice. My younger self could not wish for a better watcher." Future Severus smiled softly, his eyes thick with so much emotion it was impossible to identify them, but there were no tears. "A Potter, you mean?" Future Harry stilled at that, but his eyes were content. "Perhaps." Harry was utterly still, his mind taking all of it in as he began to piece everything together. Severus was a time traveler. He had been sent back by his future self to prevent a terrible future, presumably caused by Lord Voldemort. What had the professor changed? When exactly had he returned? Did anyone else know? Why was Severus revealing this now? "Is there anything you want me to tell your younger self?" Severus asked, pulling Harry's attention back to the man again. Future Harry straightened up, though he tilted his head slightly in thought as Harry waited with bated breath. After a moment, future Harry nodded to himself with a wicked grin. "I know, tell him I had said this, Severus needs a girlfriend. If he has not found someone by the time you turn 19, I implore you, my younger self, remedy this." "I shouldn't have asked," Severus deadpanned. Future Harry snickered, though he soon became serious once more as he said, "It's time." Severus stepped forward, entering another circle on the floor. Harry watched in amazement as his former future self opened up his hands to reveal intricate markings that went from his fingertips and up his wrists, only to vanish beneath his robes. Although his arms were covered in sleeves, the markings on them soon began to glow so brightly that they simply shined right through the cloth. After a few more seconds, the runes on his back and chest lit up just as brightly. And then the runes on the floor erupted, Severus standing in awe as magic surged forward, instantly encompassing his very being. The air was so thick Harry was glad he was just an observer and not physically there. He could only imagine how it had actually felt. Magic was now rippling so heavily the ground itself was wavering as Severus and future Harry locked eyes. "To shape and change," Severus whispered in the last moment, just as future Harry began to crumple and all burst white. And then the memory ended. But it was not over. There was one other thing Severus wanted Harry to see. He found himself standing by Severus, who was simply standing beside Slug and Jigger's apothecary, but before Harry could wonder why, he saw them, Hagrid and his much younger self, the day he had re-entered the wizarding world. Severus smoothly intercepted them. "Good morning, Hagrid." "Hello, Professor," Hagrid said cheerfully. "Was just helpin' Ari, Erter get his school supplies." "I see," Severus said. Harry couldn't help but note how his eyes warmly but swiftly glanced at his younger self. Oh, sorry, Ari, this is Professor Snape. He's goin' ter be another one of professors. He's also head of Slytherin House." "Professor, this is Ari Potter." His tiny self promptly threw out his hand. "Hello, Professor Snape." Harry could still remember how intimidated but eager to please he had been when he had taken Severus' hand, but only in this moment did he realize it had been more than a mere handshake. It had been the beginning. "Hello, Mr. Potter." Harry was jarred out of the pensieve, but he recovered quickly. Harry turned to find Severus waiting patiently at the far end of the couch. Without a word, he took the seat across from him. For a long time neither of them spoke, but then Harry cleared his throat. "I guess it's lucky you have a girlfriend now." "Fiancé," Severus corrected. Harry smirked, though a question soon surfaced. "Does she know?" He shook his head. No, and I doubt she ever will. In fact, if I have it my way, no one else will ever learn of this. Harry paused for a moment before continuing. Was she in that future? No, or at least, I had never met her. How much has changed? Harry asked. More than I can say, but things today are vastly better than they had turned out originally. I can only imagine how the world had been with Voldemort winning. When we had decided to try time travel, he had already won months before in Europe anyway. Harry swallowed thickly at that, before glancing at the snack tray to gather his thoughts. Everyone had died, hadn't they? Almost everyone, but that doesn't matter anymore. Things are different and Voldemort is now gone for good. Why are you telling me all of this now? Harry asked, looking back at him. I felt it fitting to share my secret with you today as, in the old future, this was the day you sent me back. Harry smiled, wondering how different he had become because of Snape, but he would not ask that now, for his former self was right. He could not have wished for a better Watcher, or Potter. And I believe it was the best thing I ever had ever, or once upon a time, did. Quite, Severus agreed, amused. The wizarding world would look back on Harry Potter and the time he lived as the years of mighty change. His friends, family, and mentors would be seen as heroic giants marching alongside and behind a selfless king. Suffice it to say, he was fondly remembered well beyond the following centuries. Harry and Luna married a few months after he had learned of Severus' time travel. Harry kept Severus' secret, though strangely, or perhaps not so strangely, Luna hinted that she knew. Severus didn't seem to mind at all. Soon after, though not immediately after, they had a daughter, Leelon, closely followed by a rather big surprise, triplets, two of whom were identical twin boys, Julian and Ramses. The third was another girl, Marissa. Leelon followed in her father's footsteps and became a magnificent healer, being named the Restorer, whereas the triplets stretched into a bit of everything, becoming the Three Masters. They were all Parselmouths. Harry became known as the Mage of Life, while Luna became the Lady of Restoration, thanks to her work in sacrificial magic and organ donations. Harry and Luna's best friends, Neville and Hermione, had a part in history as well, helping to shape the center of world health and assisting in many of Harry's projects. Neville focused in alchemy and herbology, while Hermione became the queen of research and invention, teaming up with Luna to meld imagination and logic to create unparalleled solutions. The two couples were often compared to the founders of Hogwarts, but the fruits of their labors went well beyond the bounds of a nation. As for Harry's two other most well-known friends, they made their impacts on history as well. After working his way up the ranks as an Auror, Gregory Goyle became the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He became more renowned than Mad-Eye Moody. He had two children, one who he named after Vincent. Draco became chief warlock of the Wizengamot after holding many other political positions, including a governor of Hogwarts as his father had been. He had 7 children, one named after his father and another after Severus Snape. He helped fund many of Harry's projects, as well as promote and share them with the wizarding world. Coral, wanting a family of her own, laid a nest with a handsome but stern serpent who insisted on sticking around well after the offspring had hatched, which was why Coral liked him to begin with. The Potters were happy to welcome more serpents into their home. Dobby excitedly served the Potters for the rest of his life and was survived by a son and daughter house elf had with a she-elf Luna rescued not long after marrying Harry. They were named Wiglet and Meebles. In regard to Harry's mentors, though they did not shine as brightly in history, they were not forgotten either. According to philosophers centuries in the future, the Flamels' most notable contribution to the world had been their care of Harry. They imparted something into Harry he had never been privileged with in his early years or in the original timeline. True parental love and guidance, to be loved unconditionally and disciplined appropriately. Along with alchemy, arithmancy and a load of other things, the Flamels had shown Harry how to be a good parent. Not a perfect one, as that is impossible, but a good one. With their model, Harry, with Luna, had gone on to raise 4 magnificent individuals who in turn continued his work, directly impacting the next 5 generations of the wizarding world. And so, a couple who had been unable to have children of their own had been able to leave an undying legacy anyway. The Philosopher's Stone paled in comparison. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest headmaster of Hogwarts in the 20th and 21st centuries, would be seen by historians as one of the most influential wizards in the second millennium. After Voldemort's death, he slowly but systematically relinquished the numerous positions he held, taking on a more advisory role as he helped establish procedures and official, and unofficial, codes of ethics that would help shape and vastly improve the way the Wizarding Society was governed. A decade later, and clearly no longer a single ray of light, Dumbledore was finally able to do what he had always dreamed of doing, fully step out of the limelight and partake in the finer things of life. Welcomed into the Potter family as a kind of honorary grandfather, he reveled in spoiling Harry's children and, around the same time, was thrilled to hold Severus' only son. And so, when his time finally came, after many more years, Dumbledore passed away in his sleep, ancient but content. As for Severus Snape, the man who was responsible for all that had come to pass, he married a beautiful woman just a few years younger than himself not long before Harry married Luna. They only had one child and named him Theseus Harrison Snape. Severus never said so, but Harrison was in honor of the Harry he had known and in thanks to the Harry he now knew. The world would never know of the immense sacrifice Severus had given and witnessed. They would never know of the future they would have died or been avenued in, but they did know he was the man who helped shape Harry into the man they all revered. They knew him as the great potions master, the brave Slytherin, and the wise headmaster, and for Severus that was more than enough. He didn't care or need to be remembered by the world. He had done what he had intended to do, to shape and change the future. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.